You can start.
Hey, pleasant good morning to everyone. I am Epi McDowell. I want to greet you in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I thank God for this session today. And I know that, we have a powerful program lined up for you. Right, so get ready. We are dealing with the topic women's health and much more as we maneuver, our circumstances and our situations during this pandemic. We have for today some top doctors, all women, researchers, scientists, doctors in the world who have truly become legends in their fields. We have people like Dr. Rose, Dr. Cahill, Dr. Ruby, Dr. Lee, Merritt, and others. So right now, we want to open in a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you. We thank you that you are God and that you are sovereign, you are in control. We thank you, Lord, that you reign supreme over all the earth and the works of your hands, Lord God, are absolute truth and justice. Father, we thank you, Lord God, for this occasion today, Lord God, that we have deemed, Lord, women's health, navigating the pandemic. Father, we pray, Lord God, that you will just take total control in every aspect, Father, of the day. Father, we thank you that you're an awesome God. You're awesome in all your works, Lord God. You're awesome in all your ways. Father, even your ways, all your ways are past finding out, Lord God. So, Father, we just want to commit today into your hands, Lord God. I commit, Lord God, every participant, Father, those who are here right now and those who will come on through the process of the day, Lord God, as the day progresses. Father, I pray, oh God, that, Father, at the end of today, that we all will become more aware and even, Lord God, be equipped, Lord God, with the correct information and the necessary tools, Lord God, so that we can guide our affairs with discretion and wisdom, Lord God, in these critical times in which we live. Father, we thank you. We thank you for all our presenters. Father, women that you have raised up for such a time like this. Oh God, let your anointing just flow through, Lord God. Father, as they give us information that will equip us, Lord God, and Father, make us ready, Lord God, to handle this pandemic in a wise and sensible manner, Lord Jesus. Father, we just want to give you thanks again, Lord God, for today's proceedings. Father, bless every session, Father. Father, we pray for the technology that everything will just flow smoothly, Lord God. We pray, Father, that there'll be smooth transition everywhere, Lord God. We just want to commit again the entire proceedings into your hands, oh God. And we even thank you even now in anticipation, Lord God, for what we're going to receive, Lord God, the impartation that we will receive today, Lord God, that Father, that will enrich, Lord God, our lives and Father, our sense of knowing, Lord God, what is really happening in the times in which we live. We give you praise, we give you honor, we give you glory as we just commit again to the entire proceeding today into your hands in Jesus' mighty and most powerful name. Amen. And so right now, I want to hand over to our two presenters, or two moderators, I should say, mainly Dr. Gloria Brits Stone and Dr. Santosh Dogra. Right, so I hand you over to them. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Our first presenter today is Miss Wild. She completed her honors degree in biological sciences. She's specializing in reproductive endocrinology and assisted fertility. She has spent 20 years in the healthcare industry within both the pharmaceutical and medical device sector. Miss Wild immigrated to South America in December 2006 to develop a sustainable business model for ConVtech Limited, a global medical devices company in wound and stoma care. Her varied experience within the fields of business, medicine, and research have resulted in the formation of Musinsi Healthcare, a dynamic and passionate SME with a compelling vision for transformative healthcare. Since 2018, Musinsi, please correct me if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, Healthcare has been actively involved in developing advanced wound care, probiotic skin wound care, and hygiene, as well as environmentally friendly, reusable PPE. I'd like to welcome you.
Thank you so much, Gloria. Thank you for that lovely welcome and introduction. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Marvelous. Umsinzi is actually a very special tree in South Africa. And I have to say, there's a little bit of the Northern English girl in me that felt a little bit rebellious when I came to South Africa 15 years ago. The Umsinzi tree is used in both traditional medicine and modern medicine. But more importantly, it's the respect tree in African culture. So I effectively named my company after the respect tree. It is gorgeous. The flowers are absolutely beautiful. But thank you very much for the kind invitation today. And Sherwin, I don't know if you're going to put up my slides or whether you want me to actually do it. Oh, marvelous. So the topic of my session today is really about how do we as women hold up half the sky when we already know that we're probably holding up more than half to begin with. And then we have a global pandemic added on top of that. And of course, South Africa is really forefront in the news at the moment when it comes to COVID-19. I moved here 15 years ago from the UK, literally packed my bags a week before my 40th birthday, and I'm 55 this Christmas. And I came down here for the love of South Africa. And I really, really hope to see before I retire, and even more so before I am buried, that we have a decent national health service here for every South African. At the moment, we particularly struggle. Only 10% of South Africans have access to a private health insurance, and that means 15% at an absolute push, which means we're left with 85 to 90% of care taking place in a public health sector that is constrained, short of resources, and in many respects as well does not have the skills to actually cope with a lot of the complex matters that hit it. That said, I really have to give it to our public health service that really pulled together during COVID. So what I want to do during this session very quickly is to touch on Florence Nightingale. What I thought was, given that I'm surrounded by doctors today, that I would bring this perspective of the wonderful nurses that I work with every day here in South Africa. And our primary focus is in wound care. So our main purpose and objective each day is to get the skin of South Africa to actually heal as nicely and as well as we can possibly get it. And we're particularly challenged by the burns patients that we have in South Africa. So I wanted to touch on nursing focus, and of course I'm going to head back to Florence Nightingale for that. So next slide, please, Sherwin. I wanted to touch on a couple of slides and a couple of quotes, quotations that we know that Florence Nightingale came out with, and also a quotation that we know she didn't come out with. So the first one, and I think it's particularly relevant at the moment, is how very little can be done under the spirit of fear. And I do feel that during the COVID pandemic, we have not, as a planet, as a globe, and particularly from a government perspective, we have not done enough to actually manage the inherent fear. And actually, we've stoked it in many respects. And what we know is that operating under a sense of fear is not good for human beings. It leads them to make rash decisions, and it also increases the stress that they are under as well. So if you're operating under fear, it's less likely that you will make a good decision about something. You may even make a rash and an unwise decision. And we tend to react rather than responding to a problem and proactively looking at it. So I do feel literally of this pandemic that together with media, then certainly the governments could have done a lot more than they did in terms of managing fear and stress. And rather than exacerbating it and making it worse, find solutions and ways to make it better. One of my favourite not quotes of Florence Nightingale, of course, is that you should not believe everything you read on the internet, and especially not when there's a picture and a name next to it. So let's just be careful and wary of everything that we are taking in, particularly during this stressful time, and particularly when there's an overriding message of fear, because we know again that it's going to build stress levels, and stress is not good for the human body. It damages our immune system, and it damages our ability to be able to fight off infection. And we need every ounce of immunity we can get hold of at the moment. Next slide, please, Sherwin. So I wanted to touch on, and there have been a couple of really good articles. I have to say a big thank you to the University of Toronto, and also 2 slides down as well. I'm going to add another thank you into this, because I really want to highlight the impact that this pandemic has had on women and girls in particular. And undoubtedly, the impact that it's had on women and girls has had an impact on our health and our well-being. And a lot of this we knew already, but I think it really bears going through again and actually crystallizing the true impact of everything that has happened. That since its start, the pandemic has clearly highlighted what we knew already, that there were massive socioeconomic as well as gender disparities across the world, and that these disparities put women and girls in a much less advantageous position, and that this subsequently impacts their ability to navigate anything that comes along, and particularly when it comes to a pandemic. And women and girls are more often on the front lines of these things, and particularly in terms of the pandemic. Yes, we have our male colleagues have joined us in the nursing profession. And yes, we see men working on the front lines actively each day, but we tend to see more women. And because of this, it means that women and girls particularly have borne the brunt of this particular crisis. Next slide, please, Sherwin. We already had massive pay gaps between women and men. And what this has done, therefore, by adding, we're just going to go back one. Oh, thank you. And what we're doing, therefore, by adding the pandemic is putting extra pressure on existing problems. So we know we've got existing pay gaps that exacerbate economic hardship for women. There are so many female-headed households, and this contributes to heightened anxiety and compromised mental health. So this is my flag that during the pandemic, we've seen a significant increase in anxiety levels and also compromise in terms of mental health. And I'm going to go back to Japan in particular, and October last year saw the literal highest incidence of suicide in Japan last October, and largely driven by this heightened anxiety and compromised mental health. Women are overrepresented when it comes to frontline workers, which means that they are more vulnerable to infection. So we are in more situations where we're actually going to pick up and catch an infection in the first place. The fact that we've had restrictions, and this has hit particularly hard in South Africa, has undoubtedly increased the incidence of domestic violence and partner violence. And already I think our numbers are 3 women a week that we actually lose in South Africa, and it could be much worse than that in terms of intimate partner violence and domestic violence. And of course, from a healthcare supportive point of view, not only did we not visit the dentist when we should have during this past 18 to 20 months, we've not had the access to sexual and reproductive health services that we are normally used to, and that in some parts of the world we're sorely lacking anyway. And this has really been impacted by the social distancing measures. Oops, don't worry. That's it. And what the University of Toronto was trying to say here is that if we could look at leadership from a female perspective, then we may well get a better best practice model for the management of the pandemic. And we do know that when it comes to leadership, we have seen singular examples of female leadership that have really gone above and beyond during this pandemic to try and make things better for everyone who's living in that particular country. Next slide, please, Sherwin. This is now the Institute for Women's Policy Research in the US, and I just wanted to pull this out because it is very it catches your attention and it really makes you think about the situation, particularly when it comes to the intersection between race and gender. And I think that's something that has really hit home for me over the past 15 years in South Africa. That when I lived in the UK, I knew it was a challenge to be a woman in business. I knew it was a challenge particularly to be a woman in the health sector. But when I came to South Africa, you cannot miss, if you have your eyes open, the fact that race and gender intersect in a particularly painful way. And of course, with South Africa, that would be for our Black female colleagues that are here. So these are insights from the USA. 4 out of 5 Black mothers, just under 80% are breadwinners, with the majority of Black mothers, just over 50%, raising families entirely on their own. 2 out of 3 Native American mothers are breadwinners, that's 64%, the majority of whom are single mothers. Among white and Asian women, a little over 40% are single mother breadwinners, while the majority of white and Asian breadwinner mothers are married. They're not doing this alone. Across all US states, Black mothers are more likely to be breadwinners or contribute the lion, and I changed it here, the lioness's share of the household income. Next slide, please, Sherwin. And here we have another set of very crystallizing information. Among white mothers, the share of women that are breadwinners range from as low as 31% in Utah to as high as 58% in Vermont and the District of Columbia. Women in the United States spend just under 40% more time on household and care work than their male counterparts. And this, we know it already, this limits career choices and it limits economic mobility. And it also affects overall health and well-being as well. This is a lot of added pressure. And if we thought this was a challenge at 37% more time on household and care work, Black and Latina women spend nearly twice as much, which is 100% more time on unpaid household and care work as their male counterparts. So hopefully this has given you something to chew in terms of thought processes. Now I want to get back to Florence Nightingale again. And very interestingly, she had a lot to say. Florence arrived during the Crimean War and literally took to task the most disgusting of situations that she found herself in. And one of the things that Florence very much believed in was evidence and statistics. So she's really one of the first nursing proponents of statistical evidence on the basis of which to make decisions. But she certainly had a lot to say about everything that she did. And the first one was her thoughts on medicine. And what she said was, it's often thought that medicine is a curative process. However, Florence believed it was no such thing, and that medicine was the surgery of functions, as surgery proper was that of limbs and organs, and that neither can do anything but remove obstruction, neither can cure. Nature alone can cure. Surgery may remove the bullet out of the limb, which is an obstruction to cure, but it is nature that heals the wound. And next she said, so it is with medicine. The function of an organ becomes obstructed. Medicine, so far as we know, assists nature to remove the obstruction, but does nothing more. And what nursing has to do in either case is to put the patient in the best condition for nature to act upon him, and obviously her as well. Next slide, please, Sherwin. So what is it our place to do? And particularly during any times of stress and extra added pressure. And certainly in a work environment, I do occasionally, although I've really worked on it hard these past 15 years, hear from colleagues the words, that's not in my job description. And do I really have to do this? And when it comes down to a stressful situation such as the pandemic, it really is the role and responsibility of everyone to pitch in. I think one of the saddest things I can think of in terms of South Africa is we have a reputation for being the make a plan country. We literally make a plan when it comes down to it. And yet we didn't make a plan when it came to SARS-CoV-2 and COVID. We pretty much went along with the line and we waited for someone else to make a plan. And we shouldn't have done that. If the government had actually opened up the doors on day one and actually issued an invitation to the whole country saying, let's have two competitions. We've got two challenges to face. Number one, a health issue, and number two, an economic issue. Does anyone have any good ideas? I'd be interested to see how much further we might have been along the line than we currently are at the moment. So this is what Florence has to say on whether it is our place to do or not. And what she said is, if a nurse declines to do these things for her patient because it is not her business, I should say that nursing was not her calling. I have seen surgical sisters, and actually so have I as well, women whose hands were worth to them 2 or 3 guineas a week, down on their knees, scouring a room or a hut because they thought it otherwise would not be fit for patients to go into. And then she went further and she said, I am far from wishing nurses to scour, but I do say that these women had the true nurse calling, the good of their sick first, and second only to the consideration of what it was their place to do, and that women who wait for the housemaid to do this or for the charwoman to do that when their patients are suffering have not the making of a nurse in them. It's very interesting because nursing has really seen a shift, particularly in the last 20 to 30 years, from being truly vocational and heartfelt to reaching higher levels of academic acclaim. And while this might have brought us some benefits, it is genuinely quite difficult these days to actually find nurses that still hold on to that vocational spirit of what first called them into nursing. And particularly, I remember when I was young, I think a lot of us did. We have a nurse's uniform that we used to wear when we were young, and it was a dream to become a nurse. Whereas today it can be sometimes seen as more of a checklist and an administrative job rather than truly looking into what's best for the patient. Florence also had a lot to say on lifelong learning. She said, let us never consider ourselves finished as nurses. We have to be learning all the days of our lives. And I think that is the same for all of us, that when we give over our learning responsibilities and our decision-making responsibilities to others, we can't complain about the consequences. We have to hang on to those responsibilities and actually say, no, it is my responsibility to keep up my learning and to actually keep up my development and actually to practice my decision-making skills. And we're going back to that first slide again, which said you have to be aware of social media. You have to be aware of what you see on the internet, even what you hear. We have to practice every single day the notion of critical thinking and decision-making that is in, yes, our best interests, but also those around us as well. And more importantly, what are the implications and the consequences of every single decision that we make? And again, I'm just remembering that Florence was a huge fan of evidence, and she said, let each person tell the truth from his own experience. And of course, that means from her own experience as well. And I often have this conversation with nurses, you know, what is the purpose of evidence? What is the purpose of clinical trials? What is the purpose of everything that we see in these publications? And I would like to think that it's not necessarily information that tells us what to do. It is information that supports what we are seeing with our own eyes and that tells us that what is happening because it is really happening, that it is reproducible, that we can keep doing it for patient after patient after patient, or person after person after person. And it didn't just happen because the wind happened to be blowing in the right direction. It happened for reproducible and genuine reasons. And much is said about evidence these days that you have to have tens of thousands of patients in a clinical trial. And I think I'd just like to try and make it a little bit simpler for everyone, that if the product or if the intervention makes a big difference, if it makes a big difference, and it is the thing that makes the difference, it does not take thousands and thousands and thousands of patients to spot that difference. And I think the easiest example is to say, I have a pill in one hand that is guaranteed to kill you instantly before you take a second breath, and another pill in my other hand that is made of sugar, and you are not allergic or sensitive to sugar in any way. How many patients does it take to prove which pill is which? And this is the crux to this. Big differences. The pill will kill you ultimately on that side. And I think when it comes to the appraisal of evidence, we have to take safety extremely seriously. We can be equally underpowered in a study and not have nearly enough patients to spot all of the safety issues. But at the same time, if what you want to find is something that works, and if that product or that intervention truly impacts the outcome, then you can pick it up very straightforwardly and very simply. It's the safety and the risk work that actually takes the patients. And in many respects, we have been left lacking in this particular area in terms of COVID-19. Next slide, please, Sherwin. I'm almost there. Sure, environmental theory. So before COVID ever struck, we had already started cleaning hospitals with good bacteria. and not with disinfectants and chemicals and sanitizer. And what we had found, and there was a particularly awesome research group in Italy, a combination of 6 public hospitals and 5 universities, that had found that actually if we use friendly, beneficial bacteria, some of the ones that still love us despite everything that we have done to them, and we use them to clean hospitals. And these are the kind of bacteria that love to use organic dirt as a food source. Then number 1, we get a much cleaner hospital. Number 2, we get less infections, significantly less infections, both bacterial and viral. So the hint and the clue was already there. And thirdly, those superbugs that we all hear of that are taking residence in our hospitals and our care homes and our clinics that literally we have been trying to hit with bleach and disinfectant and everything for goodness knows how many years, their resistance level comes down, because in order to compete with these lovely friendly bacteria, they have to get their energy back. And they can only get their energy back if they lose their resistance. So we had already started doing this, and this very much aligns with Florence Nightingale's environmental theory. And I can only recommend that you all go and find Florence's notes on nursing, what it is and what it isn't, and how many gems that are in there are still valid today. So number 1 is ventilation and warming, and how relevant and valid is ventilation at the moment during the COVID pandemic. That the air indoors in a building should always be as fresh as the air outdoors without chilling the patient. So the key here is not to turn those who are inside the house or the hospital into frozen popsicles. It's actually to have fresh air flowing through the building, but still enough warmth that you don't have a chill developing in the house. That actually, in the same way you can have a healthy and an unhealthy house, you can have a healthy and an unhealthy office. Exactly the same. And you can have a distinctly healthy and unhealthy hospital as well. Typically, when we sample the air of hospitals, we find that all it looks like is sick people. And so what we actually want to do, rather than necessarily filtering the air in an indoor situation, is actually to get it as fresh as possible and as low as possible in terms of microbes that can cause damage and problems for human beings. Petty management. How do you manage a household? It is a skill and a task, and we need to know how to do it and how to do it properly. And in the same way, how do we manage a hospital? Can you care enough for those who are coming for your care each day that you run that hospital in their best interests, rather than necessarily in the interests of your purse and your back pocket? That your actual objective and aim is to get that patient, number 1, well as quickly as possible and back home and contributing society. But maybe even hospitals could start to act as beacons on how to prevent problems from happening in the first place, and how to avoid having people in hospital that don't need to be in hospital. Noise, really important. A good night's sleep, absolutely invaluable. Variety, boredom will actually kill you, give you stress, and set you up for a lowered level of immunity. Food. I mean, I hear so many wonderful sessions in Clubhouse today about what is the quality of food that we are taking on board, and what are you expecting that to do for you in terms of supplementing your nutrients, in terms of boosting your immune system. And these things do not act singularly, they act in concert with each other, and they actually work together like an orchestra or a jazz band, depending on how you want to look at it. Bed and bedding, please let them be clean. Light, everything benefits from sunshine. And we know this saying that at the end of the day, the best disinfectant, sunshine is the best disinfectant. Cleanliness, one of the things that Florence hated most was disinfectant. What she felt it was a patch-all for a problem, that if you actually cleaned something properly, you wouldn't need a disinfectant. And one of her very famous quotes is that the only thing disinfectants are good for is to smell so terribly bad that everyone is forced to open the windows. So this really is about cleanliness and not putting plasters over the situation. Take away what's dirty, take it out of the equation, and then it's not a food source for anything, any microbe that happens to be hanging around and wanting it. This is why I personally hate sanitizers. Absolutely hate them with a passion. We know in healthcare that they are a temporary measure, and they're only a temporary measure until you can get to soap and water that is actually going to clean your hands. What you do with a sanitizer is literally relocate the dirt around your hands and add a new layer of dead things. So what you are effectively is a walking restaurant of fragments of dead microbes, plus dirt that you have then moved around your hands as well. And you might as well have a sign saying, please come and eat here. Here is breakfast, lunch and dinner for the next lot of nasty microbes that happen to be floating around. So please be careful with sanitizers. They're only a replacement and a temporary replacement for when there genuinely is no soap and water that's actually accessible to you. Personal cleanliness, take that little bit of extra effort. And again, this is not about being antimicrobial. This is just about being clean at the end of the day. The FDA actually issued guidance on antimicrobial soaps and hand washes just before COVID in 2019, and actually issued a statement saying that antimicrobial hand soaps and washes should not be available for consumer use and use at home, and that they were even rethinking the notion of in hospitals as well, but that for now they would let them be in hospitals. And they gave two reasons for this. That number one, the companies that make the antimicrobial hand soaps and washes could not prove that their products were any better than the non-antimicrobial hand soaps and washes. And that secondly, the extra chemicals that they contain don't just have the potential to damage your skin, they have the potential to damage the environment as well. So please have a think about cleanliness in terms of it's linked to our health and our well-being. My favorite one of Florence's, we're nearly there actually, my favorite one of Florence's observations is the damage that can be caused by chattering hopes and advice. And she was particularly referencing visitors at this point, that it is typical for visitors to pitch up at the bedside of someone who's not feeling well, at all well, and offer them false hopes and also ill-advised advice. And she said, just be careful about this, because you can actually, by being overly optimistic in a challenging situation, put a patient backwards, not forwards, and that you can give them all the wrong advice in the world. And just because something might be good for you and might have worked for you does not necessarily mean that it's going to work for them, nor that is it good advice for them as well. And I see a lot of effort being made on Clubhouse, I have to say, for everyone to say, we're not giving advice, we're not giving advice. However, sometimes it tends to lean down that pathway anyway. So be careful about the chattering hopes and the advice. And then finally, keep your eyes open, because you are the observer. You're the observer of not only your health and well-being, but also that of those around you. You are the one that's going to spot the differences and the changes in your loved ones and your family and your friends as well, in terms of how they're feeling, how they're behaving, and what signs and signals they're giving you. And you can then give that feedback to them. Are you all right? Is there something we need to do in terms of getting you better and getting you sorted out? with the right care and the right focus and the attention. So I really hope you've picked up some useful hints and tips from this advice, or this session, sorry. We've gone through the notion of what we already knew, that women before the pandemic were really holding up more than half the sky. And then we've revisited back that old advice from Florence Nightingale. And I think I have to say, one of the things that can frustrate me most is what we forget when we're in a panic and when we are fearful of something. We forget what we know. So it is about taking a deep breath, reflecting back on what our experience has been, our life experience, our health and well-being experience, and calling on that experience to actually see us through these tough times, particularly the pandemic, resisting the urge to be reactive, embracing the notion of being proactive and actually consequence-driven, and think about everything that we do in terms of what the consequences could possibly be. And I think I will land it there, Gloria, as we say on Clubhouse, my plane and my and my everything. I hope that's been useful. I'm happy if anyone's got questions to take them.
Well, that was absolutely wonderful and extremely useful. I absolutely adored Florence Nightingale and didn't know a lot about what you were talking about. So that's absolutely wonderful. I feel like I'm going to be going to look her up once this is done. So in regards to some questions, I know you have some experience with women and fertility and that aspect. Do you find that women are having any greater issues in regards to, you know, family planning, in regards to COVID, or even the vaccine rollout? I know it's not a huge rollout right now in South Africa. I think you guys might be 6 or 7% of the population, whereas where I am, we're almost 85% and moving well into our third doses. So do you have any comments in regards to women reproductive health? Because I know a lot of people are quite interested to learn about that.
My reproductive health research was back in the 1980s, Gloria, and it's fascinating because I worked with a wonderful professor in London called Sir Robert Winston. And Winston was one of the pioneers for in vitro fertilization and effectively test tube babies. And I do remember while I was doing my working experience with him, he actually treated an HIV positive woman for IVF. And we all piled into the theatre that day to find that half the team did not pitch, because half the team had an opinion on whether she should be allowed to have children or not, that was not in favour of her actually having that IVF procedure. And I think this has just kept me mindful in the years afterwards that fertility and women's bodies to themselves are so intensely personal. And yes, we do hear a lot of reports of women that have experienced, as a result of both a combination of COVID and also of the vaccinations as well, disruption in their reproductive cycles and pain and disruption, full stop. So in terms of the consequences of this, we don't have enough information yet to be able to say anything definitively. But what I do spot is that women are often encouraged to shut up and not take their concerns seriously. And I think this for me is most disturbing and upsetting, that after watching half the team not turn up that day in 1988, actually, I think it was, because they did not feel she deserved to have a child of her own because she was HIV positive. That this transcribes over so many aspects of what people are prepared to think is right for other people, if that makes sense. And that as women, we should just suck it up and not say anything. And we can't do that, Gloria. We actually have to speak up and say something, because we do know that the mind is very, very powerful, and particularly when it comes to reproductive health. The mind is immensely powerful. I know of several situations where Prof. Winston battled long and hard to give a couple an IVF baby, only to find out that once they'd had that IVF baby, they were perfectly capable of having their own children again, because the pressure had actually been lifted off in terms of tension and stress. So we know the mind is powerful, but dismissing women's concerns is not how you solve a problem. So yeah, we're seeing it. What the consequences are going to be is difficult to say at the moment, but please don't keep quiet. Ladies, keep vocal. All right.
Yes, I agree. They definitely do. And I know that I believe it was the CDC recently started a study. I think they put $1.3 million into studying women's reproductive issues in regards to the vaccine side, although I'm not sure how effective it is in regards if long COVID is affected in menstrual issues, since, of course, with the spike protein, anything is possible. I guess some people probably, I have a few questions in regards to maybe the new variant, since it seems to be coming from South Africa. It was mentioned a few days ago, and now it has hit every news cycle around the world. Pfizer released yesterday that they have already been investigating it, and they think that they can come up with a vaccine in the next 90 days and release it in the next 100. Moderna did a press release, I think, last night. J&J were working on one, so we kind of know where it's headed. So maybe you can give us kind of a boots on the ground of what's going on in South Africa, if you don't mind.
Well, I can only say sorry, Gloria. I can only say sorry. And those of you who know me from Clubhouse, I think I've been saying for the last 4 weeks, because of course we're about to hit our summer holidays here. And we actually have only had 3 waves to date. We had the original wild strain to begin with. We had the supposed initial variant that raised its head in South Africa last year, which was Beta. And then, like everybody else, we got walloped with Delta. What we didn't pick up was a lot of the European variants that initially raised their head very, very early on, that were an intrinsic part of the second wave for Europe, basically. We didn't get that. So, of course, everyone's going wave 4, wave 4. And I said, of what? Of what? Literally. Delta's just burned its way through South Africa. We were down to the lowest levels we'd seen since the pandemic started. And I remember saying, it's not impossible for the same variant to do a complete U-turn, go right to the beginning and come back through the country again. However, it's extremely unlikely. And this would take a new variant. Well, someone was clearly listening. And I think what happens, Gloria, is that if you look hard enough for something, you find it. And just because we have located it and found it in Southern Africa doesn't mean it originated here. It could very well have originated somewhere else. And I know that already somebody's flagged in Belgium, and somebody's flagged possibly in Israel as well. And the Belgian person had been nowhere near South Africa. They'd actually been closer to North Africa than South Africa. So where this has originated from really leaves a lot to still be found out. At the moment, it looks like it's transmissibility. I think the thing that really interests me at the moment is that we are going to find out the answer to that question we've all wanted to know now for the past year. Does natural immunity beat vaccine immunity? Because what we're guessing here is that there are more naturally immune South Africans than there are vaccine immune. So it's going to be a really interesting 4 to 6 weeks to see whether we can put together an experience that shows how natural immunity could possibly play a role in kicking the backside of anything else that comes along. If it's allowed to do it and not held back, and not hampered by anything that's going to impact that natural immunity. I hope that helps. Most
Yes.
importantly, I'm sorry. I'm deeply sorry.
Yeah, no, it definitely helps. And I have heard that that variant has been located in actually quite a number of countries. Every day, a few more countries pop up. They did say, I think, 100 cases in South Africa, but there was 1 or 2 in England. There were 1 or 2 here. So I believe it's definitely going to work out towards the new cycle will be quite large. But I definitely agree with not allowing it to hinder, and South Africa will be the place to watch, especially with a low vaccination rate and large natural immunity. Being able to see how South Africans fare with such a, as they call, dangerous and exceedingly mutated variant. It'll be quite interesting to see. I will definitely be watching that. As I said, again, I'm coming from extremely highly vaccinated place, which is starting to see a great number of increase in our fully vaccinated starting to get COVID. So it'll be quite interesting.
I think as well, from a research perspective, it's all very well the companies saying now in 90 to 120 days they can find a solution. But really what should have happened is this should have happened last September, October, because just as about the research studies were about to kick off, and we knew at that point that the proposed vaccines were based on that original strain, UK and South Africa through Alpha and Beta. If that makes sense, there was nothing stopping the companies at that point from taking a deep breath, suspending everything for 90 to 120 days, going back to the drawing board and saying, let's look for a protein that has not mutated between the original strain and the mutated variants. Am I making sense? So we could have gone back at that point, and that was the time we should have done it. We should have, you don't use, if you want to get a screw into a piece of wood, you don't use a sledgehammer. You know what you need. You need a blinking screwdriver. So you go and find the screwdriver. The more you keep bashing the screw on the head with a sledgehammer, the more damage you cause to the screw and the more damage you cause to the wood. So for me, the companies, it's all very well them saying now I can go and find something that's more suitable. But the time to be doing that was a year ago, when actually the studies first initially kicked off. 2 things. Go and find a protein that has not mutated. Go and find one that is shared across everything. Number 2, go mucosal. Why we are jabbing people when actually this is a mucosal problem, and our mucosal immune system is the best that is set up for this kind of problem. We've not been bitten by a rabid dog. We have not cut ourselves on a rusty nail. We have been landed on by something that needed to have a preemptive immune effort actually working on it, if that's what you wanted. So number 1, it should have been a mucosal vaccine, which is either nasal or oral, takes needles out of the question, temperature stable, needle free, patient can give it to themselves. And then secondly, go and pick a protein that has not mutated between the original strain and the variations. And had everyone just taken a deep breath at that point, I can't imagine what a different situation we would have been in, because minimizing the severity of a disease is not a primary outcome for a vaccine. Preventing infection from happening in the first place is the primary outcome. The minimizing the impact of the infection is secondary, further objectives. So the minute you start to saying, well, actually, I'm minimizing your illness, I'm minimizing the severity, I'm minimizing the chance that you're going to be in hospital, you've given up on your primary outcome. And your primary outcome was to prevent infection from ever happening in the first place, so that you didn't even have to go anywhere near a hospital. Do you know what I mean? So I think from a research perspective, this has been very, very frustrating for me, and particularly watching how ordinarily we would see studies in sequence. And what we've seen this time is a Swiss roll of I call them Swiss rolls. We'll take a phase 1, a phase 2, and a phase 3. And whereas ordinarily they would have been sequential and they would have had to have been individually powered to achieve their objectives, we've rolled them together like a Swiss roll, come spotted, whatever it is. And now we're struggling to get anything, truly helpful in terms of particularly safety data. I hope that helps.
Definitely. Welcome, Dr. Santosh. How are you? Oh, I'm sorry. I think you might be muted. We can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Good morning from the Windy City. Amanda was talking about the new variant. Yesterday night, I came across one article that was published by World Economic Forum on July 12th this year, and they have mentioned about the same virus genome, same its number, and they were discussing about this variant in the month of June or July. So I am confused. How is it considered now a new variant when this was already found in the month of July, for example, earlier? And how did World Economic Forum is discussing about this variant, which now being said to have been found in South Africa? Although they did mention that that variant in reference to South Africa itself. So this was a new information, new revelation to me, because we were all taking in the information coming that there had been travel sanctions coming from South Africa and in other countries too. I heard in India and then over here. So what do you think about that information, that it was already there, but now it is being said that it is a new variant? So isn't it confusing? How do we trust such news about this new variants coming and people getting scared? And it does confuse people if we get the conflicting information from different sources. So that is my concern.
I share that concern as well, Dr. Santosh, in as much as we have got a particularly capable and well-structured genomic sequencing structure in South Africa from all our years of HIV and TB. So it works very, very well. Now, the debate backwards and forwards, the South African team have actually given the credit to Botswana and their Botswana colleagues for picking up this bubbling to the surface. So it was 4 diplomats who were visiting Botswana who tested positive on the 11th of November, all fully vaccinated, nobody with HIV or any immune health issues. So the Botswanan government was very quick to actually say it was actually us that picked it up first. We have been working very hard with South Africa. Of course, South Africa borders on Botswana very closely, and Gauteng, where we're currently picking up this cluster, it's the easiest thing to get from Botswana down to Johannesburg, basically. It could very well be that when they go back and look at everything, that there was an initial pickup of it much earlier. It possibly could. It's happened with the other variants as well, that when we get this spike and cluster, that we go back and actually see we did get a signal at an earlier point, that it was there, but it perhaps flashed up once, twice, and then it disappeared again. And we didn't see it as a cluster. Whereas this now, literally 77 out of 77 positive cases all came back with this same structure. And some of the mutations are also shared with other variants as well. So I agree with you completely that this can get very confusing. I think the thing that really hits us hard is that we make out, this happened with Delta, it happened with Beta, it happened with Gamma, it even happened with the wild strain, that an entire country is blamed for the origin of this particular variant, whereas it could have actually very well flagged up somewhere completely differently and been making its way quietly around to different places until it gathers. What we do know about microbes is that singularly they don't cause a problem. They cause a problem in numbers. And I think what you're getting is a coincidence of timing and either presence of numbers or absence of numbers. But we know, what is it? The proof of absence is not absence of proof. So it's one of these things, and I do very much believe that all of these variant discussions, that if we looked hard enough in every single country, we would find variants. We would find variants on variants on variants on variants. And who is it that makes a decision about whether it's a variant of interest, whether it's, did you see how quickly we never even went through VOI? We went straight to VOC in the space of literally 45 minutes. on the 25th of November, and then promptly back onto everyone's red list again, despite nobody having gone into it and actually said, hang on a minute, what is the actual consequence of this? And does it mean anything beyond transmissibility? Does it mean anything beyond transmissibility? Or are we all having I'm most disappointed about the fact that we've gone to Omicron. I said this morning. Technically, it should have been new. And in South Africa, we described something very small and lovable as Nunus. So I was waiting for all the memes that were going to come out about our Nunus strain. And Nunus variant and whatever, and it's been taken away from me, and I'm most disappointed, I have to say. Omicron sounds like a character from the Avengers that has just come to wreak havoc and devastation on the world and has laser beam eyes, whereas Nunus is completely, no, give me Nunus, please. I hope that helps. I'm with you completely. I think the confusion is not helpful. Mm-hmm.
It does give sends out a mixed signal, because at this time people's trust is shaken throughout this pandemic, as we see the implementation of various measures, lockdowns, masks that continue to be implemented even in the USA. And there are several restrictions. So if we find this kind of information that we cannot trust the government, and if a variant was found earlier, a few months ago, and that has been now being told as something new, so that is going to break that trust in the government bodies that deals with the public health. So that is what I am considering at this time, because a healthcare professional like me, I was like, what's going on? How do I trust in this information? And what do I tell to the regular people? How did this happen? Did they forget about the previous information they already had about this variant? What could be the motive otherwise? And on this other hand, it's a known fact that once a virus comes into existence, it runs through the cycles, and then it becomes more like kind of, it spreads more widely, but at the same time it is less pathogenic or disease causing. What do you have to say about that? Are you thinking in those lines, that the variants that have emerged after Delta, what do you see? Do you see they are infecting more people and making them more sicker? or do you see that the cases may be case numbers may be higher, at the same time disease this severity of disease is not at the same level as we saw earlier?
I mean, technically, of the cluster, we're only a few days in. So, in terms of impact on severity, hospitalization, deaths, we've still got to do all that work. And I know the team are on it, you know, in terms of trying to find out what the implications are. But I'm back again to this notion, and you've raised such a good point, that when trust is already at a low, an all-time low, and then you put it together with fear, and then you light the blue touch paper, the consequences in terms of health, particularly mental health, and everything that we know that has an impact on. We know that being unhappy, we know that being stressed, we know that being upset has a major impact on our immune health, you know, in terms of being able to, whatever it is that's coming along, wherever it's come from. And I've tried so hard this past nearly 2 years, Dr. Santosh, to keep focused on what it is that is the problem and what could be a solution, rather than being drawn down the path of where, how, who, and what. But when your trust is low and when things like this happen, I mean, literally, it's only been the last 2 weeks I've been saying, Delta's not going to do it. We need a new variant. And I'm just sitting there thinking, oh, for heaven's sake, you know, someone's clearly sitting there. Clearly sitting there going, Amanda needs a new variant. Let's give her one, you know. I'm just like... because it wouldn't have done it. Delta would not have done it again. It had to be a new variant. What I'm really hoping is that Mother Nature's alive and well and has got a mallet in her hands, because what she should do, if she's not interfered with, is knock severity on the head. It's not in the interest of the virus to kill its host, which means that ordinarily, if left to her own devices, Mother Nature will take out the most severe variants. The problem is we are interfering and we are dabbling, and we're interfering and we're dabbling with imperfect solutions, which means that we're not only adding pressure on these microbes to mutate. I already had bleach-resistant bacteria in the drains of some of my hospitals. I've now got more. I already had, you know, all sorts of resistant, nasty superbugs that I did not need more of. And now I've got more of them because we've been using antimicrobials, the wrong antimicrobial at the wrong time, in the wrong place, for the wrong reason, literally dousing everything with sanitizer, bleach, and disinfectant, not giving a thought or a care for the consequence of what is going to crawl out of the drains when all of this is over. So I think for me, this has been the most infuriating time. And when you just want to say, come on, guys, we know this. We know what AMR, we know what antimicrobial resistance is. We know what causes it. We know what gives us problems. And yet we seem to just be blithely wandering into a replay of every AMR nightmare that
Cannot agree with you more. And
definitely.
I do agree with you. Overuse of disinfectants or hand sanitizer, it causes skin damage, and sometimes if people are not aware of taking care of that aspect of hand hygiene, then it is going to cause more problem, because through broken skin you can get a different kind of germs in you and may fall sick, if not with COVID, with something else. So while people are taking care, using this sanitizer, you can pay a little bit heed on that side as well. At the same time, I want to commend you. You did a fantastic job in covering all aspects of this talk we are having. And I think it was a fantastic job. And I cannot, hold myself from praising, because your emphasis was also on nursing aspects, and I too come from the same background, so I was delighted that you touched upon those points, as well as brought in the mention of our favorite Florence Nightingale, and that really lifted me up, like this discussion brought in our favorites into today's mention. So thank you so much for conducting this great session, opening
You're so
session for us.
welcome. You're really, really welcome, and all the very best for the rest of the session. I'm here and I'm going to be learning and listening to everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Hi, Cynthia. Welcome. How are you?
Hi, actually, I'm doing okay today. Thanks for having me.
Not a
Hi,
problem.
yeah.
Hi. And I was actually listening into the last segment, and I was wondering about that too when I saw everyone using all the hand sanitizer. And I know a few years prior, people were saying that the overuse of hand sanitizer was going to cause us to have superbugs. And so when I saw everyone using it like crazy for the past year and a half, I was like, isn't this going to cause, this is going to be a problem later. So I'm glad you guys addressed that, because I've been thinking about that a lot as well.
Cynthia, we welcome you on our telecast today. Thank you so much for making time to make yourself available here with us. I just want to ask you to introduce yourself. Before you start, I would like to say this current session, we were expecting other speaker to come on, but probably there is some delay. So thank you, Cynthia, for coming early with us. And your situation is not uncommon, though, but has to be shared. We are talking now about individuals who had COVID. They may or may not got the diagnosis done, because earlier on we did not have the testing kits. If they arrived, they were not in good numbers, so only limited testing was being done, mainly focusing on healthcare workers, or in hospital. Testing was done for the patients, people who were coming, showing up in the emergency room, etc. So I invite Cynthia to explain or share with us her experience with COVID. And before she does that, I want to emphasize to Cynthia that you have free will. We are not going to pressure you to disclose any information you do not wish to share with us. So keep that in mind. This is going live, as well as it will be in a YouTube video till the link is up. So share what you feel comfortable in sharing with us. Tell us, how did you come to know that you might have had COVID in case you were not tested out, and what were the symptomatologies, and what you did at that time. Thank you.
So I at about the beginning of March, people were talking about COVID arriving in the United States, and I was watching all the news and seeing what was happening, and they were saying there was only a couple of cases. And by mid-March, our state in Virginia, where I'm from, was shutting down. Everyone except for the essential workers were told to stay home. And my husband was an essential worker, and he kept going into work, and they didn't have any precautions in place during that time: no mask wearing, no temperature checks, no social distancing. And so a few days into the shutdown of our state, my entire family got sick, but it was a light cold. It was just sniffles for us and runny noses, very low grade fever. I never got above 99.4, but since our entire, and I was very, very tired, but since our entire family was sick at the same time, I knew it was COVID, even though I never developed a cough. And I requested that to get tested, but they did not. They declined us getting tested because none of us had a cough or high-grade fever or shortness of breath. And so after that, my stomach started feeling strange, kind of off, but every single day until about mid-May 2020. And then in mid-May 2020, I went to go eat the normal food that I would usually eat, which is a piece of shrimp. And I felt my mouth felt very tight. My jaw felt tight. I felt lightheaded, dizzy. I felt like I was going to pass out. And so I went to go sit down, and that's when my heart started racing, and it scared me so much because I didn't understand why my heart would be racing when I just ate a bite of food. And so I went to the ER, and they said it was either allergies or anxiety, but I knew it couldn't be like a traditional allergy because I love shrimp. I can eat like a pound of that in one sitting. Well, I could pre-COVID. And I had just had a ton of shrimp a week earlier and was just fine. So we chalked it up to like maybe a bad batch. But then a week later, the same thing happened when I ate something else. And and I went back to the ER after I felt the same thing, lightheaded, dizziness, just after 1 or 2 bites of food. And they said, again, allergy or anxiety. And I, as an introvert, would not have any kind of anxiety over a nationwide shutdown. I was having a great time playing video games at home, so I was nothing anxious about. I was actually relaxing and enjoying myself and taking a break from work. And I knew it couldn't possibly be that I developed an allergy in a natural way, because no one goes from eating these foods every single day to suddenly not being able to eat. And I continued to decline from there to the point where I could no longer eat any food or water or drink any water without having anaphylaxis type reactions, along with a really, really high heart rate. And my throat would feel like it was closing just from a bite of steamed broccoli or a bite of asparagus. And I just didn't know what was wrong with me. And at that point, I got very, very, very tired to the point where I couldn't like lift my arm or comb my hair. And I knew something was very, very wrong. And I couldn't eat for weeks. And I went to different doctors and specialists, and they would tell me they didn't know what was wrong with me, especially during this time of the shutdown. It would take weeks just to go to one specialist. So I was losing 5 pounds a week, and I was getting very scared because I didn't recognize my face, because I was losing weight so fast. I could only eat maybe 200-300 calories on a normal day, and that was every day for weeks. And so I got so bad that I couldn't walk anymore. My heart rate would soar up to 160 just from me walking to the bathroom. And it would make me so fatigued that I couldn't move for the rest of the day or eat or drink. And I knew something was very wrong. And so when everyone started talking about long haulers, I started to rethink about what was wrong with me. And when I would go to the hospital, as I continued to go, I went into starvation twice and was hospitalized for starvation. And I told the hospital that it was possibly that I was a long hauler, and that I thought my entire family had COVID by then. My husband had already had heart issues that landed him in the hospital and a high heart rate as well. And my son was getting sick every week as well, with rashes and fevers and fatigue. And there's only one explanation for my entire family getting sick while my husband was working during the shutdown, and that had to be COVID, even though I never had a cough. None of us had a cough. And I ended up being in a wheelchair for months because of the starvation from me not being able to eat. They treated me as if had anxiety. They treated it as if it was an eating disorder, because at that time there wasn't a lot of people that presented with COVID the way that I was presenting with COVID. And so I was allowed to deteriorate to the point where I almost died. And I ended up being in the hospital for around 30 days on and off. I had about 4 hospitalizations from starvation, dehydration, starvation, ketoacidosis, high anti-GAP. All these things, a lot of these things are life-threatening and they require hospital intervention. I was on multiple IVs multiple times just to get me back to stabilized. And that was my experience. And so after about like 6 months of that, I stabilized a little bit after being put on the proper medicine, which is a beta blocker for my heart and allergy medicine for my symptoms. And then I felt like, okay, and I got physical therapy. So I started to walk again. And I thought, okay, well, this is great. I'm finally getting some progress. I'm finally going in the right direction. Maybe I'll get my life back. Maybe I'll be able to work again one day. Even though I had lost my cognitive abilities along the way, I couldn't even remember my address. I couldn't remember my birthday. I couldn't work. I couldn't listen to music. I couldn't watch television. I was so sensitive to sound and heat and everything that my body was just, I was forgetting to breathe, which was making my oxygen drop while I was awake and while I was asleep. I developed sleep apnea from the irritation of my throat from COVID. COVID tore a hole in my esophagus. It gave me esophageal spasms as well from the reflux, which is also why you hear me so raspy a lot. Because I still have the reflux from COVID that irritates the lining of my throat this far out. And I thought I was going to do okay, and I was going in a good space. But then the vaccine, I knew I wanted to get vaccinated because they had tested me for antibodies, and they didn't find any antibodies. And so I didn't want to get COVID a second time because I was seeing other long haulers getting COVID a second time and declining. And so I spoke to my doctor and I said, hey, let's try to give me the vaccine and see how I do, even though I'm still reacting to all sorts of foods. I felt like I needed to do that to protect myself. But
How long after you decided to take made the decision that you should go ahead and think about taking a shot? How long after the start of your last initial symptoms did you decide?
So that's a good question. So it was almost a year. So 10 months into my long COVID journey is when I got the vaccine. So the vaccine was available to me in February.
Okay.
Because I had all sorts of I had all these extra conditions. It put me ahead of a bunch of other healthier people to being able to have the vaccine. But I waited because I knew that my body was just not in a good place. And I wanted to see if other long haulers would have any issues that were similar to me in my condition, would have any adverse reactions. And I was seeing others that were having adverse reactions. So I made a plan with my doctor to make sure she was in office and available to me for 2 days, so that if anything happened, like anaphylaxis or my body going crazy, that I would have someone there to help me and to keep me out of the ER, because the ER is not a good place to get treatment, since they still weren't believing me, even though at that time my doctor had marked me as COVID presumed, and the ER had on my file that I am considered COVID presumed of March 30, 2020. I would still, when I would go to the ER, they still would treat it as psychosomatic even after getting the presumed COVID diagnosis. So I knew I didn't want to end up in the ER if something bad happened or something my body reacted strangely to the vaccine. So I took my time and I looked at the different vaccines, and I saw that Moderna had less chance of anaphylaxis than Pfizer. So I chose Moderna, and I got extra antihistamines so that if I were to have anaphylaxis, I could take that, and I knew I could take that above what I was already taking to help me to not be in the ER. And so when I got the vaccine in May, it was okay. I was actually surprised. I was perfectly fine after the dose. I brought my EpiPen with me, but I didn't need anything. And my doctor was like, "Oh wow, that's great. So you were worrying over nothing." And I was like, "Okay, that's awesome." And then a couple of days later, I started to get more and more sensitive to everything. So it was no longer sensitive to foods that I ate. I became sensitive to things that I touched and the air that I was breathing. So I would wake up and just breathe normal air, and I would experience anaphylaxis to the point where I had to install 2 extra air purifiers in my room that now run constantly 24 hours a day. And I sleep in a N95 mask to also help keep out the allergens, to stop my throat for feel like it was perpetually closing. My face was puffy and swollen for days on end. It would not go down, and I could no longer eat again. So before the vaccine, I was eating about 5 different foods and able to maintain my weight. But a week after, and I was off of my beta blocker, I was off of my heart medicine, I was off of my reflux medicine. And a week after, I was back on my beta blocker because my heart rate was going uncontrollable again. It was climbing really high, the 130s, when I was just sitting there, I was doing nothing. And I developed debilitating joint pain. So when I would wake up to get out of bed like a normal person does, I hobble around like an old 80-year-old person because my joints were so tight that I couldn't, and from the inflammation, that I just couldn't walk normal. So I had to limp around for hours in the morning. And I never had that, even in my long haul journey. I never had that until a couple weeks after the vaccine, and I could no longer tolerate any foods. And so I ended up going to the ER because I experienced anaphylaxis so much that my blood pressure was dropping, and I was getting concerned that I was going to lose consciousness. So I went to the ER, and they gave me medicine to calm down the reaction. And then I went to my allergist, and they get me on a round of steroids to help bring down the reaction. And then that got me to be able to eat one food. And so over the summer, I was able to eat 1.5 foods. And by half, I mean, occasionally I was able to eat like 1 or 2 eggs a week. But the main staple that I survived on was corn chips, which has no nutrition at all. And so I spent 3 months eating just corn chips and occasionally eggs on a good day. And twice a week, I still could eat no food at all, in spite of the extra medicine that I was on. And I had to take another round of steroids. And so now I am on and I was still so hyperreactive that things that I was now touching, like lotion, soap, deodorant, toothpaste, I touched my son's metal toy, and that gave me that sent me into a state of anaphylaxis just from touching the metal in my hands. There was a little bit of rust on there, and that landed me in the ER again. And they had to give me antihistamines in order to bring down the reaction. And I never had reactions to just the physical touch of items before I got vaccinated. And I'm now up to eating 3 foods now, which is black beans, eggs, and corn.
So
That's what I live on every day.
at this point, after taking your Moderna shot in the month of May, and we are a few months out now, almost at the end of November. So did you see any trending down in your symptoms? Are you stable somehow? You feel better, or do you still have some precipitation of similar episodes where you are hypersensitive, or the hypersensitivity is now getting down? you can tolerate those smells or touching things. Did this medication help you to desensitize uh, uh, yourself to some of the things you were becoming hyper allergic to?
Yes, so I am getting better. So I haven't had the joint pain in a while, so I'm back to walking normal-ish. I am still reacting to things that I smell. You guys understand that we just had Thanksgiving. And so after the vaccine, I became very hypersensitive to the smell of food, any food at all cooking, including my neighbor's cooking. So the trace amount of scent from my neighbor's cooking was causing me to have anaphylaxis twice a week, even in the past couple of months. And so I would have to wear a mask and have fans on. And so I am getting better about the smell, but I had to leave here. I had to go, and I just spent 2 days in a hotel because my neighbor's cooking was causing me to have anaphylaxis and not be able to eat. And I knew everyone was going to be cooking for 2 days straight, and I didn't want to not be able to eat for 2 days straight. And I was having to sit in the bathroom with the fans on because that is like strangely the cleanest space, the least food smell space in the house is in the bathroom. So I would set up pillows in the bathtub and I would stay there for 4 or 5 hours. I was doing that the day before, like the day before Thanksgiving. That was what I was doing. And I said, I can't do this for 3 days. And I'm also not eating. So I just spent the last 2 days in a hotel, and so that I could breathe. And even that was hard, just getting to the hotel, because I have to walk down the hallway where everyone is cooking. And so I have to like walk very quickly. So my life is still very impacted by it. I am a lot better. I'm not reacting to touch as much anymore after the 2 rounds of prednisone that I've been on. I'm not reacting to touch. And I was able to cook my own eggs, I think yesterday, for the first time in over 6 months. Usually I can't even be around the foods that I can tolerate while it's cooking. The smell of it will trigger anaphylaxis in my throat closing and my face getting puffy and me not being able to eat for the rest of the day. So I am getting back to that. I am slowly getting off of my heart medicine. So I'm down to taking my heart medicine every other day instead of every day again. I'm back to not taking one of my extra reflux medicines. So it is better, but am I back to baseline? Absolutely not.
That's very interesting. You have very distinct symptoms while you were getting out of COVID,
Yeah.
and you didn't have any other typical symptoms like respiratory symptoms, full-blown cough, fever, a running nose, etc., right? But the
Yeah, I never
symptoms were
had the high grade
diffused.
fever. I never had a cough ever. My lungs nice and strong, clear. Um, I never had the traditional COVID symptoms, and I'm running across other people that haven't had those symptoms either, and they're also struggling to get health care or get taken seriously by their doctor as is that it is COVID, because not a lot of people understand um, that COVID can cause this, and viruses in general can cause what I'm now being considered as presumed MCAS, which is presumed having a bunch of mast cells overactive in my body so that I'm now hypersensitive to everything. So before COVID, I was perfectly fine eating things. I didn't worry about if something had a scent. Like my sense of, and the strange thing is that my sense of smell is the exact opposite extreme as others, which also makes it hard to do normal basic things, and it also makes it hard for the doctors to understand what I'm going through as well, because they've heard so much about losing taste and smell. Mine is so hyper reactive and so strong that I had to change not just my own shampoo, but my son's shampoo. I can't even be around my son that has any scent on him, or that will cause me to have anaphylaxis, Or if my son eats a sandwich near me, that's too strong and it irritates my throat and it will cause me to have anaphylaxis. So I can't have anyone in the household having any food near me at any given time, or any smells, any lotion, deodorant, shampoo. And you don't realize how much that's in everything, until you can be around nothing. I have to wash my clothes in just hot water and baking soda, or even when I wash my hands, the unscented hand soap, that irritates me because there is trace amount of natural scent in there, and it irritates my throat and it irritates my body. And for a while, I was actually even reacting when I would wash my hands, or when I would go to the doctor's office and you're supposed to use the hand sanitizer in and out. I can't. The hand sanitizer is so strong. I can't breathe when it's on my body either. So it really disrupts my life, as especially my life as a mom. And it makes me feel bad that he can't have like normal snacks or do normal things like that we used to do, because I'm so sensitive to smell now.
So tell us, how did you manage to manage your life? Were you employed at the time you
Mm.
got COVID? And throughout this journey, were you able to uh, get hold on to some of the things you were doing previously in your life, like your job, taking care of the family? I know you shared with us that cooking was a challenge for you
Hmm.
because of the smell
Hmm.
that triggered you. What about rest? How were your relationship affected? Um,
Oh yes. Oh, absolutely. I was a super busy, very productive person. I did so much pre-COVID. I was known as like a local community volunteer. I was active in my church. I was running two businesses, and I was homeschooling my son, who, during my journey while getting sick, he I had scheduled him to have psychological evaluation because, he was very, very gifted. And so I was actually having to, in the hospital while I was hospitalized, talk back and forth to the psychologist to schedule his IQ testing. And he did end up testing profoundly gifted, and he is now a member of Mensa. He became a member of Mensa at the age of 5, but I could no longer teach him for that year. And I definitely saw that he was not progressing in the way that he should be progressing and growing in the way that he should be growing, and able to do the things that he would be able to do if I was healthy and able to help him. For a long time, I couldn't speak for more than 5 minutes without my throat, being hoarse. So how can I teach if I can't speak? And of course, I was the one that was, feeding him, bathing him. And so I couldn't run my business for a year. My assistant had to run it, for the year that I was in and out of the hospital and sick. I couldn't concentrate. I would try to concentrate, but if I just tried for more than 5 minutes, my face would get flush and hot, and I would get tired and dizzy. And I just knew working was just not, going to happen. I didn't resume working until about 2 months ago when I started working again. So it was over a year that I could not work at all in any of the businesses that I run, which means I had no income whatsoever coming in. And then, I couldn't, I couldn't teach my son at all. I'm back to being able to teach him a little bit, but I still can't do the interactive. Um, I couldn't do the interactive enrichment that we were doing. We would paint once a week. I wish you guys could see my house, because my house is full of paintings that we did all the time. And one of the times I ended up in the ER while I was very, very sick was because I attempted to paint with him for maybe an hour. And I was so fatigued and I was so tired and worn out, and it sent my body into a spiral that I ended up in the ER, from just trying to do something simple like painting with him. And so it impacted everything. I was the one that fed him. I was the one that kept the house clean and orderly, and kept track of people's birthdays. And I was the one that cooked for the holidays. And I can't do any of that. We didn't have anything for Thanksgiving. My family, they had to eat McDonald's in the car, sitting in the car, while I sat alone in the hotel. That's what we did for Thanksgiving. And so my life continues to be impacted every day by that.
Thank you for sharing that. And we do have Dr. Angela with us. She'll be coming later on to give her talk on some topics, a topic related to today's conference. So, how about staying with us or watching it offline on YouTube or through Clubhouse? We have a Clubhouse session also directly streaming our telecast. So listen to what she has to say, and if something clicks to you, you can seek her help in troubleshooting some of the issues you are going through, as she had back channeled me to let you know that help is available if she wants. She can give her expertise to uh, kind of analyze more in deep in person, and then see how she can help you. So don't get disappointed. I know it had been a long and arduous journey for you. Personal sufferings are individual. Nobody can say that I understand you, what you must have gone through or are going through. It is just individual. The person who suffers knows what it is, how much it is costing in different ways, including mentally. So my empathy is with you. At the same time, you appears to be taking it very strongly. You are on top of it, as I wish everyone should be. You'd been in touch with your doctor, and even though you decided to go and take the COVID shot, you kept your doctor in loop, and with discussion you went ahead and took it, even though it brought back the pre-shot situation and kind of exaggerated it, but at the same time there is some control with the help of medication. And I hope you continue to keep the strong mind you have and focus on recovering from it. And there are doctors who are working on getting us the protocols or various medication to get to the patient who needs it, customize it according to each individual person, because all medication may not suit everybody,
Yes.
but what suits one person needs to be evaluated separately, and then needs to be done in a careful watch of the physicians. So
Agree.
I really appreciate your presence here and your willingness to share your experiences with us. I'm expecting that it might have helped our listeners in some ways, those who are going through the similar experiences, how to navigate through this situation and keep the hope alive. Try different methods. If you don't get help from one physician, explore the other option at the same time. And uh, we have next lineup ready. I hand you back to Gloria. So
Thanks for
take it
having
away. Thank you so much, Cynthia. Do you have the last word to say before you go? And
Yeah.
then we go back to Gloria.
So I wanted to just say that in spite of all the things that I experienced throughout after getting vaccinated, because I had no antibodies from my mild case of COVID, I still am glad I got it, because I've seen others who didn't, and the damage to their bodies from that second COVID infection, even as a long hauler unvaccinated, was really, really, really bad. and it would have, and I've seen it make them even worse than just the reactions from the vaccine. So it's like a rock and a hard place kind of a situation. But as a person that was tested and I knew I didn't have any antibodies, I'm still glad that I went ahead and got it. I will just, the next journey, I will be more careful and learn more and try to do it in a way where I won't be as miserable, and figure out a way that make it a smoother transition for me and my family.
Thank you, Cynthia. And I request you to hang around a little bit more with us. And if you could be available for the roundtable discussion, that would be really helpful to us. So Sherwin will put you on the backstage, and we'll come back again, and we hand over to this session, coming session, to Gloria, and the next guest already has arrived. Thank you.
Thank you, Santosh. Hi, Jessica Rose. I'm extremely excited to have you here today, fellow Canadian, or former Canadian. I'll just...
Not yet.
Yeah. I'll give a brief introduction. Jessica Rose has a BSc in Applied Mathematics, as well as an MSc in Immunology from Memorial University in Newfoundland. She has completed her PhD in Computational Biology at Bar Ilan University, and then completed her first postdoctorate at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem in Molecular Biology. Dr. Jessica Rose is also an accomplished research, a data analyst, and more recently, a VAERS data expert. So welcome. Thank you so much for being here today. Very excited to speak with you. I feel like I know you. I've watched you so many times.
That's nice. Thank you. Thanks for having me too. I'm trying to figure out how to share my screen so that I can show you my slides, but yeah, I think he's going to be putting up my slides if it's possible. I'm just in communication with him that I'm not able to do so, and I don't know why. It's probably my computer. But it's kind of necessary for me to share them. Is Sherwin there? Is anyone speaking to him now?
I am just trying to get him on the back channel to get your slides up and running for you.
Oh, very good, very good. He's telling me to click on settings and try to share, but I've done it 4 times and it says, not unable to share the screen. There's nothing to share. And I disagree. There's a lot to share.
I can imagine.
Okay, I did. Sorry, folks, for the delay.
Minor technical difficulties.
Yeah, I can start talking if you guys want me to.
Sure, that would be great. And then I believe, did you, by any chance, have you emailed your slideshow to Sherwin? Maybe he can put it up that way, or?
I did. I just sent it by email, so he should have that in his inbox. And but I'll just start talking a little bit about what I prepared today.
Okay.
So on the subject of women's health, I decided to go not directly to speak not directly about women, but maybe to all women, and the maybe even the female side in all people. And I wanted to talk about children. And I mean, everybody knows that just about everywhere in the world now is either injecting 5 to 11-year-old children or planning to very soon. And so I want to address that and very succinctly describe why that's a very bad idea from an immunological perspective, and from other perspectives as well, because I mean, it's just not a good idea to do that. Just a sec, Sherwin just sent me an email. He didn't get my slides. Yes, but it went through. Well, I'm sorry, folks. All of this should have been done before, and it was my fault. it's really important for you guys to see my slides, but in the meantime, while that transfers to Sherwin, I'll just start talking through them. So the title of my presentation, should I start like this?
Of course, he'll be able to get them up, and I believe we'll be able to go and back follow your data. So yeah, of course.
All right, great. So I'm gonna look at my own screen here. So the title is, If You Care About the Future, Do Not Mass Vaccinate the Children, an Immunological Perspective. And by mass vaccinate, I mean like or injecting a large proportion of any population. So to date, we've pretty much covered half of the adult population of the planet, haven't we? I mean, some people have even gone back for second or third doses. And one of the saving graces in this whole story has been that the children haven't been affected by this. So we haven't, to date, for many reasons, not injected them. And we should definitely keep it that way. And I'll try and describe why now. So there are three main reasons why, that I was going to talk about today that cover why we should not do this, even though we are doing it. The first reason is that it's needless. COVID-19 is not a childhood disease, and it's clearly not affecting our children. We've been in this almost 2 years. We have a lot of data on this, and there's a lot collected on the subject of our children that confirm that it's absolutely needless to do anything for or to them at this point because their immune systems are very strong. It's potentially harmful to them. The number of adverse events collected in VAERS to date in the adult population is a very, very, very strong warning signal to us. And anything that's going to happen to an adult is most likely going to happen to a child. In other words, if a product is going to potentially harm an adult population, there's no doubt in my mind that it would harm the childhood population. And the third reason is that it's dangerous to do so at a population species level. The potential for driving variants of concern, we call them, which are more virulent versions of this virus, is ever present, and it's more present in the context of mass vaccination of non-vulnerable groups of people with a non-sterilizing product, which means a product that doesn't provide protective immunity or stop transmission. So I will start with why it's needless. I'll just keep talking and maybe Sherwin will get the slides, or maybe I'll get all the way through without them. So why is it needless? I have a quote to share with everyone by somebody named Marty Macri, who is an employee of Johns Hopkins. And he says that in reviewing the medical literature and news reports and in talking to pediatricians across the country, I am not aware of a single healthy child in the US who has died of COVID-19 to date. And the claim was, when he's made this statement, he's the editor-in-chief of medical news publication. The claim was that I think it was 335 children in the United States had died of COVID. But that claim, as he states, was not confirmed. They most likely, upon looking closer, had a pre-existing condition or a comorbidity, which was responsible for their death. So I have an article here posted in Nature called Deaths from COVID Incredibly Rare Among Children. Now, like I said before, COVID-19 doesn't affect our children. They have a very, very powerful first line of immune defense called the innate immune system. And this innate immune system includes pre-existing or primed antibodies from a different subset of B cells called B1 cells. And these are very plentiful and powerful antibodies. And they're basically the reason why kids can play in the mud and not only survive, but thrive. And they also have natural killer cells, which are the innate cell version of CD8 positive T cells. So they have this beautiful, strong army of innate primary immune defense mediators that protect them from this. And what this does is it results in the prevention of infection of cells, of their cells, which means a prevention of disease. So that's why a lot of the kids that we have reports of, even experiencing COVID are not serious cases. They might get the sniffles, or they might, have a cold-like symptoms for a day, but that's it. They don't end up with this so-called long COVID or these severe disease symptoms that adults do. Another quote from Macquarie, or a statement from Macquarie says that Macquarie shares that no one at Johns Hopkins has systematically investigated the cause of each of those children's death in an effort to determine if COVID was actually involved or if the death was the result of a pre-existing condition. Suspicious that. Why is it needless? That was the original question. The infection fatality rate for children is almost nil. And I have Sherwin, you're the best. So it's the next slide. So I have a graph here on the next slide from a paper entitled Age-Specific, I can't read because I can barely see, Age-Specific Mortality and Immunity Patterns in SARS-CoV-2. So for our very young age groups, and actually as you go down in age, the infection fatality rate decreases to very, very, very low rates. And here's the quote that I mentioned before from Macquarie, that a total of 335 children under 18 have died. But as I stated here, he also said that nobody went to check if they actually died from COVID. So, more evidence. Next slide, please, Sherwin. Another quote, the more robust early innate immune response to SARS coronavirus 2 as observed in children protects against severe disease. This comes from a paper called Natural Mucosal Barriers and COVID-19 in Children. And I have some quotes here that indicate the power, not only the power of the immune mediators in children, but how they're different in children when you compare them to adults, and how that means that directly implies that that's why these children are protected. And again, if they're already protected, and furthermore, if most children have already had COVID, then they have protection for life. They don't need any further interventions. And one more point on this, a quote by Geert Vanden Bossche. Children who get COVID-19 develop mild to moderate disease and as a result continue to contribute to herd immunity by developing this broad and long-lived immunity. And this is a point that I'm going to talk about when I talk about the dangers, because this is a very important point. The children aren't vectors. If you can go to the next slide. The children are not vectors for COVID-19. Usually if there's an exchange of virus between child and adult, it's the adult giving it to the child. So, and I quote, normally or naturally largely protects them and provides a kind of herd immunity, and that it dilutes infectious COVID pressure at the population level, whereas mass vaccination turns them into shedders of more infectious variants. So this is very important to remember for the end of the presentation. And Dr. Clara M. Posfay-Barb wrote in the journal Pediatrics, this is published peer-reviewed material, that children infrequently transmit COVID-19 to adults. So you can go to the next slide, Sherwin. So that concludes some of the points of that show why it's needless. So why is it harmful? Well, I'll start with, you can go to the next slide, Sherwin. I'll start with the lack of safety data. So originally, this is inclusive of Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson products, the Janssen product. And normally when a vaccine is developed, it takes between 5 and 10 years in order to ensure that the products are not only effective, but safe. And these products, the COVID injectable products, have been on what we call an accelerated timeline. So the total amount of time that was taken to test these products for safety and efficacy was 1 to 2 years. This is not long enough. The phase 3 clinical trial, which is the most important trial, it's the one that comprises the most number of people, was only 6 months. And inclusive in the exclusion criteria list were pregnant women, women of childbearing age, children, autoimmune conditioned people, immunosuppressed people. The exclusion criteria list was very long. So how much safety data could they possibly have collected in 6 months? I mean, this is a lamentable trial. And not only that, but the phase 1 and 2 trials were overlapped, which you don't do. There are phase 1, 2, and 3 trials for a reason, and they have to be sequential. And as I pointed out here, no child less than, I think it was 12, I think 12-year-olds were included, were allowed in this project. So there's absolutely no safety data for little children, and there's no predictability of outcome in that case. Now, there was a phase 2 to 3 trial where a total of 2,268 children were assigned either this Pfizer product or a placebo. But this is a tiny number of children when you're considering that you're pumping this product into hundreds of millions around the world. Different genotypes, different phenotypes, completely different profiles, background profiles, allergies, other medications, other injections. There's so many compounding factors here. And they only followed them for 2 months. So if an adverse event was going to show up at month 3, that's not going to be picked up. So the point is, the safety data here in both adult groups and child groups is lamentable. It's deplorable. It's enough of a reason for me to never put this near anyone I know who's young. Next slide, Sherwin. Another piece of evidence is the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, VAERS, which is a US government database, the brainchild of the CDC and the FDA. Now, this is mostly what I'm doing my research in, and the number of adverse event reports in both adults and young people are exceedingly high. It's never been like this historically, and these two plots that I'm showing you now, on the left are the total adverse events for the last 10 years, including 2021, and on the right are the total deaths for the last 10 years, including 2021 on the right bar. And what you'll see is that the average number of adverse events for the last 10 years for all vaccines combined was about 39,000. And we're already at over 650,000 adverse event reports. This does not include all the other products in 2021. These are only the COVID-19 products that I counted. And this does not include any underreporting factor, which could be up to 100 times. And on the right, it's even worse. On the left, it's over a 1,500% increase or something. On the right, it's over a 6,000% increase in deaths when you compare it to the average of the past 10 years. So nothing about what's going on in terms of adverse event reporting is normal in the context of these products. And like I said before, if this is happening in adults, there's absolutely no reason to logically assume that it's not going to happen in children. I mean, maybe it won't, but when you're talking about the adverse effects of an injectable product on human physiology, I can't really think of a reason why the children would represent. I mean, maybe they would, but I can't think of a reason why they would represent a special case. And especially not when I look at what is happening in VAERS. So the next slide, Sherwin. If you actually count the number of, let me set the stage here. In the children aged 5 through 11, there have been over 1 million of them injected in the United States so far. So I assumed that would translate, based on what I just said, into increased reporting frequency in this age group in VAERS, and I was right. So there are over, with the underreporting factor, 100,000 reports of adverse events to VAERS for this age group presently, but that's not what's scary. What's scary is that when you look at the time difference between when they were injected and when the adverse event occurred, you see that over 80%, 82% of the adverse event reports happened immediately. This is actually probably a mixed blessing, because maybe this is going to encourage the mothers who brought their young children in because they witnessed their child having an adverse reaction, not to give them another dose and to tell other mothers about their experience. So that's the plot on the left. On the right, it's the same thing, but basically this is a correlation plot or a heat map that shows the intersection of the injection date and the onset date. So basically, if a point or tile lies on the diagonal line, it means that those points are equal, which means a one-to-one correlation. So you see that there's a very strong diagonal line here. So it's indicative of a cause-effect relationship, basically. So you can go to the next slide. Here's another indicator that children are not only not immune to the adverse effects, but predisposed for some reason, which we need to find out. Myocarditis is inflammation of the myocardium of the heart, which is the middle layer of the heart that allows it to beat. And this is a plot that shows the myocarditis reports in VAERS according to age. So you'll notice that boys aged 15 years old here, marked between the black lines, are reporting much higher frequencies of myocarditis reports in VAERS. And it's dose related, which is another indicator that there's a causative effect here. And so this is very alarming. I mean, when I think of a 15-year-old boy, I don't think of someone who's at high risk of myocarditis. This is kind of exceptional when you think about it. And there is a causal indication here. And for those of the physicians or whoever is saying that these are mild and transient occurrences, I say, no, they're not. Because 70-something%, I'm just going to click to 73% of the reports of myocarditis in children, I believe, age 12 through 17, require hospitalization. Now, if a 15-year-old has to go to the hospital for a heart condition, that is not mild. And I have it on good authority from many cardiologists that if you suffer a myocarditis event when you're young, that this is not going to be a transient thing. You're probably going to experience problems later in life from this. Next slide, please. And another indicative piece of information are something called elevated troponins. Now, troponins are markers of heart damage that some GPs will do if myocarditis is suspected. It's a confirmation that, yes, the heart is suffering damage. So very, very elevated levels of troponins, as reported by Peter McCullough, indicates and is associated with the injection-induced myocarditis. So this is these are histograms. The one on the left shows the skewing of the data in VAERS of the myocarditis reports toward the youngest of the people in the cohort of injected. So what that means is that children aged 10 through 20 are suffering myocarditis and reporting it more often than anyone else. And they're also the most associated with either measurements of elevated troponin levels or actual elevated troponin levels. So this is something to keep an eye on. And it also means that it's very important for every single person who is suspected of having myocarditis to have their troponin levels measured on site. Next slide. I already mentioned this, why myocarditis is not mild. This is very recent data, which I hope to publish soon. You can go to the next slide, Sherwin. 73% of the reports were made for children aged 12 through 17 that required them to go to the hospital. So I think everyone here can agree that that's not indicative of a mild event. So next slide, Sherwin, we're going to move on to dangerous, and then I'll wrap it up in a nice little package. I'm going to do my best with this, and I'm going to start with letting everyone know that if you haven't watched the interview between Geert Vanden Bossche and Del Bigtree yet, you should go do it as soon as this conference is over, because it's excellent. It's like a master class in immunology, and it will hopefully explain much better than I'm going to hear what I'm going to indicate. So it's dangerous because there's potential for driving variants of concern here. You can go to the next slide, Sherwin. So there's a lot of text on this screen, and I won't read it all, but safe to say, if we inject our children, the immune pressure towards escape variants that will be exerted to perpetuate the problem, and it will potentially destroy herd immunity. The children are kind of like they're kind of like a buffer zone for COVID, if you want to look at it that way. They're not affected, so we don't have to feel bad as the adult population for looking at it that way. They're fine. The kids are okay. And there are numerous papers that provide information on this subject. Let's see, should I even read any of this? I mostly just put this slide up so that people will have references to these papers that indicate that these particular viruses, they do mutate rapidly, and this happens always. This is all viruses do. And this is an RNA virus. All it does is replicate, and it mutates. And the point is, if you put it in an environment, a forced environment, where it's required to mutate away from something specific, think about that, specific. When you introduce a targeted injection that's meant to provide specific immunity against the spike protein, you're going to create what I've been calling a perfect storm, where those versions of the virus that you meet in real life are going to try to evolve away from those protective immune mediators, and they will. Survival of the fittest. And that's exactly what I believe happened in the case of Delta. You can go to the next slide. So children aren't vectors of COVID-19 yet. So I have a lot of text on this slide again, and I won't read it all, but let's see what's important here to point out. Shedding. Yep. So this is more of what I just said. So if you guys want a copy of these slides, I can definitely give them to you if you want these references here. It's very important that everybody knows that these papers and this information exists. And another reason why it's dangerous. It's really important that everybody knows that these aren't sterilizing products. They don't provide what we call sterilizing immunity, which is what these little children have in their innate immune systems. It means that they don't have the virus infecting their cells and causing disease, basically. So, and what that does at the population level is it prevents transmission of the virus. So these products don't do that. So it's not only pointless to use them in a way that they can't be used, but it's going to create all these other problems. So the next slide is just more text, a little bit more of what I've already said, and I don't want to read text off of a slide because that's boring. So we'll go to the next slide. So basically what I'm trying to get at here, and I may or may not be doing a decent job explaining it, but the more that we inject, the higher the selection pressure on the virus, and the more likely it's going to be that this virus will evolve away from something like perhaps highly transmissible, but not virulent. But the more we put this immune pressure on it, or sorry, the selection pressure on these viruses, the more likely it is that they're going to evolve towards something more virulent. It's just, it's a game of throwing the dice up in the air every time. So mass vaccinating across all age groups during a pandemic, which is what we're in, will drive the evolution of the virus via natural selection. Like I said, this is what the virus does. And we'll get survival of the fittest and the selected variant or mutant will become dominant. And again, that's what happened with Delta. So this happens due to the ever presence of the immune pressure, which I mentioned before, from an active response, which is induced and maintained by the presence of the spike protein, which is why A, it's not a good idea to keep injecting this into people, and B, it's definitely not a good idea to inject it into children. It creates a breeding ground for more infectious variants. So again, if this is a very quick summary of a very complex idea, so I highly, highly recommend you go watch Geert explain this all. He does a very good job. So that's basically all I wanted to say. I wanted to tickle your brains with these ideas. The next slide is just a summary of what I mentioned today. And if you move to the next slide, basically it's a summary of why we shouldn't inject the children, why we shouldn't mass vaccinate with a non-sterilizing product across all age groups in the middle of a pandemic. It's a bad idea. We're going to breed out something more dangerous. And that's it for me today. I highly recommend letting the immune system do what it does, both the innate systems and the acquired immune systems. And in the case of COVID, in child or adult, promote early treatment with known safe and efficacious drugs. And I really want to thank Sherwin for being patient with me and getting my slides up and running. And I have a huge list of people here that I'd like to thank, but it would take me a half an hour. So safe to say, you know who you are, I hope. The people who are fighting the good fight, including all of you guys watching. And I hope I made someone think today and maybe taught some useful information.
That was absolutely fabulous.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it was. It looks like I have a bit of an echo going on.
You sound good to me.
Oh, it might just be on my end. Oh, there we go. It corrected itself. Yeah, no, that was absolutely fabulous information. I think a lot of us definitely agree that mass vaccinating within the pandemic has probably been one of the reasons we haven't been able to succeed where we are so far. I guess I have a few questions in regards to the children. Thank you very much for bringing it up. I know that's a big concern for all of us. I'm in Canada, and we started vaccinating our 12 to 15-year-olds this week. And I know that the States started 2 weeks ago, and pretty much every country around the world is working on making that a possibility. Hopefully, conversations like this might make certain countries think against it. So I know that you've been doing such a large analyzation of the VAERS database. Have you noticed a huge disparity, at least so far, between the reporting of women and men? From what I've heard is there seems to be a much larger percentage of women having reactions outside of men.
That's a really interesting question. Now, from the beginning, I mean, back in January, I've been marking the percentage of reports made by women versus men. And it started at about 79, and now it's still, what is it at? It's now it's about 70% of all reports, are filed by women. Now, I don't know if that means that more women are suffering adverse events or just that more women are reporting. So it's a really good thing to think about, because when you look at the spread out of the data by gender, like according to adverse event, it's basically half and half, no matter where you look, unless you look at female reproductive issues, for example. So I think the actual adverse events are happening pretty equally, but the reporting is being done more by females. And I think we're going to see this repeat itself when the really young kids, like the 5 through 11-year-old data starts pouring in. I mean, I imagine it's going to be moms making a lot of reports, and some dads, of course. But yeah, it's an interesting phenomenon which deserves its own study, if you ask me.
I have another question in regards to the children. So you had mentioned that there were about, with the over or under reporting factor, that there were approximately 100,000 adverse events reported so far for the children. Now that we're moving into this lower age group, I'm assuming you probably have an idea that we might be seeing will we be seeing that same type of thing, especially since I know that the myocarditis seems to be averaging around the age of 15. When we get into the younger children, because their immune systems are still developing and their cells are trying to determine good cells against bad cells. Do you think there's going to be some long-term complications, or do you think we might see some additional reporting based on such healthy immune systems now being compromised with something they've never had to deal with, and especially since they do so well with COVID, now they have this immune response that's being manufactured?
Yeah, what a good question. It's a thinker. Well, I personally think that in the children who are going to suffer adverse events, and I don't know what percentage that's going to be yet, there will be long-term effects. I mean, certainly in the case of myocarditis. It's a really interesting question, because when you think about it, when you think about the damage from COVID, there isn't any, like, really, with kids, because they don't really get to the point where they have a lot of viral replication on the go. So they don't have subsequent disease course. So if you think about the spike protein, you'd almost think, well, okay, so they do really well with COVID, which has spike protein. So maybe there's a chance they'll do okay with the injections with regards to, but I don't think that's the case, because the spike protein has been proven to be cytotoxic in humans, and children are human, naturally. And there are other components in these products that we have allegedly identified, and others that we have not, that we will never be privy to, according to the people who own the recipe. Cationic lipids, for example, are highly toxic to cells. The lipid nanoparticle that biodistributes throughout the body, which is not meant to do, which means that the spike protein is being manufactured wherever these accumulations happen, presumably. So if this is happening in little children, which is not what would happen in COVID at all, then we're going to see the negative effects that we're seeing in adults and children as well. And it'll be much worse, because children, as you said, are still developing, especially like the reproductive organs, because one of the highest zones of accumulation of the lipid nanoparticles in humans are the ovaries and also the testes. So it's like, this brings me back to the slide I had about the no predictability of outcome, because we literally have no idea how this is going to affect them. And so what you and I are doing here are what people should have been doing, way back when, which is asking good questions. And since neither of us can know, we go to the lab and we freaking figure this out before we think about putting it into people. So, yeah, too bad we don't run the world, huh? Maybe one day. Yeah, so I think in some people it's going to be long-term damage. I think in others it's going to be permanent, in terms of they're not going to make it through. I think it's absolutely impossible to know. But that's why VAERS is important, because it gives us signs. I mean, the reliability is always going to be questionable, because VAERS is perfectly imperfect. But we do have data there that that can at least help us to ask the right questions. So yeah, does that answer?
That actually brings me to my next point. I've heard you speak before that, in March of 2021, the data safety signals should have reflected that there was a problem, but because we've had such a large backlog, those safety signals didn't really go off when they should have. I'm wondering if you predict that this might occur again in this lower age vaccination, or do you think the VAERS database has caught up enough that they might be able to catch these signals immediately rather than letting it lapse by the time the data was actually inputted?
Yeah, I think we did catch up there for a while, indicated by the convergence of these two curves that I plotted of the final cumulative data and the individual data sets. I won't get into that now, but it did reveal that there was a huge backlog. So I think we are in the middle of accumulating another backlog right now for two reasons. One, because people are getting third injections, and that's that's putting a lot of people over the edge for their adverse event reports, because sometimes you need to take a couple more shots to just push you over the edge. And I think it's also the reports are starting to pour in for delayed adverse events, like the ones that like the resurgences of cancers or something like that, like happening after only 3 or 4 months, like the ones that take a little longer to reveal themselves. Those reports are coming in. So we're starting to see this backlog increase. Now with the kids, it's an interesting point that you make, because as far as I can see, they're pretty much keeping on top of it. I mean, I'd hate to say that what I've seen in VAERS already is a proportion, even though it is, but a small proportion of a larger backlog of child data. I don't think so. I think it's, they're probably up to date for now, but I think that that's not going to last. If the rate of adverse event occurrence is as fast as I think it's going to be in kids, then that backlog's going to get pretty damn big pretty fast. So as far as losing the safety signal for the children is concerned, I'm going to be keeping a very close eye on this, because I said this to someone yesterday, I think it was Jane Ruby, I mentioned this too. I think what I'm going to see is what I've been seeing from week to week in VAERS in certain cases that make me go, like baby deaths. The baby death count changes. It goes a little bit down from week to week. And I'm like, where are these babies who died going? And the phenomenon of data going missing from VAERS is real. That's also in a paper that I published. So I predict that there's going to be this 82% percentage that I quoted from the beginning of reports being made immediately. I think that percentage is going to go down for a number of reasons, but I think one of the reasons is something inside the data, mostly to do with the backlog, but not all of it. So yeah, again, it's like I feel like I'm playing a guessing game in something that should be like, we should be getting weekly reports from the owners of the data talking about all of this, every single little point. Weekly reports, at least monthly reports. Come on, guys, like what are we doing here? What's the cutoff number for the number of people who are going to die? One child should not 1%, one child should not die from a product that's designed to help them, not one. That's the cutoff number in my book. If I was designing, a product that I was going to be suggesting that people put into their kids to save them. You know what I mean? So I think everyone here agrees with that.
Oh, definitely. I believe everybody agrees that we've hit that number 100-fold at this point. And especially when you look at the underreporting figure, even if you use that 1% or the 10%, or you even choose a number in between, we are beyond that in every country in the world.
Even if we leave it out, we're so far above and beyond anything that stopped them before. I mean, the last time people died from a product that was considered, a vaccine designed to provide protective immunity, it was 50, 50. What happened to that? Where did those people go? I guess, I don't know, man. They must have gotten fired.
Yeah, very much. Yeah, it is unbelievable, and then you hear, they talk, or at least where I am, because we just started vaccinating our 5 to 11, there's a lot of media talking about how non-dangerous myocarditis is, kids don't need to be hospitalized.
I would love to sick Peter McCullough on those people.
That's what I mean. So like even here, next week we have a meeting with our school. There's going to be a nurse talking to us about why we should be vaccinating our children. And one of the pamphlets they put out is "Don't worry about myocarditis." So
oh my God.
Oh yes, it's quite unbelievable. But then, even when you look at the myocarditis, even if you can't even diagnose that, Brim Bridle was saying, there are the subclinical damage, that you don't even see, especially for those athletes that work so hard, push themselves, and when you look at little children, they're pushing themselves to the limits on a daily basis. So I'm just, me personally, I'm so worried about that aspect, but just the lack of information is unbelievable. Hello there, Dr. Jane Ruby. How are you?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm good. So I have just one or two small questions for you, Jessica Rose, from the audience. One of the questions was, what are the consequences of Dr. Patterson finding the S2 in vaccine injured months after the vaccine? That's in addition to the S1 protein.
Ooh, wow, heavy question. Wow, specifics? I don't know. It can't be good though. I mean, there's a recent study that came out. This might actually be the one you're referring to, and forgive me if it is, that shows that it sticks around for 15 months. And my take on that is, well, I don't find that surprising, first of all, because we didn't know how long these things were going to stick around, or if it was going to be, the S1 or the S2 portions. But yeah, I don't think that bodes well. I really don't, considering the theories about how it's cytotoxic. So yeah, that wasn't a great answer. I'm sorry, but I don't think it bodes well. That's my best answer.
Not a problem. I think we're going to bring Santosh in because it looks like Dr. Jane Ruby is here to start hers. Thank you so much, Jessica Rose. That was absolutely fabulous. I definitely will be getting your slideshow from Sherwin because I definitely do want to review that, especially again with the vaccination of the children. You've made some extremely valid points in regards to kids already having immunity, not needing these vaccinations, etc. And really, really appreciate your time here today. Thanks so much.
I just wanted to ask you, are you keeping those pamphlets, those crazy propaganda pamphlets? Because you really should. Because if this, you should frame those things, give them to your grandkids and say, look how nutso we were.
Like, I know, isn't it? It's unbelievable. Every day I feel like I wake up in the twilight zone.
Why myocarditis isn't that bad for your child? Like, what is that? I don't even understand, dude. That's so crazy.
I know, it's unbelievable. And, people are like, oh yeah, no, don't worry about that. It's like, okay.
Yeah, your kid will grow a new heart. No worries.
No worries. Thank you. I really, really appreciate your time here today. You are absolutely wonderful. And yeah, I watch you all the time. Thank you so much.
I really appreciate it.
Hi, Dr. Santosh.
Hello, everyone.
You're on to interview Miss Dr. Jane Ruby. So I am going to mute myself and take myself off and have a great afternoon. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jessica Rose.
You're welcome.
It was a great session. We thoroughly enjoyed it.
Thank you.
And you nailed it with the data. I think it cannot be clearer than how you put it together in a very short and crisp form.
Thank you.
nobody can miss it because data is out there that you have put up on those slides. I hope people can take the screenshots. Some of them are asking, how do we get the link of this data points or those tables? So I invite people to go to this YouTube video, and you can take the screenshot. That will be the fastest, and share it along. Thank
Yeah,
you so
absolutely.
very much.
You're so welcome, and I really appreciate that feedback. Anybody who sees anything that I put up on a screen can use it however they want. I am not a hoarder of information or data or ideas. Use it, like use it for your schools, use it for your college, use it for whatever you want. I think that it's all a free-for-all for now. And if anybody wants access to any analyzed VAERS data, I have a website. It's on Netlify, which is netlify.app, and it's I do not consent with little hyphens in between. But I can get that here. I'm going to write it here in the little
Please
message.
share it with us, and we can forward it to those who are interested in getting more information from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I really appreciate the chance to talk.
Thank you. With that, I welcome Dr. Jane Ruby, one of my favorites. I watch your shows on the Stu Peter show, and Stu Peter is our favorite too. We host several sessions on Clubhouse, and we telecast your videos and other guests who appear on Stu Peter show, and you are hit among all of us. So I was always wanting to meet you, and I did not know this is how I will meet up. And though your session was supposedly to be held in the later time, post lunch, but I am so happy that something switched and I could be sharing screen with you at the same time. So welcome to our conference focusing on women's health. And I'm not prepared with the introductory notes, so I will just invite you to please do your own introduction and let our audiences know what is your background and how you actually got involved in disseminating information which is so important and credible for all of us to know, because we are going through kind of a storm since last almost 2 years, and we are, like all of us, are so divided among ourselves which side to believe, which not to believe, how to do the fact verification. There's people who come out with the certain viewpoint, they are being targeted, and they are called anti-vaxxers, conspiracy theorists, while all the facts, like somebody from your background, you come from pharma background, the bio ethics background, because you have practiced it in your clinical trials that you had run, that little I know about you. And so you have actually practiced them while you were working in the previous positions. So please connect that, anchor that when you present your talk today, so that people, they just don't call us the conspiracy theorists or anti-vaxxers, or we are the ones who are killing people. And that is a lot for us to take while we are sifting through so much, removing the hay strand by strand and trying to find the needle. So please do that with us, and you are one among those great people who are actually working day and night tirelessly to bring that needle out of the haystack and show it to everybody. So I request our audiences who are connected with us through YouTube or on Clubhouse and other platforms to please pay attention to what Dr. Jane Ruby has to say. So take it away, Dr. Jane Ruby.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Dogra. It's really my honor to be with you and everyone else here today and all these wonderful speakers. It's always my honor. I'm Dr. Jane Ruby. I apologize for the very technical looking background. The stream doesn't support the green screen, and I am literally in a studio of studios. So anyway, happy to be here. A little bit about my background. I'm originally trained as a nurse practitioner. I took all of my coursework in the medical school at the University of Rochester, and I did practice, as you mentioned, in acute care settings. I took care of patients in hospitals, ICUs, other emergent situations for about 10 years. And then I was lucky enough to get involved with some researchers, and I ran my own multi-center clinical trial site, which meant that I was the lead investigator for one of the many sites that a number of pharmaceutical companies hire to run their pivotal trials. So I'm very experienced in, of course, with 2 doctorates earned. I'm very experienced in creating, protocols, new research, defending it, executing it, and then analyzing it and reporting on it. I am pretty well published in PubMed, in peer-reviewed journal articles, in both the development of some of the most famous compounds in the world that you would recognize, including probably every hypnotic that's been approved in the United States and some of them in Europe. And more recently, I'm published in health economics. One of my 2 master's degrees is in international health economics and pharmacoeconomics. So that's sort of my background. I have spent 20 years after about 4 or 5 years running those types of independent trials. I then got recruited into the pharmaceutical industry, where I spent 20 years developing drugs on the medical and research side of things. So I'm very familiar with how the sausage is made inside pharma companies, in as much as they need to interact with the FDA, the EMA, other regulatory bodies. So that brings me to the second part of your question. How did I get into this? I often ask myself that many times. Because of my pharmaceutical background, so extensive in terms of the regulations, the guidance, the FDA guidance, the good manufacturing practices, good clinical research practices that I've been accustomed to, I was really taken back by what I have seen in the last 18 months. I believe we have no FDA. I believe the agency has collapsed, along with many of our other institutions in the United States. And I'll just speak for the United States right now. Why do I say that? Because there's no oversight, as you can see. But how I really got into it was really personal. In March of 2020, I was hit very quickly with the COVID-19, or apparently whatever that was last year. And I was sick for about 6 weeks. But as a nurse practitioner, I can navigate my way around a medical system. And so when my physician, who I had worked with many years in my healthcare, called me to tell me that I was positive, I said, okay, well, we know what it is. You're going to phone in the hydroxychloroquine, which was the only thing we knew at the time. And his response was, Jane, you're going to have to tough this one out. And I was shocked, and I was very curious. Once I started to luckily recover, I was sick a long time and very, very ill, but I luckily did not convert to a pneumonia. I started researching why he would do that. And I found out, I was living in the state of Virginia at the time. I found out that through the Department of Health, the governor at the time had blocked access. And I thought, well, why would they do that? So I got suspicious, and I started looking at other states, and I found that predominantly Democrat, I didn't make up the partisanship. This is what I discovered. Mostly Democrat states not only were using their state departments of health to block access to HCQ, but they were using the same language. And that's when it hit me that this was something else. This was not a public health crisis. So I was lucky to learn that early. I saw signs early. Because of my experience in pharmaceutical drug development, I started to look more closely at the development of these what we call vaccine. And everybody who knows me and who's seen me present before knows that that's probably in this particular talk, unless I'm quoting someone else, this is the last time you'll hear me use that word. You cannot use the words. Language is very powerful. And I've said this over and over again. I'm also a former college professor that taught people writing, scholarly writing, use of language. You've got to be very careful in the language you use. The word vaccine implies protection. It implies that this is a protective treatment that will confer immunity and future protection to you. And I can tell you that there is absolutely no evidence at all that it will do that. Immunity is a two-part process that your body develops. It's a recognition system, and then it's an attack system to recognize that pathogen if it ever appears or anything that looks like it in the future. These injections do nothing of the sort. In fact, they do the opposite. They are designed to damage your own God-given DNA, to permanently damage your organs, and to turn you into a perpetual pathogenic synthetic spike protein manufacturing system that is toxic, damaging. People say to me, well, can I detox? Not in my opinion, not yet, not as far as what I've seen in the science. Why do I say that? Because you can't detox an mRNA code that is embedded in every cell in your body and is integrated with your own DNA, right? That's my personal and professional opinion. You can chase the spike proteins down, but remember, we don't even know what we're chasing down. This mRNA is a chimeric molecule that was computer generated based off of a sequence, which is like a portion of a protein piece from the Wuhan lab that was uploaded to the World Genome Bank, and they said this is the SARS virus, or as close as you're going to get. But it was really a synthetic model or representation or clone of a piece of what it was supposed to be. And I say that's important because we haven't seen any evidence. In fact, we've had a lot of comments by experts to the contrary. We haven't seen any evidence. We don't believe that there's ever been a SARS-CoV-2 whole virus isolated and purified from an ill human being. We've been told we have replicas, computer generation. Now, this mRNA that's been computer generated is telling your cells to make a spike protein that is synthetic. It's never before seen in nature. The body's never encountered any portion of it. And this is really important because we don't really know what we're fighting yet. Also want people to remember, you can't believe anything these companies put out in their ingredient list, in their package inserts, in their press releases. These companies have perpetrated fraud, mass genocide, toxicity, permanent injury on millions of people across the globe. How can you possibly believe anything they tell you right now? So this is, to circle back, this is how I got into it. It's not a vaccine. We now have definitive proof of a criminal conspiracy, racketeering, to commit an act of terror on the American people. The uploading of a sequence for this toxic spike was a violation of so many treaties and so many countries, including the U.S., bioweapons laws. It's a bioweapon, and you need to use the proper language, because if we use the proper language and we stop calling it a vaccine, because some people are confused and they're still lining up for this. And I'm getting angry about it because now they're starting to line up 5-year-olds. And I'm going to warn people that Pfizer has already come out and said that before the end of this year, they are going to submit their wonderful 90-something% efficacy data to the FDA for 2 to 4-year-olds. And the study they're pulling it from, with inadequate powering, inappropriate study design. These are open label observational trials. the study is for 6-month-old babies to the 11-year-old. So what they're doing is chunking it out and inching their way to get expansion of the emergency use authorization. Now, why is this idea of a criminal conspiracy important? Dr. David Martin, who's a patent specialist, has been tracing this for many years, has come out with an explosive presentation about a week or two ago showing the violations of 6 USC, those are United States federal laws that have been violated by a number of people. It's important. What he says is if we can get this information, it's not hard to do. And thousands of people have already started to do it. Print this information off and send this by certified mail. Don't email it. Don't call it. Everybody's trying to do something different. Send this by certified mail to every attorney general in all 50 states and all the territories of the United States, as well as every law enforcement agency, every police station, every police chief, every sheriff. Why? For 2 reasons. One, once they're in receipt of it, if they don't act on it, at least in terms of looking into it, of starting an investigation, whatever, they, by law, become part of the criminal conspiracy. The second reason is if we can get a felony conviction on any entity, company, or person involved in this criminal conspiracy, the emergency use authorizations collapse. And he predicts they would collapse worldwide. Why? Because things like the PrEP Act, these indemnity acts and EOs and all these laws that were signed to give these pharmaceutical companies free rein and protection from legal liability with regard to vaccine development, right? Because that's why they want you to call it a vaccine. Any conviction that would pierce the veil of that liability. And I can guarantee you, and as he says, I guarantee you that once you pierce that legal liability protection, these companies will drop their contracts, by the way, that they have with numerous countries. You should start looking, if you're in other countries of the world, start looking for that Pfizer contract with your country, or the EU has their own direct, because you will see how one-sided they are and how these countries have been coerced, I believe, into collateralizing, if you will, their natural resources, their military assets, if they don't comply with these contracts. But once the legal liability protection has been destroyed, these companies will be totally naked and vulnerable to, as you can imagine, billions of dollars of liability. So it's important. It's a call to action. We've been working on it for the last week. We already have reports of 2 state attorney generals in 2 different states in the United States that have received it, have acknowledged receipt of it. And one of them in the state of Ohio has joined a class action suit for the entire state to stop the mandates. And so this is just the beginning. So I urge people to look into that. You can check out on my Telegram. That's t.me//Dr. Jane Ruby. I break a lot of news there. I've been permanently banned from Twitter, where I had a big following and was breaking a lot of news. But you can find it on Telegram. You can find a lot of the resources we post. You can search my Telegram channel for these documents, and you print them out, these 2 documents, and send them by certified mail. So that's how I got into it. That's what's happening. That's where we are. I guarantee you, if you start asking moms of 4, 5, 6-year-olds, are you going to think twice about taking your child in for that bioweapon injection that is under experimental review? It's under an emergency use. The studies have never been completed. All of these moms who are so careful, vegan diet, no GMO, you got to be careful. You're walking your child into a bioweapon, a toxic injection that we don't even know the entirety of what's in there. So I think that's important. I could talk about a lot of other different things. One of the other things I do share, if I have a couple more minutes, is I like to make people aware and empower them with the understanding of what is a proper, how do you develop a drug from the petri dish to the pharmacist's shelf? And that's called, good clinical research practices. We divide it into two major categories. Preclinical is the term we use for animals and petri dishes. Petri dishes it's in vitro. We look under the glass, we see how something performs outside of life. Animal studies are important because they give us early signals, early safety signals, and they may or may not translate to humans. They don't always. You have to be careful, but they are important nonetheless before we design the beginning of the human trials, which are called clinical trials, preclinical and clinical. And the human trials are divided in the pharma drug development with FDA into 4 main phases, phases 1 through 4. 4 is considered, it's called post-marketing surveillance. That is after a drug is approved, the companies still have an obligation to feed back safety data in real world evidence, how it's performing in the real world. Let's leave that off for a minute. In phase 1, I'm going to go through phase 1 through 3 really quickly. Phase 1 is usually about 10 people. They're very young and healthy. They get paid very well to take this experimental whatever. Why? Because they're the first exposure to a human. It has to be measured, and they're taking a risk. But it's the way we start, very carefully. We also look at other very important things in phase 1, like what we call pharmacokinetics. What happens to the drug when it goes through your body? Where does it go? How long does it take to get a level? Where does it concentrate? How does it get excreted? What organs are involved? Where does it concentrate? We need that information, right? We need that information because that tells us. We also do dose finding. We start to do more dose finding in the beginning of phase 2, but there's a little beginning there. We need to do each phase one at a time. This is why it should take 10 to 15 years. Why? Because each phase 1, what we learn from phase 1 teaches us how to design phase 2. You can't do them simultaneously. It's dangerous and it's unethical. Now, when you go to phase 2 is more people in the hundreds. Now, they may have a little bit of the illness. If you're testing out like a new drug for diabetes, you'd have people with diabetes, but very simple, not a lot of comorbidity. And you have several hundred people, you start, okay. You're always measuring your safety or keeping your eye open for safety signals all along the way, but you're getting much more information. You're getting the beginning of any efficacy, and you're getting a lot of safety data. Now you go to phase 3. These are what we call the pivotal trials. Pivotal trials are very highly controlled, or they should be. The design, you take everything you learn from phases 1 and 2, you feed it into the design of 3. It has to be, by gold standard, a randomized, placebo-controlled trial for a minimum duration of time, right? You have to have informed consent all along the way. Now, I've seen, these are not, informed consent, by the way, is not a checkoff list at Walgreens, okay? Let's clear that up. I've written informed consents. They can be 10, 15, 20 pages. They should list every possible risk for the person's consideration, informing them that they can have the right to leave at any time they so choose and for any reason. They have no obligation to stay, and any perceived benefit they might get from the study. We have seen none of that. I've yet to see a human subjects review board stamped informed consent. That is the requirement before you do anything to a human being. I've yet to see anything. I'd like to see the human subject review board that allowed all of this to go forward, because they should be held legally liable. And so from phase 3, we get what is the appropriate data that is eligible to be submitted to the FDA for their review and consideration to approve your drug. And this is important. Why? Because Pfizer admitted in the package insert for Comirnaty that early this year, like in January, they broke the blind. Okay, the double blind. They broke the blind. And what they did by doing that, by giving and then starting to give it to everybody, the injections was they converted their randomized placebo-controlled trial into an open label, because everybody knows what they're getting, right? Whether they're getting Pfizer or if they're over here in Moderna, none of them have finished their trials. They've converted it to an open label observational trial. That is not the appropriate data. It's not usable for submission to the FDA for any decision, much less an emergency use authorization or an FDA approval. And this is important. It's important for people to know. There's no accountability that has been brought to bear on any of these agencies or any of these companies. These companies, you're marching your children to get an injection of something that hasn't even been fully tested, that has murdered 20,000 people in the United States that we know of, could be 2 million, because the Harvard Pilgrim study told us, funded by the NIH, that when they examined the VAERS system, they found that less than, not 10%, people are misquoting it, 2 sentences before that. You got to read these documents very carefully. They said 1 to 10% of all drug-related adverse events are failed to be reported to VAERS. But if you read a couple of sentences later, they say, quote, less than 1% of all vaccine adverse events are reported to the VAERS system. So you could multiply, your multiplier could be as high as 100. So you can all do the math. So it's important to understand these are FDA regulations. It's in their guidance documents, which, by the way, it's not a guidance, it's a requirement. They have minimum standards that they totally abdicated. They just totally did not apply. And you have the words efficacy and safety being thrown around. Oh, 90% efficacy and safety. You know, in January or February for these injections, but now you need your second booster coming up. Something should ring wrong with all of you, and understand that you've been lied to. Now we have to go forward with what we have to work with. So let's stop this thing in the best way we know how. Stop complying. You can't comply your way out of tyranny. Stop taking these injections. It's a priming mission. We've seen it in the patents. We've seen it in the paperwork, the leaked documents. It's a priming mission. They want you to take more. Well, but my whole family, they took it and everybody's fine. We've seen the pattern and the projection in not only the patents, but you can see it. It's in broad daylight. You can go to clinicaltrials.gov. You can look up C4591001. That's the Pfizer protocol. You can see the multiple boosters that are planned. You can see that they're not only doing compressing phases 1, 2, and 3, but they're doing dose finding all along the way. You have no idea what's in these injections. We've had incredible reports from hundreds of doctors worldwide and in the United States that have found all kinds of things. And I'm not going to get into that today. I don't have the time. But you can look that up on my social media, many other people. Stu Peters has interviewed tons of them. But for the most part, the most important thing is you have no idea of the entirety of what is in here. And by keeping it under an emergency use authorization, they have the legal right now to change the formulation at any time, to ramp up or down the dosages, the amount of mRNA. If you've taken it, don't take any more. If you haven't taken it, think twice. This is a flu. Whatever this thing was last year, and it dropped again this summer, whatever this thing is, it's got a 99.9947% recovery rate, right? As an average, about 96% over 65. But the point is, it's better averages than any other flu or common cold. And I think people just have to take a step back and stop drinking the fear porn. We've never lived in a sterile world, and you've pretty much managed fairly well. You get to a certain point in life, 60, 70, 80, 90, you're going to have to be a little more careful, and you're at a little higher risk. That's life. So I hope that has given people an eye-opener to really what has been done, what has not been done, why this is a crime against not just humanity. It's a crime. It's a racketeering crime. The state of Israel. I mean, you can't preclude people from using other products, and yet that is built into a lot of the contracts that I'm reviewing right now between Pfizer and countries. all over the world. So anyway, I'll leave it there. I don't know if I've gone over. I'm happy to take questions, and you can guide me, Dr. Dogbrew. I can't hear you. I don't know if you're on mute.
Sorry.
Oh,
about
wonderful. I was glad I didn't lose you there.
Thank you so much. I think you had a hard-hitting message. I know I have heard you speaking on your show so many times, and people have to have the clarity what they hear, what they watch, and how they need to process this information. And most of it, that they have to take action. The action has to begin, and you as emphasize about those documents that we need to start sending them to our state attorney generals, and maybe then we can have something done to end this all. This needs to be end. With that, I have a question. There is a news of this so-called new variant, right? You heard about it. Did you see that they are promoting it as something new that has emerged from South Africa, and it is causing catastrophic, problem, and there's a great concern about it. So a lot of disruption in air travel has taken place. Some lockdowns are being announced. While this news was emerging, last night I found out one old article of World Economic Forum, and that article actually lists the same variant in the month of July, and the date is actually 12th July. So how is this that World Economic Forum has the information of the same variant, which is coded as B11529, which is the same one they are saying this some unicorn, I would say, has all of a sudden popped out and is very concerning. So do you see that whatever is going on, there has been now mistake started to happen on these people's part, and missteps are happening, that they can't align what they are creating, the fear porn you called it. Isn't it part of that when we have this revelation? I was like dumbfounded at that point that they are making such kind of errors now in messaging. What do you have to say about that?
Well, this whole variant issue is very confusing to people. And so what I want to say is that we've been taken down this road before, haven't we? You could go through the entire Greek alphabet, right? And you can see that we've already been taken down this road. We've had Delta, we've had this one, we've had that one. There are some experts that feel that if you use a real vaccine, you put pressure on an organism or a virus to get stronger, to get more powerful. Well, that would be great if we had a real vaccine. This is not a vaccine. So I'm gonna let you kind of deduce that for yourself logically. I can't answer that variant issue. I just know that they've used it a number of times to justify. Remember, we have a planet right now full of politicians, government leaders that have drunk on emergency power. They just can't give it up, and they need a reason not to give it up. And so, the past is prologue. The first time they dupe you, shame on them. But the second time, and the third, and the fourth, shame on us. Now, with that said, do I think that these people that uploaded this bioweapon sequence into the World Genome Bank can't drop, maybe in seed, some kind of gain of function virus to start to scare people in real life? I wouldn't have put that past them. They can call it whatever they want. I think a lot of people, in terms of the timing, that have taken these shots and that have now taken the booster, which is their third shot, I think these people are going to start to get really ill because their bodies have been trying to fight the synthetic spike to the detriment and the exclusion of other organisms that their bodies have been coming into contact with. This is why the animals in the SARS-CoV-1 trials, preclinical trials, died at a rate of 100% within 2 weeks after they were exposed to this mRNA technology. And then they were exposed in the wild, in the natural world, to other organisms and viruses. They couldn't fight anything because their bodies had been effort. There was an over effort. It's called pathogenic priming. And, humans don't react as quickly as animals, that we get a quicker signal. That's why we go through preclinical back to humans. So all these people, millions and millions of people that have bellied up to get these shots and now unequivocally have bellied up to get their boosters. They're being primed. And I believe when we have, the rise and fall of all kinds of organisms, remember I said we don't live in a sterile world. We've never lived in a sterile world since we emerged from our mother's womb. People are going to start having problems, but they need to set it up so that they can say, ooh, they died from the scary Omicron variant, right? And then people will get scared. A bulk of the population will get scared. They'll comply, in various parts of the world with lockdowns, and they'll go back into their double masks and things like that. And so that's where I see this thing going. But there's also a bigger faction of people that are very woken up, that realize that this is a pattern, that this is an abuse and overreach of power across the planet, especially in the United States. I mean, we've basically, a lot of people have given up their First Amendment rights. And so, but there are also a lot of people that have not and that will not. And I don't want to get into all of that, but what I want to say to you is I see a pattern. I don't buy into it. And I think that the best thing you can do is personally, I try to minimize my exposure when I am aware of it to people who have been injected repeatedly, because we don't know what we don't know. And until we know more, we have to take certain precautions. A lot of times you can't determine what that level of risk is. And I'm not going to live in a fearful way. But I do prefer more open air outdoor events and things like that, and just spending time with family. But I just want people to realize, take a step back. You've been taken down this path a number of times, and it's very dangerous to buy into it. So step back, pay attention, keep your antenna up. We were told smallpox was coming. We were told Marburg. I've been nudged by, so many people in social media. How do we prepare? Well, let's just wait and see what happens. Now, neither of those things so far got much traction. Now, all of a sudden, we have this magical variant that came out of South Africa, right? It doesn't even make sense. And they've attempted to scare us this way many times before.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jane Ruby. That's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, she's muted again. I just want to let you guys know.
Oh, can you hear me?
Dr. Dogra's muted. I don't know if you all want to be muted. I can hear you.
Oh, perfect. I just wanted to introduce to the stage Dr. Mahdavi and Dr. Angela Griffith. I believe we're going to start a little bit of a round table, so I just wanted to introduce them. Feel free to join the conversation, ladies. Welcome.
Thank you, Gloria. And welcome aboard Dr. Atusha and Angela, Dr. Angela. We actually meet on the Clubhouse hosting all this session and enjoyed Dr. Jane Ruby as well as Stu Peters' shows live streaming. Amanda is here. So we are actually connected via a Clubhouse. So, and now we are over here. So I think I would give this opportunity to other speakers to open this discussion. Dr. Atusha and Angela, if you have any question, first of all, with Dr. Jane Ruby, because I'm not sure how long she's going to stay with us. So take it away, both of you. as well as Amanda and Gloria.
Hi, I'm not sure if I'm muted or if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
I can hear
hear
you.
you.
Yep.
Hi, I just wanted
Hi.
to say hello to everyone, and also I really appreciate Dr. Ruby's presentation and insights and wisdom. I really enjoyed your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though, you know, we know that this virus is a bioweapon, and I'm convinced most of you are probably the same, that it was made in a lab, and there is no question about it. You know, taking a biological zoonotic virus and mutating it in a gain-of-function research to make it more potent and to infect humans is nothing but a crime against humanity. And yeah, so and as such, we still need to be aware and provide the guidelines for our patients, our people that are in contact with us, people who inquire, how they can boost their immunity nonetheless, and provide the tools for those who are also vaccinated to see if we could reduce inflammation in their system, reduce the inflammasomes that keep on being reproduced by their own system because of the mRNA technology. And yeah, really enjoying your talk this morning.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense, and we do want to support everyone who's taken this. So much duress and duping, and it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. And to that point, I'm not an expert in treating, but I do talk to a lot of experts who are specialized in those areas, and so I can't give advice, but I do subscribe to a lot of antioxidants. I'm learning a lot more about hydrogen peroxide, nebulizing, ozone treatments, iodine, things like that, to keep us all healthier. And as you said, Dr. Tusha, to mitigate the oxidation damage. We can only imagine, if you use your mind's eye, the profound cytokine storms, and which are, for the audience, those really intense inflammatory reactions. It's your body trying to protect you and heal you and help you, but it leaves behind, like it's like a war. It leaves behind all kinds of residual, as we all know. But and so those parts of the damage, and certainly protecting the organs as best as possible until we find a way to reverse or eradicate this mRNA code, whatever this thing was. I mean, this is a chimeric molecule. Remember, we know now that was put together by modeling a number of cell lines, some animal, macaque monkeys, aborted fetal cell line. It's very old. I mean, who knows what the body's facing with all this? But it is. We know what we do know, and we know how to mitigate and support the inflammatory process. We have to get better at it. Because I believe in the end, we want these people as healthy as possible. We're gonna overcome this together, with the jabbed and the unjabbed. But we're gonna need everybody. This is an obvious attempt to decimate the military of many countries, especially the United States. And we're working day and night. I've submitted affidavits to a number of legal groups that are working on behalf of America's Frontline Doctors, Sidney Powell's group, Defend the Republic, and a number of other groups that are trying to protect our military and cover them so that we can get through this, because we obviously don't want dead and disabled military. We're going to lose about a third of our military when they walk away, but we're going to need them when we reconstitute them. So yes, so that's what I wanted to say about the antioxidant approach and caring for those of our brothers and sisters who succumbed to this.
Can I add something?
Hi, Jessica.
Hi, how are you? I just want to pass something on. I sent this to Sherwin just now, so he can give it to all of you. I have a friend here in Israel who wants to remain unnamed, but she's an incredible human being who's created a book with recipes and products that will help anyone who's injured. And also with COVID, it's called Safe and Effective Natural Treatments for Long COVID Vaccine Injury and Shedding. And it's absolutely amazing. And I'm saying this as a scientist and a wannabe medicine woman. It's really, really good. So Sherwin can pass that on to everyone, and you guys should pass it on to everyone you know. It's amazing. And I can tell you, like, I read every word of it, and I can confirm most of what she's found. And she's also like the lead person here who's treating the injection injured people. And I've heard the testimonies of the people she's helped, and they said it was like night and day. It was, yeah, so I highly recommend it.
This is Angela, and I'm going to chat a little bit later about some treatments that I've been using with patients as well to reduce the inflammation. But one thing I wanted to mention while you ladies were here is one of the things we're not discussing is the difference between inflammation created by the spike protein that our body is triggered to create when we're exposed naturally versus the synthetic spike proteins from the vaccination, and how that is creating a different response in the bodies, even though sometimes the symptoms look similar. We're looking at different levels of damage and different recovery from the same reason.
That is an interesting take on what we know so far. And I'm sure we all would like to hear more on that from you later. Thank you so much, Angela, for pointing it out to us. And Dr. Ruby, do you have anything specific to convey to the women? Because today's conference is focused on women. So what do you have, any message you want to give it to them? Then rest are all open. I don't want to miss that part of our talk. I think we left that one out. What do you have to tell to the women, whether they are jabbed or unjabbed?
You know, without appearing stereotypical, in the majority of cultures or what in life in general, just especially in the early years, women, you know, as mothers, women are the you know, a large part, I want to say primary, there's no primary caretaker. There, you know, both parents are primary caretakers, but, you know, as mothers, I want to appeal to all of you out there to think twice, to connect to your, you know, God-given natural instinct to protect your progeny. All of these brilliant women I'm sitting here with, and all the other experts out there that you may or may not you've seen or you can see in social media, you know, they're highly credentialed, highly experienced. We can't all be wrong, right? So at the very least, take a step back. We're now going into very, very dangerous territory with 5-year-olds and 4-year-olds and down into 6-month-olds. This is an irreversible genetic change. And if you don't believe me, go to the Moderna website, because they brag about permanently changing your DNA. Don't take it from me, take it from the words of the criminals. Please wait, please hold off. Your babies don't get it and they don't spread it. Take some time. You'll be a year from now, you'll be writing to maybe one of us and saying thank you because I waited.
I guess in regards to women's health, maybe it's a good time to bring up, you know, menstrual issues with women. I know that a large number of women are noticing changes within their menstrual cycles. I've heard this happening with long COVID, I believe mostly with vaccine injuries. I know that personally in my circle, I know a number of women who had menstrual changes. Most of them were temporary, usually lasted between 2 to 3 cycles. Some were permanent, still haven't recovered. But again, not one of those people, I can say, actually reported it anywhere. They did report it to their doctors, but it's not a reportable thing, I guess. Hi, Miss Moneypenny. How are you? I'd like to introduce Miss Moneypenny. Miss Moneypenny is a long COVID sufferer. and she is extremely knowledgeable, basically, about everything related to COVID, long COVID, vaccine, and everything all in between. But yeah, I would really like if you ladies would be able to talk about menstrual issues, because I know a lot of women are concerned that these menstrual changes or menstrual issues could lead to issues with fertility. And especially as we keep going lower and lower in the age group, you know, menstruation definitely deals with that. And, you know, we all know about the biodistribution studies, or at least most people do. And if you don't, there was a biodistribution study by the Japanese, and it does show, you know, the spike protein does sit within the ovaries and other organs. So maybe you ladies can comment on this. I know I'm quite interested in hearing.
Could I just check whether my mic works? Because I haven't spoken yet today.
Yes, it does, Miss Moneypenny. Welcome to the conversation. You are a welcome addition.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've been hanging in the background. So just on the menstrual issues, the ironic thing is the two occurrences of my being thrown off a social media platform have both been for talking about menstrual irregularities, gynecological problems, reproductive issues as a result of either long COVID or obviously as a vaccine damage adverse event. And the incredible similarity that we're now seeing, there's a couple of people you might know on Clubhouse who very, very sadly have badly vaccine injured, and their symptoms versus my symptoms spookily similar. That's another thing I'd like the doctor group to answer to me if they ever let us on the stage. So hi to everybody on Clubhouse. Thank you for being here. Ping people in, because we can't do it. We need your help. So yeah, menstrual irregularities in the UK, Oxford University are reliable, and they are doing a study of 45,000 women between the ages of 30 and 55 who in the UK, so that's just in the UK, have had delayed periods, perimenopause, early going into the menopause earlier than they should do, just going into the menopause, you know, amenorrhea, periods stopping, full stop. And then obviously, as some of the eloquent speakers have said before me, unfortunately, we've had some problems with spontaneous abortions and births not reaching their full term. More research needs to be done. It really needs to be done. And
menopausal women starting to bleed again. Yes.
Yeah. Something that I want to add. Can you hear me? Just for
yes.
some reason, it says that I'm muted for some reason. So I am a part-time faculty at the university, and there are many female students at the university in childbearing ages, etc., in their 20s and maybe even up to mid-30s. Interesting enough, and this is very important to note, that not only the vaccinated students, and about 50% of the student body is vaccinated, another 50%, give or take, is unvaccinated. Interestingly to know that not only the vaccinated women started experiencing erratic changes in their menstrual cycles, such as having no period, amenorrhea, or extreme periods, even every 2 weeks or every 3 weeks they would have their periods, and instead of like once a month, that's as they usually did. But even the unvaccinated, who spent a lot of time around the vaccinated, either because their roommates were vaccinated or because their parents or their life partner, etc., was vaccinated, they started to have erratic periods. And that was my personal exposure to the fact of shedding and the reality of shedding of the vaccinated onto the not vaccinated, unvaccinated, which was very interesting because those women didn't have the vaccine, but they lived in the proximity of someone or some people that were vaccinated, and their periods were erratic. And so so I thought that it's interesting to share, and I don't know if the other people on the panel have also experienced that if they know of cases of unvaccinated women that just because they were in proximity of vaccinated had their periods erratic.
This is an interesting question. It's something Angela and myself have been looking at. Maybe Angela would like to talk about it, as she's got a more medical brain than I have, the shedding issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, clinically, we've been discussing the impact of the shedding or the exposure of the unvaxxed to the vaxxed, but we don't see a lot of data on it yet. We don't have studies out there, so it's really been just what people have been reporting and what we've been seeing clinically in terms of people's symptomatic personal reporting. So it would be curious to see. There's one case that I heard of a young boy who got myocarditis when he basically was camping with his father, and it was super cold. They ended up having to sleep in the same sleeping bag, and father had been vaccinated, son had not, and both developed myocarditis. So there's a lot of different clinical case applications that we've heard about out there, but of course, I'm not seeing a lot being reported or researched.
Yeah. Absolutely. So just around the same issue of shedding, I know that, Angela, you're a chiropractor as well. And I've spoken to a lot of chiropractors, and I've also spoken to massage therapists that work on the vaccinated patients and are suffering from varieties of symptoms as well, because they are very hands-on with their patient population. And, varieties of symptoms such as extreme fatigue, lethargy, sleepiness, like they need to sleep more, palpitations, chest pain. And these are the people that are not vaccinated, but they're working on hands-on unvaccinated people. And especially massage therapists, and also Ayurvedic practitioners that perform procedures such as Abhyanga and Shirodhara, that is very hands-on, that have, but it's temporary symptoms. Like once they stop working and recover from the symptoms, then they're fine until they start working on other patients that are vaccinated. What I experienced personally was, it was very apparent to me that working on patients who have taken the Moderna vaccine gave me the most severe reactions personally. So I stopped treating Moderna patients. I referred them to a colleague who is vaccinated himself. And then that's my starting journey to talk to other practitioners in the field of Ayurveda, chiropractic, healing modalities that are hands-on. And
so here's a strange thing.
To my surprise, yeah. And
animals, people have reported shedding where their pets, canine or dogs, cats. We know about minks, we know about deers. People who've been vaccinated have reported their pets showing the symptoms that you would see in a pet that has the actual virus. I went into a room all about this many days ago, and it was fascinating. There were two vets in there, both from the United States, and look at the numbers of the amount of pets. Now, this is not a two-way infection with pets, so don't be too cautious. Effectively, the person who is carrying COVID, SARS-CoV-2, can give it to their pets. Equally, the person who has been vaccinated, it appears, can shed and give symptoms to their pets, but the pets don't give the adult, the human, the symptoms back. But there are high numbers of this being reported. So just to add in that point.
Yeah, very interesting.
And I see one of the audience members chimed in that they also could attest to having reactions, swollen lymph nodes, after being around vaxxed people, and they indicated that N-acetylcysteine, or NAC, helped them, And
Yeah.
that's one of the nutrients, that and straight glutathione, that I've used with patients
Yeah.
when they're going to be
Absolutely.
around vaccinated family members at holidays or other, to keep from becoming symptomatic.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
noticed the audience have also asked whether we could all provide our social media. I mean, those of us that are on Clubhouse, I think you'll probably find all the information you need on our profiles. If you just go through our name, find our profiles. Maybe when this is replayed on YouTube, Sherwin can put some references down. Unless anyone else has got ideas who's not on Clubhouse, maybe as a way to share their sites and things. Sherwin must be in the green room somewhere.
Mine will be at the end of my presentation. I don't know how to type into the chat, but it'll be on a slide at the end of my presentation in a little bit.
I also wanted to talk about some of the things you guys are talking about as a long hauler. Early on, before long COVID was a term, we were noticing that we were having the irregularities with our menstrual cycles and flares with our menstrual cycles. In fact, I always can tell when I'm going to decline because it's right before a menstrual cycle. I didn't put two and two together that it was from long COVID until the ENTs that were always taking me away in the ambulance from all my issues with long COVID was like, hey, my wife has an autoimmune issue. You should, just so you know, those with autoimmune issues generally flare with a period cycle. And I was like, oh, you're right. Every time I am in the hospital, it was like clockwork. Like day 1 or day 2 of my period, I would be in the ER. And also the shortening of my menstrual cycle as well. That happened into early on with long COVID. It happened a lot. It was very erratic. It continues to be erratic, and a lot of us are seeing clotting even this far out, heavier clotting during our cycles from that. And also the thing with the pets. So we noticed also very, very early on, like, I don't know, July of 2020, that our pets, like birds, cats, were getting coughs at the same time that they got long COVID.
Wow.
And I
so
thought it was
pets getting long COVID. That's fascinating. I never even thought of it.
It was really interesting because, in that time there was zero information out at all. So we were all scrutinizing everything around us really heavily for any abnormalities. Birth control was also something that I discovered can either harm or help us. Depends on what time we're at. So like early on, a lot of us went off of our birth control because we know, like, from the clotting that we get increased from that and the hormone variants that was making
your
some
talk
of us
was
weird.
fascinating. Do you know how many things it hit a chord with? Because I'm long COVID 23 months now. You even said about Mensa. I'm Mensa. My parents were Mensa. How uncanny is that? There is
It's not
actually a relationship
uncanny at
long
all.
COVID and
Actually,
intellect.
I've been looking into that, actually, the RCCX theory about the predisposition of being gifted or profoundly gifted, being tied to things like EDS POTS and post-viral illness. I have found even amongst my group, a huge amount of us, like a ridiculous amount, have gifted children. They are gifted. They're either professors or they're working on their master's degree. So I do feel like there is a correlation to that, because there's no way so many of us would have kids with such high IQ or and their kids
I'd love to get you on Clubhouse and do a room on that. Sorry to interrupt. There's a message here that says how to get Clubhouse. If anybody wants to get it, you can go to the Apple Store or to the Google Play Store, download as an app, just put Clubhouse as one word in, download it, it's free, set up a little brief profile, bang, you're on it, free. You just go into it, you'll see lots of names of rooms. And what's the name of our room?
It's being played right now on.
Yeah, I don't know the room name though.
COVID special events. COVID special events.
And so I was also.
Angela, is there another room you wanna suggest to the audiences?
Well, there's a lot of clubs that they can join, but if they look up any of us, if they look up any one of us by our names there, they can all scroll down to the bottom of our profile and see all the different clubs that we're in, and check them out and see if they like them.
Well, definitely check out the COVID Special Events Club. That's where this is streaming today. Cynthia, thank you so much for sharing in regards to your situation. Are you in the United States by any chance?
Yeah, I'm in Northern Virginia, so I'm right outside.
Yeah, have you had a chance to look into try to look into treatment with Dr. Patterson or Dr. Yogandra in the United States?
No, I haven't. I do know others that are doing things with Dr. Patterson. I'm also signed up for a study for what is it called, leronlimab. There's a few studies that are in clinical trials for different drugs. My issue right now, my issue has been that because I was let to go so far, that like the supplements that are helping so many people, like I know everyone's on like the NAC and all those other different anti-inflammatories. Because I am so far in and I am such a hyperreactive state, I can't even do something simple like a green tea, or my body will react to it. So I have to get I would have to get at a lower level of reactive state before I even tried to get something on the more on the less on the medicinal side, more on the herbal side and naturopath treatments.
Have you tried Shilajit, Cynthia? Shilajit. So Shilajit is an herbal remedy, Ayurvedic herbal remedy, and it's made from volcanic ashes, especially from the Himalayan mountains, and I would recommend that highly. And there are of course other Ayurvedic herbs. I would also try wormwood in liquid form. Yes, and you could also try Punarnava. I mean, you could find me on social media and get in touch with me. But there are definitely anti-inflammatory Ayurvedic herbs that are very potent. I would also recommend you to receive chelation therapy intravenous.
Yes.
And that is a must. If so far oral supplementation has not been beneficial, you really need to look into intravenous chelation.
I 100% agree, and I've been fighting for this for a long time, because I was saying early on when I was going into that dehydration and starvation, when I would get into the hospitals, I told them, hey, you have to give me medicine through IV, give my GI system a break so it can reset itself. And I had to fight. They said I had an eating disorder. But turns out after 5 days of being in the hospital, when I am on only IVs, I'm getting all my nutrients and medicine on IVs, I completely reset and I leave the hospital being able to eat anything. I don't react to air. I don't react to anything. And so I have been fighting really hard to see if I can do another round of that outside of the hospital system. The last time I was able to eat normal was the last time I left the hospital, which clearly shows that there's something going on in the GI and internally, and it needs to circumvent to get inside of my veins, give my GI a rest, give my body a chance to stop attacking everything that goes into my stomach, so I can reset and get back on a path of recovery.
Yes. So definitely check.
No one listens to me, so I have to fight. I have to fight.
Check with an alternative medical doctor that would do intravenous vitamin chelations, mineral chelations, and glutathione. Add glutathione to that IV cocktail.
Okay.
And
I know that you can even like prepare. Like I know you can even do like pre-Benadryl, then put it in there, and then if there's another reaction, do another Benadryl after the IV, so that you can get it in me enough to bring down the state and not make me kind of like tamper down the reaction, while whatever is going in the IV can give a chance to work itself through my body. I 100% agree. I know it's true. I know it can happen. A lot of us long haulers are fighting for it, but the medical care system makes this very expensive and hard and slow to go about happening. So a lot of this stuff we have to do out of pocket, and it costs hundreds of dollars. And given I was hospitalized 4 times, I have like thousands of dollars of debt, and that's considering I am on the best insurance in the nation, as my husband works for the government. So we have the best, most expensive most expensive insurance. And
when I listened to your story earlier, I couldn't help but think, oh, just one. So obviously here we're not giving medical advice, but we're talking about symptoms that you're presenting and things that we've seen in our patients and what things have worked in our patients. Okay. And when you mentioned that you have extreme sensitivity to the smell of your son's shampoo and the smell of things, immediately I went, oh, multiple chemical sensitivity and mast cell.
Yep.
Molybdenum is the link between those two. Molybdenum.
Okay.
And there is a supplement that I use with patients. It's available through the company, even on Amazon, but it's the Seeking Health molybdenum. I want to say it's 500 micrograms. And my patients are typically using one of those a day. And occasionally they also use some Hist Reset, which is short for histamine reset.
Mm-hmm.
And it does have some molybdenum in it. It also has quercetin and other things.
Yes, quercetin is something that a lot of people, a lot of long haulers that are similar, have my similar symptoms, are using that and getting a lot of help. But again, because they let me go so far and maybe be so reactive and won't put me in a space where my reactions can be brought down enough to enter things in my body.
Did you get your smell back?
Real short, let me describe what happened.
Oh yeah, I never lost taste or smell. It's always been amplified for me. It's always been 100% like.
Wow.
Like I have like the smell of a blood
I was trying to give you
like,
some good news because we discovered, Angela and I were looking at various things. I started taking magnesium.
Oh yeah, I've been taking magnesium for a long time. Early on when I could handle different vitamins, I was taking magnesium. That's one of the things I made my doctor put me on. I made her put me on vitamin C for the fatigue, magnesium for the muscle issues and all the other stuff. And I'm also on potassium because I was getting chronic low potassium from the lack of diet that I have, plus
and also drinking too much water. I discovered because my niacin, my sodium levels, my potassium, all my salts were ridiculously low, particularly because in the beginning, obviously I had fever, my body temperature was not regulated properly, and I was drinking lots of water. And every time I go on Clubhouse, they say, drink lots of water. No, you have to be very careful because your salt isn't regulated, your sugar isn't regulated. I was going into little diabetic seizure, coma type activity like a diabetes mellitus 1. So your salt levels can get ridiculously low. Your sugar levels exactly the same. A third of long COVID sufferers in the UK group have got diabetes mellitus 1 symptoms. They don't necessarily come up on the blood panels, but they have all the symptoms and they had dangerously low blood sugars.
Yes, I almost went into a diabetic coma while I was in the hospital from that because they were not paying attention and keeping an eye while I was in the middle of starvation dehydration. They were not keeping an eye on my levels and testing me fast enough. And so I remember while I was there, I had to I was begging the nurses. I said, something is wrong. I'm feeling worse. They came in, please check my sugar, check something. And they checked it and it was very, very low. But they still treated me as I was psychosomatic. So they were like, oh, just drink some apple juice. I'm like, no, apple juice in the state that I'm in, this level of starvation, dehydration, it's going to destroy, my body's not going to know how to handle it. Like I needed an IV level in a slow way. And so after they checked it the second time when it dropped again, they gave it to me via IV and I bounced back. And I was also considered when I first got sick, pre-diabetic. Even though I've never had any issues with diabetes whatsoever.
Yeah, your talk was fascinating. I'm doing mine after this. If anybody wants to hear Moneypenny's disastrous life, and it wasn't just a health and wealth thing, it was pretty much the whole life that went.
Dr. Santosh, are we supposed to, I think we were supposed to wrap this up and take some of the questions from the audience.
Right. I was actually coming in because I didn't want to disrupt the conversation going, and I was itching to come in and kind of read out the conversation. Thank you, Cynthia. And we do feel concerned about your condition as well as Miss Moneypenny. She's not here on the screen, but I hope she'll be back with us. There she is. We didn't hear about her either, but I think what we can do is let's talk a little bit about what is COVID. We have not touched upon that. And also, we are talking about a condition which we are not actually letting our audience know. What is this condition which we call long hauler? So, if
I do
some
have
of the
20
panelists would
slides, and
take up.
Sherwin told me to talk after this, so I don't know what's going wrong, but
Hang in there, Moneypenny. We are coming back to you, and we have several audiences questions as well. We have skipped through some, like the connection between the jabs and the infertility was earlier question, and then more are coming on the way. So if we can start with what do you think is COVID? How should anybody identify themselves whether or not they have COVID symptom, and should they be concerned and go and seek medical advice? So anybody want to take that question? Is it a respiratory disease or is it a systemic disease? Where do we start? How do we identify somebody has COVID? Thank you.
It's an endothelial condition. So it can affect someone anywhere from their throat through their gastrointestinal tract, their lungs. What originally starts is the endothelium, and when the virus starts to replicate and the spike protein starts to replicate, that's when it starts to impact more the lungs, the heart, the cardiovascular system, etc. So the important thing is to keep it from getting there. That's why we need to keep that's why a lot of the mouthwashes, nasal sprays, and things have shown to be effective, is because it keeps the virus from adhering and building up in number to where it can then begin to affect the rest of the body. In terms of how do we diagnose it, we have no valid way of currently diagnosing it, period. The test.
What is the symptomatology we see? Dr. Atusha, would you like to chime in? What are the symptomatology that is present when you see a COVID patient?
COVID patient or long haulers? So actually they are very
Let's
similar.
first deal with the COVID, and then we go to what it may result as long hauler.
Yeah, so we have to understand, because the symptoms of COVID has a lot to do with a certain cytokines inflammatory response from the body. It is perpetuated even after the acute phase of COVID is gone, and people experience on and off symptoms, but the symptoms vary. Even as of last year, when we started seeing COVID patients, I started seeing COVID patients, etc., a lot of them didn't even match exactly the textbook scenario of a flu, like a viral flu. They had all kinds of symptoms such as extreme fatigue, even ringing in the ear, chest pain, palpitation, vertigo, dizziness. This is even before anything such as long hauler was even imagined. This is early on last year in 2020, when we were just told that there is a new virus, it's called COVID-19, etc., that I started seeing patients with all kinds of symptoms as such. And of course, then you have the very textbook category of fever, respiratory distress, etc., and all the symptoms that go with cold and flu, upper respiratory symptoms, lower respiratory symptoms. But the
So could you list some of the symptoms, like they have fever, they have headache, body ache, muscle pain, and diarrhea, nausea, vomiting?
Yeah, even
if you can give a list like this, then we can move on to the chronic symptomatology.
That's what I'm trying to get at. That a lot of times the acute symptoms would not match the same acute symptoms that we've always seen, like fever, like upper respiratory, like cough, shortness of breath, a runny nose, body aches, fatigue. These are the acute symptomatology that we're used to be seeing in
Right.
people with viral infections or seasonal colds and flus, right? However, we were seeing people in acute stages of something that you could say was COVID, you could say it's radiation toxicity, whatever, that was parallel to COVID. And some of those symptoms that were not the usual and customary, what we're used to, would be fatigue, would be ringing in the ear, a vertigo, dizziness, chest pain, palpitation, nausea, digestive symptoms, that some people thought that they had food poisoning, for example.
Right.
And but it wasn't. And so what I'm trying to say, because this is a bioweapon, this is not a naturally occurring virus. They got a biological virus or viron, maybe from multiple different RNA viruses, and took it to a lab, did the gain of function research, and basically came up with this new pathological biological weapon that is doing all kinds of things in different people, also depending on their genetic predispositions, depending on varieties of factors, viral loads, their toxic load, etc., that they're responding differently to the exposure. And so when you say list the acute, then list the chronic, the problem is even the acute phase of some of the people did not match the usual acute symptomatology of the viral infection. And so there was a mix and match of the different things. But for the long haulers, a lot of times it's extreme fatigue. There is still body aches and joint pains and aches and pains. There is extreme tiredness. Some of them are still feeling vertigo and dizziness, ringing in the ear, and indigestion is another thing. Skin rashes, food allergies. These are some of the more long hauler symptomatology. And so in my presentation, which was supposed to be at 9 a.m., but I know because of the panel, which is very useful, I'll be speaking next. And I'll go over some of the more pathophysiological processes that have been observed with how the body produces the inflammasomes, the inflammatory cytokines, etc., and why some of the supplements, such as quercetin, zinc, vitamin D3, C, how do they interfere with the pathophysiological processes of SARS-CoV-2, these bioweapon, whatever you want to call it. There is still a biological process that has been given a gain of function that is creating havoc in the immune system, creating a lot of inflammatory responses. And where does each one of these things, such as quercetin, D3C, zinc, N-acetyl L-cysteine, or what they, a lot of people are calling NAC, come in and interfere with that process, both in acute phases of the disease and also in the chronic phases of the disease, in the long haulers. So don't be surprised. See, the thing is, we're used to the medical, conventional medicine approach that looks at people in a dissected, separated organ systems, whereas in the holistic medicine, we look at it as a whole, one system working in concert with each other. So if you understand the pathophysiological processes, you can decipher and understand what happens even in the chronic phase, and how we can actually place blockages in the system where certain enzymes and certain lock and key processes are happening, where there are proteases that result in replication of the spike protein. What do we do when we say take vitamin D3? Why zinc interferes with that process, or where quercetin interferes with that process? So even though these are readily available supplements, their potency and their power in stopping this cascade of inflammation and inflammasomes is mind-boggling, even though
Thank
they're
you.
very simple supplements and things of that nature.
That's perfect. I think that leads a great segue into maybe ending this panel, and we will move on to introducing you, Dr. Mahdavi, as I think everyone's quite interested to listen to what you have to say in regards to the immune system. Thank you very much for the panel for joining us, and I will move on to my introduction of Dr. Mahdavi. I believe Sherwin has a presentation all set up. So I would really like to introduce Dr. Mahdavi. She is a holistic health expert, a speaker, and a best-selling author. She is a doctor of chiropractic, certified in integrative medicine. She is a Hatha yoga master, teacher, and I am so bad with this, Ayurvedic yoga therapist.
Ayurvedic medicine and Ayurvedic yoga therapist.
Thank you very much. I knew my pronunciation would be horrible. Her life's calling is about helping others achieve optimal health and wellness, vitality, and vibrant energy. With a profound understanding, knowledge, and mastery of the human system and mechanics of wellness and health, she has over 25 years of hands-on clinical experience. She has helped thousands of patients, including A-list athletes and entertainment personalities, achieve optimal wellness naturally. She is a clinical faculty at the Southern University of California Health Sciences.
Southern California University of Health Sciences.
Clinical, yes, sorry. Her upcoming book, Holy You, will soon be published on Amazon. You are also the author of a Wall Street Journal book called The Expert's Cure. So I will hand the mic over to you, looking very forward to your presentation.
Thank you so much. Yes. So I think I'm not sure if I still need to share my screen or Sherwin is going to do it. I think I'll share my screen and we'll see where that goes. Yes. Okay. Share screen. Yeah. No. Okay. So I picked this topic, COVID long hauler and vaccine detox, which is also detoxifying from the inflammasomes and the inflammatory processes that happen during acute phases of COVID, then continuously into a chronic phase of the COVID long hauler. But to understand what's happening with this whole process, we need to understand this biological weapon, gain of function viron that was basically made in a lab. And we need to understand how it interferes with our immune system and how it basically creates this inflammatory process. And once we understand that, then we can understand why is it that a lot of the healthcare practitioners and in the alternative realm, and of course also the mainstream medical conventional doctors that now are recognizing the value of some of these supplements, etc. And so to understand the virus, whether you want to call it the bioweapon, lab-made, whatever it is, you have to look at its characteristics. So it's very, moderately small in size. So depending on what literature you look at, it'll say it'll be from like 50 nanometer to 90 nanometer, which is moderately small. It is a single-stranded mRNA virus. So it's not a DNA virus. It is it's an RNA virus. I'm sorry, that's a typo. It's an RNA virus, not mRNA. RNA virus, single-stranded. And The RNA, which is the genetic material, is inside of the cell, which is enveloped by a lipid cell wall, the lipid cell wall, which is its Achilles tendon, because you can wash lipid with soap and it will dissolve. And then you have the spike proteins, or S1 spike proteins, which are responsible in the binding to a human cell receptor that is called ACE2 receptor. And it is moderately virulent and infectious. And it's not, let's say, as severe as something like Ebola, for example, or Zika virus. It's moderate in that infectivity and virulent. And also, it uses a protein enzyme, the TMPRSS2, and this is what activates the lock and key mechanism of the spike protein with the human ACE2 receptor site. The reason I'm mentioning these, because these are the Achilles tendon that we will see how we can neutralize when we're dealing with COVID long haul, even the vaccine side effects. Because remember, the vaccine is injecting an mRNA, genetic material inside of your cell that hijacks the factory of the cell, just like COVID does. So just like the virus does that by inserting its mRNA into the cell, hijacking the factory of the cell, asking the ribosomes to produce the spike protein in your cells. So both the virus does that, but also the vaccine, the mRNA vaccines do that, as well as the other attenuated viruses in AstraZeneca and other vaccines. And so the spike protein attaches to the ACE2 receptor site. And if you look at this slide, you will see that, so the ACE2 receptor is on the cell wall of the human cell. And then you have a enzyme, a protein serine enzyme that is TMPRSS2 that activates this lock and key mechanism. So the spike protein latches onto the ACE2 receptor with the enzymatic catalyst that makes this process happen, which is this protein. And so once that lock and key is established between the virus and the healthy cell, then the virus gains entry into your cell. It gains entry to your cell. Once it gains entry to the cell, it injects its RNA, a single strand RNA, genetic information inside of the cell. And once it shoots that RNA information into the cell, then your cell factory is hijacked, where mRNA, a messenger RNA, is carrying the code, the genetic code, to tell your cell factory to start replicating the spike protein. If it is the mRNA of the vaccine, it does the same thing. It injects the mRNA of the vaccine into the cell, and it asks the factory of the cell, or commands the cell, to produce the spike proteins. In the case of the virus, once it hijacks your factory of the cell, it produces the spike protein, but the whole factory of the cell also starts to replicate the RNA and puts together new virons, the new viruses that now incubate in your system to a number that can cause infection if your first line of defense does not come in and block that replication from happening. So the first line of defense in the immune system, which is basically the presence of macrophages, natural T killer cells, monocytes, neutrophils, mast cells, eosinophils, basophils. These will encounter the virus in your nasal passages, in your trachea, in your nasopharynx, by your ciliated cells and goblet cells in those nasal passages, in the airway system, on contact. And your first line of immunity will kill right on the spot the virus, whether it's a natural occurring or this biological, gain of function research virus. And on the spot, it would neutralize and kill them. This is your first line of defense. If this happens, then you're successful. You don't even go to the second line of defense, where which is called adaptive immunity, where you need to make antibodies. The first line of defense is called the innate immunity. Through some of these immune cells, the white blood cells, etc., it doesn't even allow the virus to replicate to a number that then your second line of defense, T and B lymphocytes, come in and make the antibodies. And if your first line of defense is unsuccessful and this gets into the lower respiratory system, the virus replicates and gets down to the deeper lungs tissue. It passes the bronchioles, it passes all of that, and it goes to the alveoli of the lung tissue. And once it starts to hijack those cells and starts to replicate itself, then this is where you get the cytokine storm, where all of these first line of defense immune cells, even though they weren't able to neutralize the virus from replicating or attaching to more and more and more ACE2 receptor sites, you get a barrage of macrophages, T helper cells that basically will send an alert, help, 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 to bring in the inflammasomes, the cytokines, which are a cascade of inflammatory cells, interleukins, NF-kappa Bs, etc., that create the problem of acute respiratory distress syndrome or disease, etc., through the cytokines. Once you have the cytokines coming in through all these inflammatory cells, then you have what we know, platelet aggregation, you have blood clots forming. Of course, the endothelial cell linings are involved when they start to replicate the spike protein, which is also the reason for myocarditis, stroke. Whether you had COVID last year in hospitals, you heard people are having strokes, heart attacks, etc., kidney failures, etc. Well, some of it was because of remdesivir, but a part of it has to do with the blood clot forming and the endothelial cell linings being impacted, and platelet aggregation takes place, blood clot formation, and then there is a process of tissue repair by the means of fibroblasts that come in to do the tissue repair, which also triggers certain other inflammasomes, such as NLRP3, which is a cytotoxic for tissue death. When a tissue is damaged, that cascade of cells come in to basically get the dead cells out, etc., which causes the lungs tissue to become fibrotic, and other tissues, also tissue necrosis takes place, and that is a problem. We don't want to go there. So all of these little names I throw at you, NLRP3, etc., ACE2 receptor, the protease, serine protease that is the enzymatic catalyst to have that lock and key mechanism, is because what we're going to see next. So if your first line of defense is not successful, if you don't make the antibodies in time, which is the second line of defense, to stop the cytokine storm from happening, or have it in a mild fashion, not to the extreme where your lungs tissues are incapable of doing their work, etc. So remember these: NLRP3, ACE2 receptor, TMPRSS2. So there is a reason why I want you to remember that. So when it comes to COVID long haul, and the vaccine, this cascade of inflammation continues to happen. And in the long haulers is because of the non-classical monocytes with the endothelial cell lining continuously making the spike protein, etc. And same thing happens in people who get the vaccine. It keeps on. So the long haulers is because your body endothelial cells are affected, and you keep on having the spike protein, which becomes a sort of a target for your immune cells, and it keeps on creating more and more and more blood clots. And then with the vaccine, all of your cells, including the endothelial cells, keep on creating the spike protein, and this cascade of inflammation, inflammasomes, and cytokines continues to happen. And so that is why, if you look at it as a functional medicine perspective, which is one of my credentials, is functional medicine and Ayurvedic medicine, the holistic approach is how do you support your immune system to be able to reduce the cytokines to avoid the fibrotic changes, the blood clot formation, but keep it still active enough to neutralize these processes of inflammatory cytokines, etc. So whenever we look at treatment, you have to always look at the highest benefit derived from the treatment from the lowest, with the lowest risk possible. This is the essence of medicine. How do you choose a treatment that does not cause a high risk, but produces or delivers the highest benefit? So when we look at some of these herbs and supplements, we're looking at this green box, highly effective and beneficial with the lowest possible risk. Whereas when you look at something like a vaccine, it is very low benefit with the highest risk possible. And also, do not do harm. It's the oath of any medical practitioner that we take. And if you knowingly introduce a high risk with low benefit to your patients, then you are nullifying that oath of do not do harm, do no harm. And so what we want to do with the treatments is to prevent the infection by enhancing the immune system to avoid this ACE2 receptor site and the spike protein to join and make that lock and key mechanism. You want to stop the replication by neutralizing the proteases, enzymes, etc., that make the spike protein and the viral replica. And you want to reduce the cytokines and inhibit some of these inflammatory processes and hasten recovery. And so with that, we will go to the next slide, and the preventing the infection involves, like I said, the ACE2 receptor to be blocked from attaching to the spike protein. Then you want to also stop the TMPRSS2 protein that catalyzes that lock and chain mechanism, and also the replication of the virus, and also stop the NLRP inflammasomes from being activated, which bring in other interleukins, such as interleukin 1 and 6 and 8, that have been seen in long hauler COVID. Okay, so with that, let's go to the next slide. So when we look at the blocking of the entry of the spike protein with the ACE2 receptor. So how do we block the entry of the virus into the normal human cell? You have to be able to block the ACE2 receptor activity. And the most beautiful message is that you could do this naturally. So for example, the herb astragalus is shown in varieties of research that you will see the footnotes. I have 3 links or 3 citations of the studies that with astragalus and quercetin and vitamin D3, you either block the binding of ACE2 receptor to spike protein, or you deactivate the ACE2 protein, or you reduce the activation of this ACE2. So if you're taking notes, then you want to have astragalus in a tincture format is more absorbable in the body. You want to have quercetin on hand, and you could buy these from any health food store, maybe on Amazon, Whole Foods. I don't want to, promote any particular brand. And then D3, vitamin D3. And you could always measure your vitamin D3. I included in my functional medicine blood work. And I will tell you, for the last 17 years that I have been practicing functional medicine, I've been a chiropractor for 26 years, but I've been doing functional medicine and integrative medicine, being board certified for 17, 18 years. 90% of people are deficient in vitamin D3 in the blood work that I've been ordering. And all of the functional medicine doctors will tell you the same thing. And so if you measure your vitamin D3 and you see that you're low, then that means you have to have high dosages. You have to take high dosages, at least for a while. 5,000 IUs to 10,000 IUs daily, and until you reach acceptable levels of it. 50 is acceptable, 50 in the blood. If you're at 20, 25, 35, still not acceptable, even though if you're 35 or 40, your conventional medical doctors will tell you it's okay. Your levels are okay. It's not okay. You want it to be at least 50 in your blood work. And so that is why D3, quercetin, and astragalus is a must on hand, both for COVID acute chronic long haulers, but also for people who have taken the vaccines, either one of the mRNA vaccines or the attenuated viruses, AstraZeneca, et cetera. And so let's go to the next one, elderberry. So elderberry extract, which is an herb, it's a berry, and well, we could say it's a plant-based medicine, etc. And it does stop or inhibit the replication of the virus by inhibiting NLRP3, which we mentioned before, which is a protein inside of the cell that basically is involved in replicating the virus. And so the studies are done on other families of coronaviruses, and not necessarily SARS-CoV-2, but very similar, and it is proven to be effective. And so elderberry extract, if you take the syrup, if you're having respiratory issues, etc., then this is a must to have on hand. And next slide. Then zinc. And this is like the gold standard of right now treating people with COVID. Your the doctors the medical doctors, conventional medical doctors that are treating their patients with ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, they always add zinc to that, because those things, hydroxychloroquine and, believe it or not, ivermectin, they are zinc ionophores. Just like quercetin is a zinc ionophore, epigalactogen in green tea is a zinc ionophore. What does that mean? That means it makes the zinc penetrate inside of the cells and do its job. It's a transport mechanism for zinc to go inside of the cytoplasm. And that is why when you take zinc, you also need to take the ionophores, such as quercetin and green tea. You could either take the green tea extract or epigalactogen as a form of like a supplement, or you could drink green tea throughout the day. And so zinc basically also reduces the replication of the virus by inhibiting NLRP3, which is the enzyme inside of the cell which is responsible for viral replication. And so, like I said, quercetin is a zinc ionophore, and so is green tea. And there are natural sources of quercetin. I don't recommend you just rely on natural sources such as apples, red apples especially, red grapes, red onions, garlic, asparagus. These are all high in quercetin. Shallots are high in quercetin. That's good to include red peppers, etc. Include them in your cooking, or if you drink them, if you take them as raw, or you juice them, etc. But always take supplements of quercetin, especially if you're a long hauler, if you're suffering from COVID symptoms, or you've taken the vaccine, because you need it in high dosages, and you need to support your system with supplementation. You could take up to 10,000 milligrams of quercetin a day. Your zinc, you could take up to 50 to even 100 milligrams of zinc a day. Vitamin D3, like I said before, 5,000 to 10,000 IUs if you're low, if you have COVID, and if you're a long hauler. Other than that, if it's prophylactic, you don't have any of these symptoms, you're just taking it preventatively, you could take 2,000 IU of D3. Going to the next slide, vitamin C and melatonin. And so vitamin C, of course, you could find it in a lot of the red vegetables, yellow vegetables and fruits, citrus, orange, red peppers, etc., strawberries, even in broccoli you could find it. But you need to supplement with vitamin C. If you're suffering from long hauler COVID, or you have the flu, let's just call it the flu, you need to be on high mega dosages of vitamin C. 3,000 milligram, 4,000 milligram, 5,000 milligram. Once your stool becomes very loose, or you get diarrhea, you know that you're taking too much. So back off a little bit. So, start with 3,000 milligrams a day if you have symptoms, whether long hauler or, COVID. And then see how it is. If your stool's still okay, make it a 4,000 milligram. If the stool is okay, maybe continue on that dose, maybe go to 5,000, but definitely keep it at that. Don't go higher than that. It's water soluble. Any extra amount is flushed out of your body through defecation and urination. And melatonin, so vitamin C reduces the inflammasome activation of NLRP3, which brings in interleukins, which brings in the cytokines. So it will reduce that activation, which is important. And melatonin inhibits, again, the inflammasomes NLRP3 and also NF-kappa beta or NF-kappa B. And so that is another inflammasome that is inhibited by melatonin, which is in very low dosages. You could take it once a day, and reduces the oxidative stress on the lung injured cells. And basically, it is amazing if you take it both during a flu infection, or if you're a long hauler, that you should do that. Also selenium. I didn't put selenium in this PowerPoint, but selenium is also a powerful and potent supplement that you could take to enhance your immune system by enhancing your endocrine system, namely your thyroid gland, which is intertwined with the immune system. And so in the next slide, reduction of NLRP3 inflammasomes, which is going to bring in cytotoxic tissues, etc., cytotoxic inflammasomes, such as NF-kappa B, interleukins, as I mentioned before, 6, 8, even 1, and so does quercetin, which already we talked about. Garlic. My recommendation with garlic is you chop it off and you have it raw. You could sprinkle the chopped off raw garlic on your food and eat it like that. When you cook it, its potency is reduced, and it's not as potent. It's not that medicinal if you cook it. It has to be raw. And again, garlic does the same thing. It reduces the inflammasomes and interleukins, etc. Epigalactogen, which was mentioned before, which is in green tea, also blocks the ACE2 receptor from attachment, and it also reduces the cytokines, including interleukin 1b. And so you see, there are research about all of this. It's not just because, we are woo doctors and we're like, don't take the vaccine, but instead take this and that. No, there is research on that. You could look up PubMed and you find a lot of research. Curcumin, which is the flavonoid part of the turmeric, which is anti-inflammatory, etc. It reduces the viral attachment, meaning the ACE2 receptor from attaching to the spike protein, stops the entry by doing that, but it also stops the replication once inside the cell. It reduces the inflammasomes such as interleukins, most of the interleukins that are responsible for these cytokines, and it inhibits the NLRP3, which, like mentioned before, it's responsible for replication. So you want to have curcumin on hand as well. And there are now supplements of curcumin that are with black pepper or long pepper, and that makes it more absorbable, more potent. And so definitely those are better when it's taken with black pepper. And so now there is also varieties of mushrooms. It's not just one kind of mushroom, but most of the mushrooms that are listed here, the lion's mane, shiitake, maitake, reishi, even the garden variety white mushroom that you see in stores, etc., they all have these myceliums that are wonderful inhibitors of some of the cytokines and inflammasomes, and such as the interleukins, etc. And so that is why some of the, for example, cordyceps. So cordyceps is, even if you could take it as a supplement, cordyceps, which is a mushroom, and or tincture form, that also has been proven to help with the long haulers. And so cordyceps as a supplement, in a supplement for powder form, you could put it in a soup like thing, you could make your own tea or tincture from it. Stinging nettle tea, these are some of the other supplements that are a must. And so N-acetyl-L-cysteine, this is unfortunately taken off most of the shelves in health food stores. I believe that even Amazon doesn't carry it anymore. But there are wholesale, not wholesale, but wholesale sold to holistic practitioners. I'm on the process of getting my own brand and carry it in my on my website because nowadays you just have to order it from either practitioners that have it or manufacturers that sell it to the public. Glutathione, these are a must also. I didn't include it in my very lengthy presentation, because of the time limits that we have each presenter. But these are a must because they also interfere with the inflammatory processes in the system. And nattokinase, a Japanese knotweed, is something that is abundant in nattokinase. So you can even buy Japanese knotweed and make your tea or tinctures from it, use it in your smoothies or shake, or just take nattokinase as a supplement. You need to have a proteolytic enzyme that basically you take on an empty stomach. That this acts as a hackman and goes in and chews up on the spike protein when you take it on empty stomach. Proteolytic enzymes are enzymes that break down proteins, and spike protein is a protein. And so in that sense, it will be very helpful when taken on empty stomach twice a day in between meals. For long haulers, glutathione can be added to an IV intravenous chelation process by your conventional, MDs that are practicing functional medicine or osteopaths that are practicing functional medicine. And Shilajit is another potent Ayurvedic medicine. So is Punarnava, so is Boswellia. These are some of the other potent Ayurvedic herbs that are proven to stop inflammation in varieties of autoimmune diseases, different arthritic conditions, etc. And some of the systemic autoimmune arthritic conditions such as psoriatic arthritis and rheumatoid arthritis. And so because a lot of the same inflammasomes and cytokines are seen to be involved in autoimmune diseases, and that is why there is these hypotheses and theories about the involvement of viruses in autoimmune diseases. That a lot of the theories say that people with RA have been exposed to certain viral infections that cause the cascade of the cytokines and inflammatory responses. Same thing with Epstein-Barr virus that they talk about is responsible in certain autoimmune diseases, fibromyalgia, etc., because of the very same inflammatory responses that are taking place. Stinging nettle tea, this is another great supplement that you could take as a long hauler. There is a lot more that can be done. If you there are certain processes of self-care that in Ayurveda we talk about steam inhalation with essential oils such as sage, tea tree oil, etc. Even eucalyptus. There are nasal drops, especially for those who have lost their sense of smell, etc. There are specific medicinal oils in Ayurveda that we use. And like I said, if you need to get in touch with me, you see yourvitalitydoctor.com. And I also have a course for long haulers that it's very simple and very easy to follow and very cheap. And I would be happy to be of assistance. I also am offering the free ebook, which is the chapter in the best-selling book, Expert's Cure, that I offer for free. And I think the link was provided to you before. I believe, yes, here, yourvitalitydoctor.com/free-e-book, which you can also just download the free, and it will talk about some of these self-care, home care, procedures that you could do, like steam inhalation, nausea, which means application of oil to your nasal passages, etc. And with that, I think
That is amazing. Thank you so much. That was such a wonderful amount of information. I know that that information is valid across the board between COVID, long haul COVID, vaccine injury. This is information everybody needs to know. I was extremely excited to hear a lot about the curcumin. I've heard a lot about it, but I was unaware that it is much more potent with black pepper. So I learned something new today, which I greatly appreciate. And we really appreciate all your time today. I believe Dr. Lee Merritt is up next. So I want to thank you so much for your time, Dr. Mahdavi. And we will introduce Dr. Lee Merritt. Hi, Dr. Lee, how are you?
How do I get out of the room?
I think Sherwin takes care of that.
I can't hear you guys. I hope you know that.
Oh, can you hear us now, Dr. Lee? No, not yet.
Okay, you hear me, but I don't hear you. So
I
you just wave
definitely
at
hear
me when
you.
I share screen, or how do you want me to go ahead?
I will hopefully, I believe Sherwin's probably
I can hear
working.
Dr. Mahdavi, but I can't hear you, Gloria.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
Can you hear her?
Can you hear me, Dr. Mahdavi?
I can hear. Both of
Okay,
you.
good.
Oh,
Well,
interesting.
I can hear.
maybe
you.
I'll have Dr.
Right,
Mahdavi
okay.
just let Dr. Merritt know. I will introduce her, and then I will.
Does
Sherwin
she
will
want me
work
to
on
go
my
ahead?
sound.
No, so Dr. Merritt, she wants to introduce you and read your bio first, and then you can go. So I'll be the.
You'll be my
translator.
The master. That's so lovely. Thank
Give
you.
me signals, okay. You just tell me when
Okay,
to do something. Thanks a lot.
Yes.
Perfect. So I'm going to introduce Dr. Lee Merritt. She is a graduate from the University of Rochester School of Medicine and Dentistry in New York, where she was elected to a life membership in the Alpha Omega Alpha Honor Medical Society. She completed an orthopedic surgery residency in the United States Navy and served as a Navy physician and surgeon before returning to Rochester, where she became the first woman to be appointed as Louis A. Goldstein Fellow of Spinal Surgery. Dr. Merritt has been in private practice in orthopedic and spinal surgery since 1995. She has served on the board of the Arizona Medical Association and is a past president of the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons. So welcome. And Dr. Mahdavi, if you want to let Ms. Merritt know that
Yes.
she can begin her presentation.
Okay, go ahead.
You can bring your present.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for having me. And I'm gonna just go ahead and I guess share the screen here. Oh, it says unable to share screen, that I need permissions from something. Oh gosh.
You probably you probably have to give permissions from your side to the application.
Okay, and when I do that, it says permissions to allow screen recording, and I never.
No, ignore that. Yeah.
But it says unable to share screen. Please update system permissions to allow screen recording for browser. So
No. Okay,
that's
right,
what.
I'll share from my side then. Yeah, you want me to share from my side?
Okay, try again. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, it says something about the browser. Do you think
Okay, all right. Yeah,
maybe-
let me share from my end then. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying
Okay.
to also do it here
Okay.
under sharing, and I don't know how to. Oh, okay. Select. Okay. Maybe I need to do this. It says screen sharing is currently being controlled by the remote management service.
I'm not seeing your share come on yet, so
Okay, I'll try again. Okay, I'm going to try just doing it for the whole thing instead of just the application. I'll say entire screen share. Yeah, it won't let me.
Are you clicking the computer screen at the bottom of the app?
It says Studio Restream wants you to share the contents of your screen. Choose what you'd like to share. And I said my entire screen, but it won't let me do it.
Okay, it could be something on your computer. So let me share from my side then.
Yeah, I think it's your side that's got me blocked. Because I've got a red line here, and usually that means that you guys. I'm really sorry. I never have had this problem.
That's okay. It's fine. It's up down. Yeah, it's on screen now. I'll share it from my end.
Okay. You know, why don't I do this? Why don't I try a different browser?
Yeah, you could try it as well.
I'm sorry, but let me just do that and I'll get back in. Now, I just need to keep the, I just need to get this copy. This will be quick. Okay. Leave.
Gloria, can you come back on?
Hi. Is there anything I can do to assist with the technical difficulties for the moment, or?
Yeah, she just switching to a different browser at the moment. Maybe it's the permissions on her browser, but it works fine for others. So we'll see how it goes.
I was able to see the it on the screen when you put it on.
Yeah, that's when I put it on. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe we can do it that way, where you flip through her slides, maybe.
Okay, hold on.
Only a small technical glitch, everybody. We should be back up and running shortly with Dr. Lee Merritt, who I'm very excited to listen to, especially seeing the title of her presentation, COVID, a War Like No Other.
Now, are you guys seeing that?
We are. We can see your presentation.
Yes, you see it fine. Yeah.
Full
Yeah.
screen? It's full screen? Like right
Yes,
now?
it is now.
Yeah, perfect like that. Yeah.
I'll just make sure I can move the slide, and that moves to the next slide.
Yep.
Okay, good.
All
Okay.
good. Yes.
Well, thank
Perfect.
you. I'll start again. You know, I love the previous talk because it was so practical about, you know, actually how to protect yourself medically. And I guess I'm going to try and protect you by explaining the environment we're in, because think about being in a war and not knowing you're in a war. Like you wake up one day in Sarajevo, which is a world-class city, and you think you're going to go get espresso at the local bistro, and instead you walk out and get shot because a stray round from this war that's just broken out over your head has hit you. That's what we don't want. We need to have situational awareness in order to survive what's being thrown at us. You know, one thing you might want to think that some of what I'm saying sounds a little crazy, but I will tell you the one true conspiracy that we should all agree about here is that nothing is being done in 2020 was really for your health. It's very hard to argue that some of the stuff like the picture on the left is for your health. We've been forced to cover our faces, locked into our homes. We've been censored. Now they're removing the Aboriginal peoples in Australia to camps. They're mandating vaccines, which is totally medically unethical. And you're being made to show papers around the world. This is not about medical care. You know, nobody talks about lockdown in medicine. We talk about quarantines. Lockdown is a prison term, and that's what's going on here. This is an excuse for tyranny. We need to wake up and realize that. Now, this is the narrative that we were shown, or that we were told in 2020, that for eons, bats had lived in commensal bliss with us, and then suddenly, for some reason, this weird virus leapt out of bat soup, perfectly formed to infect humans. Now, this happened because it was this unsanitary, dirty meat market in Wuhan, but that just coincidentally happened to be in a country that was 4 million square miles large. It just coincidentally was 8 miles from the only level 4 bioweapons lab in China, but that had nothing to do with it. That was the narrative. Okay, and of course, our valiant public health officials jumped into the fray, but they just were not able to contain it. And the other thing that was unusual this time, but according to the narrative, we started this testing and we saw something we'd never seen with a viral outbreak before, and that was widespread asymptomatic spread of the disease. Global asymptomatic spread. That's not something you normally see. Now, drastic public health measures were taken after reviewing the best scientific evidence. Now, you know, I actually saw this in Las Vegas, our big gambling center, you know, and I thought, you can't believe that this actually has some point to contagion control. These big holes you can put your hand through, but they think a virus is not going to get through. And then, of course, they told us that we had to do all these crazy things like being masked and wash our hands and take to the basement and be very, you know, stand 6 feet apart, because just a few of these spike proteins could make us sick or kill us. But now they're telling us, don't worry, we've got a vaccine that's going to create trillions of spike proteins in the human body, but we're pretty sure it's 95% safe and effective. And of course, then there are these disinformation dozens. Some of my doctor friends are on there. I've got 5 friends, I think, on there. In fact, I feel kind of a little jilted that I wasn't on there, but I wasn't at a vaccine fight years ago. And because of these guys spreading disinformation, we had to do incentives. Now, this is just some of the stuff we did in America, but it's pretty funny in a way. I mean, we gave out free Krispy Kreme donuts if you proved you were vaccinated. My favorite, again, Las Vegas, they gave out lap dances, and Ohio jumped in there with free lottery tickets for the vaccinated. And of course, Colorado responded with free marijuana joints. Now, in spite of everything, and although the vaccines were clearly effective early on, we had this wily virus escape containment. Apparently, it's Greek in nature. And so now we have to have periodic and unending vaccine boosters. I've heard them say you might have to have a vaccine every time you get on an airplane. I mean, this is the ridiculousness. And remember how they beat us up over the head with herd immunity? Well, herd immunity used to mean traditionally in medicine that if you had 60 to 70% of the population were immune to a disease, the other 30 to 40% got benefit because there was just not as much disease going around, so they were less likely to get sick. But now it appears their definition of herd immunity is one person unvaccinated threatens the whole world. That's what they told us in 2020. Let's look at some of the evidence here. The first thing to say, without question, this is a man-made bioweapon. Now, what is a bioweapon? By definition, a bioweapon is something that is manipulated in a lab. Doesn't mean it's created from de novo. It can be created. It may have come from, you know, a bat coronavirus. In fact, I have lots of evidence for that. That it was bat RNA, coronavirus RNA, whatever we want to call it, that was taken into a lab and manipulated. Now, there are so many classic signs that we look at to see if a disease has jumped out of another species or started an outbreak. And this meets none of those criteria. Simply, a simple one to understand is that there's no intermediate host. They tested all the meat market. There's not one evidence of this virus being in any of those animals. And if this were really something that leapt out of bats, it should be able to be reinfected into bats, and it can't. In fact, the very best match of this virus is to humans. And there's some other things that are complicated to go into. But bottom line is, anybody that knows about pandemics, epidemics, and how we really researched it in the past would know this is not fit a spontaneous outbreak. Now, what really made me aware of the fact that it was a bioweapon early on was Prashant Pradhan, one of the many, you know, stellar guys in his group, by the way, the whole group of them in Delhi, India. But there are many, many sharp people like Luc Montagnier, Nobel laureate, Michael Yaden, and lots of these guys, big names, that are speaking out against this scam. But Prashant Pradhan and his group published this article, and it was published. They submitted it in January of 2020, but it was published very shortly, and then it was immediately withdrawn under protest. They were forced to withdraw the article. Now, I read the article when it was still up, and I've been able to track it down and have it for referral. But even without reading the article, when I knew that these guys were right, that this is a man-made bioweapon. And how did I know it without reading the article? I knew it because of the reaction to the publication. First of all, they forced these guys to take the article down against protest, even though they said, wait a minute, the data is open source, look at it yourself. And Prashant Pradhan was the head geneticist for IBM in Europe, either past or present. So he's not a lightweight. Okay, these guys knew what they were talking about, but they got told to take it down. And Zero Hedge, a Zero Hedge that was it's an economic online journal. It's not even a medical or scientific journal. They were completely deplatformed for just reporting on Prashant Pradhan's article. Now, what did it show that was so dangerous they had to suppress it? It showed that in the spike protein of what they're calling SARS-CoV-2 virus, the spike protein is a very small percentage of that. But in that small little spike protein, and especially in the S1 subunit, there are 4 inserted parts. There are 4 parts that don't go with the rest of the virus. They're completely man-inserted. They said, we can see where this was cut and spliced. These inserts don't occur in any other coronavirus in nature. They didn't occur in SARS. And even though the rest of the virus and things can vary over time, these things never do. Every gene sequence reported to the gene bank has these 4 sequences. Now, when they ran these sequences through BLAST, or one of the computer algorithms that tell you what a gene sequence comes from, they didn't come from a virus, or a SARS-CoV-2 virus. They came from the human immunodeficiency virus. So that somebody took 4 inserts of AIDS virus and put it into the spike, the S1 subunit of the spike protein here. That's what happened. And it's so well documented and so well worked out. Now, David Martin, another point to be made, you may have heard him on the internet. David Martin has made his money because he developed a computer program that could not only read words, but understood the meanings and could follow intent. That's what he looked at for looking at technology of patents and how to predict the future patent world and how to make money on that. I wish I'd learned to do things like that. But in any case, I looked at the patents he cited, and he's correct. It turns out that every patent of the spike protein that makes people sick was present in our registry of patents before 2018. So there is nothing novel about this so-called novel coronavirus. My University of Iowa is one of the patent holders, it turns out. And there are 117 patents just for the ACE2 targeting mechanism that you just heard discussed in the previous lecture. So don't let anybody tell you this came out of nature, and don't let anybody tell you it wasn't pre-planned. Now, let's put this in some big world perspective. In 1999, 2 Chinese PLA, People's Liberation Army colonels, Colonel Zhao and Wang, wrote this book. And it got translated into English as Unrestricted Warfare. But I kind of like their term, warfare beyond rules. Because what they basically say in this book is that they watched the American military in Iraq during the Gulf War, and they said, wow, there's no way we can keep up with these guys just using the kind of weapons they're using. And they thought it was kind of funny that Americans would spend billions of dollars to keep their people safe, not, they'd have these big standoff weapons, not to have their people get killed. And they said, we can't do that. So we have to come up with a different plan. And their plan was, they said, the answer is restricting warfare to standard weaponry just limits the little country's ability to get into the game. Okay, the superpowers will always be able to outspend us. We have to do other things. So let's throw out the Geneva Convention And let's look at bioweapons, chemical weapons, cyber weapons, economic warfare, psychological warfare, you name it. All the different things, directed energy weapons, all the things that are kind of no taboo in the sophisticated world of warfare, but they're going to be necessary if China was going to compete. That's what their point was in the book. And by the way, you'll hear the term fifth generational warfare, atypical warfare. That's unrestricted warfare is this new level of warfare that we're in now. Now, before we just point our fingers, however, at the Chinese, let's be honest, we've talked about this too. And I think this is a pretty chilling quote from the PNAC, the Policy for the New American Century. Now, I read this a few years ago before this whole thing broke out, and I missed this little point, but when I went back, I found it. This is a policy that was written by our Beltway insiders, the people that do defense think tank recommendations for the government about military issues. This whole idea, the policy for the new American century is how to keep the American military, the premier military, going into the new century. This was written in 2000. And this is an exact quote, that advanced forms of biologic warfare that can target specific genotypes may transform biologic warfare from the realm of terror to a politically useful tool. That's a direct quote. So these are our guys, think about this, these are our guys in America talking about using bioweapons targeted at people's racial or other forms of genetic targeting for politics. I mean, it's a chilling statement. Now, this is a friend of mine in Oklahoma after he bagged this rattlesnake, and I just think it's a great metaphor kind of to think about the SARS-CoV-2 virus. And what they're telling us is that this virus is 30,000 base pairs long. It's one of the huge viruses in nature. And if you go back in basic science, you'll find that geneticists and bioweapons people have loved this so-called virus for decades. So there's something very special. It's like she said, it was a single strand RNA virus. It's a big RNA virus, and it's interesting. But the only part that makes you sick is, think about this being the virus, this whole snake. The only part that really makes you sick is the very tip of the fang, of one fang. It's the S1 subunit, which is actually 181 base pairs. Okay, now the question is, has it really been isolated? We understand bacterial isolation. And when I first heard that the SARS-CoV-2 wasn't isolated, I said, oh no, come on now. That can't be real. That can't be true. We've been living through this hell for a year, and they don't have a virus to show for it, to prove that we have a disease caused by a virus. But unfortunately, that does appear to be the case. So I really started having to take a look at this seriously about 4 months ago, when Patrick King from Alberta was arrested. And he was arrested for being in a group over 10 people. This is the kind of nonsense that has nothing to do with contagion control. You're dangerous if you're in a group of 10 or 11 or 12 people, but you're safe if you're in a 9 or 10 person group. It's very much like the mask mandate we had in America, where you were dangerous walking in the first 6 feet into a restaurant, but then you were safe taking your mask off and sitting at the bar or sitting at a restaurant table, because apparently when you sit down, you're safe. But when you stand up, you're dangerous again, because now you've got to put the mask back on to go to the bathroom. This is nonsense. It has nothing to do with contagion control. I defy some infectious disease guy to look me in the eye and really tell me that's about contagion control. So Patrick King thought it was nonsense too. And what he did was, when he was going to be fined, by the way, $1,200, not a small fine. So he went to the court and he subpoenaed the chief medical officer of health in Alberta and asked them to please show evidence that this virus has indeed been isolated, that we have a disease that we're talking about here. And they couldn't do it. The chief medical officer of Alberta could not produce an isolate or evidence of an isolate of SARS-CoV-2. And they did all this legal maneuvering to try and, obfuscate that fact, and tried to trick him and do all sorts of things. But God love Patrick King, who's an oil and gas worker and isn't baffled by medical misinformation or a mistaught science education. He just kind of put a stiletto to the heart of the problem and said, Your Honor, just for the record, I want it to be on the record duly noted that the Chief Medical Officer of Health Alberta does not have the material evidence I request. To which the judge responded, yes, they did say that. So it turns out they couldn't produce an isolate. The CDC cannot produce an isolate. The CDC of China cannot produce an isolate, and in fact are on tape saying there is no isolate. and 90 countries, or more than 100 now around the world, that have been subpoenaed for or have been asked in Freedom of Information Act like actions. They can't produce an isolate of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. And there's a millionaire. There should be 1.2 million euro. There's a millionaire who's offered 1.2 million euro for proof of anyone providing an isolated sample of SARS-CoV-2 virus, SARS-CoV-19 virus. I personally would do it if I worked in a lab. But so that tells you, I don't think it's right. Now, I looked into it further, and I talked to Andrew Kaufman and people that I trusted about this. And although I'd love to sit with a virologist and talk further, I'm not saying maybe they can isolate some viruses, although I think that's in question. What we call isolation, unfortunately, is not what most of us were trained in by bacteria isolation. We're kind of thinking along those same lines. Viruses are submicroscopic. They don't lend themselves to this. And so what you end up with when they publish this thing, like on the left of my screen here, is just all these it's all the genetic sequences that contribute to that are the base pairs of the virus theoretically. This is an in silico genome. It only exists in a computer algorithm. There is no real thing to compare it to. There's no actual virus out there you can actually sequence and find this. This has been decided by a vote, essentially, to fill in the holes. And even the spike protein, which is pretty much that they do know because that was manipulated in the lab, that's a very short sequence. I'm not saying they can't sequence things. The 181 base pairs they can sequence. And that even has some places that they're kind of doing what they call a consensus genome. Okay, in other words, it was by a vote. And this is Stefan Lanka, who's a German. He used to be called a virologist, but he says, don't call me that now. He's a PhD, though, in virology and biology. And he said the basic insight is that these manipulations, so-called alignments, this is where they take all these little fragments out of this goo from a lung or whatever, and they magnify it with primers, and they put it in these machines, and it shows you what it reads it out. For example, in the SARS-CoV-2 one, it read out 56.7 million little tiny fragments. And then, like a jigsaw puzzle you're trying to put together that only needs 30,000, what do you do with all the rest? Well, again, it's how you choose them. And so this is the problem, is that that's called alignment, when the computer tries to make the best alignment of the 56.7 million fragments. And he says that the truth is that these so-called alignments simply do not correspond to any complete or known genetic material of a virus. Now, you can ask yourself, how could this be going on? How can the PhDs that are studying virology be fooled? But it has to do with stovepiping in science, and I don't have time to get into that. But anybody who wants to talk to me about that, I think I got this now. The point is that we're not 100% sure that we understand the disease. Let me just make that point. Now, in terms of the death rate, I looked at the worldwide death rate in 2020, and it was 0.02%. In other words, the survival rate in 2020 during this season of COVID, or whatever we want to call it, was 99.98%. Every year, we lose some people to what we call flu, which is really not influenza. It's influenza-like illness. They lump everything together. Well, that's a 99.99% survival. So nothing is 100% every year. There's not a huge difference here. Compare that to the pandemic of 1918, where we lost 2% of the world population. That's a bigger deal. Now, the next question I ask myself is, where do you want to be? Where should we be in all this? Where's the most deadly place to be, and where's the safest place to be? It turns out the worst place to be was in New York State, with a 0.19% death per capita from COVID. Keep in mind, remember, they labeled people dying of a motorcycle accident that had COVID positive test as COVID death. So this is inflated. But still, where's the safest place to be? And actually, Uganda is missing a 0, because Uganda and Taiwan are basically tied for the safest places to be. Think about that. Uganda. Now, I trained in medical school in Rochester, New York, with all the fancy hospitals and doctors. It was 10,000 times more likely to die in New York than it was in Uganda, former home of Idi Amin. Now, Uganda may not have the fanciest hospitals, but you're free enough in Uganda to walk down and buy hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin over the counter, as you are in much of Africa and much of the subcontinent all over the world. Not in America, though. Now, in terms of children dying, we're now being told we have to vaccinate children, but let's look at the risk benefit here. This is Oxford University. Children are less apt to die from COVID-19 than being struck by lightning. That was Oxford University in England. I looked at the death rate from gunshot wounds in Chicago. In America last year, more risk of dying of gunshot wounds in Chicago than of COVID in the United States. So, and certainly automobile accidents are a bigger killer of children than this virus was ever. In Sweden, by the way, 1.9 million students lived through 2020, didn't miss a day of work, a day of school. They didn't mask, they didn't social distance, they didn't do anything, and they had no deaths, 1.92 million. And their teachers did not get sick at any worse rate than anybody else. Now, this is just another way to look at this. If you look at the death rate in 2020, the death rate was 7.612 per thousand in the world. But look down below at 2011, 12, 13, 14, and 15, actually. Those are years where the death rate was actually higher. So where is the pandemic? Now, this is what happened, okay? The red curve here is the mortality curve, daily average mortality curve from COVID in 2020. This is United States. Now, it's almost like a normal winter death curve. Every winter we have people dying and it makes this bell-shaped curve. But this is a little bit funky. It's got a little bit of a longer arm to it because things came a little later, and also because we had maybe the what I call the Governor Cuomo effect. But there's also all that tacking on of artificially inflating the numbers late in this outbreak because of the financial incentives to hospitals and things like that, where COVID suddenly became the diagnosis, even though it was just a factor. And as you know, they only show 6% of COVID deaths were actually COVID was the major factor. So here's what it looked like. And no infectious disease or epidemiologist would have thought something was terribly wrong with that red curve if we had just left that alone. But that wasn't enough to scare people. So what happened is, now we started counting cases. We weren't counting deaths. We were counting cases as if they were deaths. They put it on, they made these graphs and they started telling us, oh, we have to mask up because there are increased cases. Oh, they're still getting worse, so we have to go to our houses and be locked in. That's the blue line, okay? Now, since the time of Hippocrates, a case was a sick person. Anybody in medicine knows we don't count somebody as having a case of tuberculosis just because they have a positive skin test for TB. But in 2020, we redefined in good Orwellian fashion, a case now is just a positive test. That's the beginning of the PSYOP. Now, I looked in how this happened. How did we get so many false positive tests? Well, these tests were devised at 3 centers around the world: the Drosten Group in Germany, the CDC, and the Louis Pasteur Institute. They came up with a little genomic sequence that should be on these tests that we swab people's noses and do, the PCR tests. We've all heard Kary Mullis, the whole story that Kary Mullis said these are never to be used for diagnostic purposes. Now, it isn't just about cycle amplification. He said that because these are very, very, very tiny amounts of genetic material you're searching for, and the tests are easily contaminated. So when these were made to do in a lab. In a lab, you would do them, presumably with sterile gloves. You're using micropipettes, all sterile equipment. You're in a hood. You're trying to prevent any random airborne contamination from getting in. But think about what we were doing. We were just swabbing people's nose in the middle of a parking lot. Really? This is just nightmarish. So that by itself should have validated the test. But here's what really happened. And this speaks to worldview. This is a copy. This graph comes from the Thermo Fisher instruction booklet that went to all the labs that were doing these tests. Now, this is just one brand of the commercial company that made the tests. But this is true all over the world. Commercial companies made the tests and sent them to labs to be set up using these instruction booklets. And the instruction booklet clearly says, if you want to have a correct answer, you need to cycle this between 20 and 30 times. If you go over 30, between 30 and 35, you're going to start having some false positive tests. If you go over 35 cycles, it's completely meaningless. You'll have junk being amplified, and it's all going to be positive. It's going to be false positives. So over 35 cycles, it's essentially like the broken clock getting the right day. That's not what we want. Now, that's a horrible thing. Now, let's just put this in a worldview. So here we have all these lab managers all over the world that are highly trained, know how to set up tests, they know how to train their staff, they know how to do quality control. And yet they did a test that on average cycled 45 times worldwide. They were doing these tests between 40 and 45 cycles, or 40 and 50 cycles, average 45. In fact, there was a place in Florida where every test was positive. I think there were 13 labs. Every test was positive at the beginning. Now, you got to ask yourself, how did these lab managers all fail to do their duty? Well, because these are these guys that know how to do this. So there's two possibilities. One is that there was a worldwide group psychosis of lab managers. They just all had some kind of mental break in 2020. And not only did they do the test wrong, but they all did it wrong in the same way. They all overcycled the test. If this were a random accident, some of them would accidentally have undercycled the test, but none did. It was always overcycled. And then on that magic date of January 21st, which if you are in the United States, you get, but if you're not, I'll point out January 20th was our inauguration day. And so the 21st, suddenly these guys all got an epiphany and they started cycling down the tests to be better. So we didn't have so many false positives. Now, so that's one worldview, is the group psychosis of lab managers. I personally am not really buying into that. The other worldview is that somebody told them to overcycle the tests. Okay. Now, who could have done that? It can't just be a local guy, because this was, cities all over. It can't just be in one nation, because it was in nations all over. So this was an international conspiracy by definition. We don't talk about a conspiracy as, a couple people getting together to throw an ice cream party for their children. A conspiracy by definition is two or more people that get together to conspire to do something to harm other people. That's exactly what this did. Two or more people, from all over the world, got together to overcycle these tests to scare the heck out of the world that this was a horrible disease and that was going to kill a lot of people, and we needed to do all these lockdowns and all these things that limited our freedom. Now, I'm not going to say, I don't have time in this talk. I have a whole talk that you can find on my website, themedicalrebel.com, on about the nonsense of masks with this kind of problem. Even right in the middle of the outbreak in July, I believe, of 2020, the Emerging Infectious Disease Journal put out by the CDC said, masking, disinfecting your environment, and hand washing make no difference to the spread of influenza. Now, if it doesn't make a difference to that, it doesn't make a difference to this either. And again, this is not infection control. What you're seeing people doing at this, it's just, this is people control. This is a psychological manipulation. And in America, right after the Korean War, Dr. Albert Biederman, a PhD in psychology, was asked by the government to look at these Korean War veterans that had been prisoners of war in North Korea, and now they were coming back as turned against their nation. And he was asked, how did this happen? What are people, were they given a potion or, some kind of magic? He said, no, just standard psychological technique to get them to bend to the will of the North Koreans. And what are those techniques? Well, the first one is isolation. What did we do? They isolated us all in our homes. The second thing they did, it's manipulation of, or a monopolization of perception. In other words, you're in your home, and you might have listened to CNN or some news story 30 minutes every other day. Now suddenly you're listening to nonstop national media because you're trying to figure out what's going on, because you're scared. You've been put in your home, you're isolated from your friends and family, and now they're just propagandizing you with this nonstop, drivel about how many people are dying and all this stuff, and we have to be afraid of. So it was classic Biederman. And then here's what they do. The next step is to confuse you, because, if you take fear, if you have people that are afraid and you add confusion, you get anxiety. And I learned this from a friend of mine who's a pediatric psychiatrist in LA. And he said, because I asked him, I said, please, for the love of God, tell me who these people are driving around alone in a car in a mask. And he said, those are Stockholm Syndrome people. Stockholm Syndrome named for those people that were captured in a bank robbery and ultimately ended up cooperating and even over cooperating with their captors, because you can't live with anxiety. You have to get out of that anxiety zone. And one of the ways to do it is just to cooperate with the people that have captured you. And that's what prisoners do. That's what many people have done in this. Some of us decided to study. That was our way to get over the anxiety. But there are various ways of doing it, but not everybody had every opportunity to do those things. So fear plus confusion. Now, confusion came in the form of Dr. Fauci telling us, oh, you don't have to wear a mask. That's only for medical personnel. And then it was, oh, no, wait, you have to wear a mask all the time. Now you even have to wear a mask inside. Then it was, oh, no, it's only for keeping your hands off your face. And then it was an article published that said, it doesn't even protect medical people. It's just a good luck charm for them. It's a talisman. That was published in a mainstream medical journal, believe it or not, right during the outbreak. So they knew it didn't work. And it goes on. He just kept changing his mind. And so people felt confused and they were anxious about this. Now, so here's the essence of our situation. We don't have a virus that's isolated. We have no real pathognomonic signs, meaning there's nothing about the disease of COVID. Yes, as doctors treating this disease, we all feel like there's a syndrome we're treating. We understand it by clinical observation and seeing a bunch of patients, and it seems to follow the same pattern. Little unusual things like type A blood seems to go down worse. But there's nothing that's just, you can say, okay, you lose your taste and smell, that's COVID. No, it's not. That can happen with other viruses. There's no reliable testing, we've shown, and there's evidence that it's a bioweapon. We have evidence that classic psychological warfare is being waged against us. And we understand the military doctrine of unrestricted warfare and stealth warfare, that it's I didn't say this, but it's multiple levels of attack stacked on each other. So it's not just a bioweapon being used, it's election fraud, it's election, or what do you want to say, election, at least election warfare, psychological warfare, economic warfare. We've had cybersecurity warfare, attacks against the Pentagon, attacks against lots of things. So a lot of things are going on all at once. And we figured out pretty early on that our own public officials are lying to us. It's just hard to wrap your head around this. Now, I started graphing COVID deaths from the get-go because I had a friend that used to work at USAMRIID, and it was that USAMRIID's our bioweapons lab. Okay, they don't call it that anymore. Fort Detrick, Maryland, but it really looked bad at first because if it had continued, it went up exponentially in Spain, in Italy, in the United States, in the UK, multiple countries. If it had continued like that with that exponential rise, we would have had 2 million deaths in the United States by mid-July, by my calculations. But it didn't happen, right? Just like I showed you, it became a standard little viral outbreak curve, like the normal death curve we have every winter. Now, what was really going on? And I want to say that, let me just tell you a couple quotes from that book that I showed you earlier. This is because it points to what I think is going on. They talk about kinder weapons, and they don't mean kinder by it won't kill you. They're just saying kinder weapons don't cause people to be bleeding in the street. Some morning, people will awaken to discover with surprise that quite a few gentle and kind things have begun to have offensive and lethal characteristics. What are they saying there? They're saying you go down in the morning to breakfast and your toaster poisons you. Okay, they're talking about contact lethal pathogens, things that you can spread around, that it can make it look infectious, but in point of fact, it's a poison that's spread. Okay, now we have some experience with this. The world has experience with this. Dr. Mike Odendahl is a former microbiologist and he worked in the South African Defense Bioweapons Program. Now, there are very few people still alive from that, but there was a Truth and Reconciliation committee in the late 90s. This program ran from mid-80s to mid-90s in South Africa. And their goal was a bioweapon that could diminish the Black population in South Africa. They wanted to change the demographics. And so we weren't technically involved. And by the way, in 1971, the United States and 176 other countries signed a non-aggression bioweapons treaty that put it off limits. Just like we said, the Geneva Convention, et cetera, the bioweapons treaty, you're not supposed to use bioweapons. But we knew that the Soviet Union had turned around and created the biggest bioweapon program in the world from a variety of sources. We knew that. So I don't think we gave it up. I think we just offshored it. And I think we were coordinating with this, but I can't prove that. I'm just saying that these guys remembered a Dr. Larry Ford. This is a picture. He's a suicide, as are several other people involved in this. But Dr. Ford was an OBGYN doctor in Los Angeles that was, for everybody's outward appearance, a normal family man, went to church, just a normal guy who went back, but in his other job, he was going back and forth to South Africa with pathogens, including things like altered cholera and things they thought might be useful for their program. And this is one of the things that Mike Odendahl said. He said, Ford spent an entire day showing us how to contaminate ordinary items and turn them into biological weapons. Again, your toaster. Okay, so what they would do is they were contaminating things with biologic weapons that would make you sick or kill you. One of the examples, for example, I have a whole list of the things they did, and they were very successful with some of these. One of them, they could poison clothing. So they wanted to kill this guy. This is kind of an assassination version. They wanted to kill this guy, so they poisoned his shirt and put it back in his closet. But instead, he handed the shirt to a friend who he lent the shirt to somebody else, and it killed that person. So that was a mistake, but it clearly clearly worked. I mean, so we know how to do this, is what I'm telling you. Now, so what really happened here? Are we dealing with a virus, a classic airborne virus that we think of, or is this a man-made genetic contact poison? Let's think about it. What would we call a virus, okay? We call a virus a little bit of genetic material wrapped in a lipoprotein coating that can float around, get on you, get into your mucous membranes, and make you sick or kill you. Get into your nose, for example. But what would we call a genetic poison? We would call it a little bit of genetic material, maybe synthetic genetic material, wrapped in probably a synthetic lipoprotein coat that could be spread around somehow, contact you, and get into your mucous membranes and make you sick or kill you. In other words, there's no real difference. The difference is that one of them is synthetic and that we can create it and we can manipulate it. So unfortunately, we have now entered the world of synthetic biology. And we have literally, you can find this online. There are strategic military doctrine how to deal with warfare using synthetic biology. Okay, it's out there. So we have this spike protein that we know has been manipulated. It's essentially, it's a bioweapon. How it was spread and how it came out, I don't know. But I will tell you this does not fit an airborne virus. If you looked at what happened, so the first part of that death curve, the red part there, okay, that's when we were all seeing that death in Wuhan, the death in Lombardy, the death in New York City. It looked really scary. And the epidemiologists online were saying things like, oh my gosh, this is the worst R-naught value I've ever seen. R-naught value being a term of how contagious something is. So if you had something that was that contagious, worse than smallpox, worse than anything they knew about, and it was very fatal, which it appeared to be, this thing would have ripped through the whole world. It wouldn't have stopped in 3 big cities. But what it turned out to do is it seemed to go to Wuhan, to Lombardy, to New York City, and then it kind of fizzled out. Yes, it kept spreading, but keep in mind that most of the dying was from other things last year. That the only reason everything COVID was from this horrible false test. That's with the second phase of the death curve. That's the psychological phase, where we start doing these false tests and we get everybody scared. But we don't know how many of these things are really due to the spike protein. The only way we would have, which we should have done, didn't do, we did this in 1908 for that pandemic, was to autopsy the dead in a systematic, very aggressive way. So we really know what we're dying from. In the absence of that, the joke in medicine is pathologists know everything, but too late. But the joke is real. The pathologists should have gotten in here, and we could still do it, but it's going to be harder because now there's a lot of money on the table to make that diagnosis. But that's what, if we really cared about this, knowing what's going on, that's what we would have done. But I will tell you, I believe there was a contact pathogen that was spread around 3 cities, and we have a video actually of in China where this woman was in a computer store and she was touching keyboards and opening up a computer, touching the laptop keyboard, shutting it, opening, touching, shutting, opening, touching, shutting, wasn't looking at really the computer. That's the kind of thing you might see if you were looking at somebody spreading an agent, okay, clandestinely. And then finally, what do we have? We now have a vaccine that has exactly the same spike protein in it. Now, even mainstream media is coming around to the understanding and admission that the spike protein was created in a lab and therefore and hurt people, and therefore is a bioweapon. If the initial spike protein that made people sick initially was a bioweapon, so is the vaccine. Because the one thing they have to tell us in the EUA, emergency use authorization is very clever. You don't have to tell people what's actually in the vaccine, except for the part you're claiming efficacy. And that's the spike protein. So they had to tell us, In the Pfizer EUA, it says RNA, this contains RNA from SARS-CoV-2, or that will produce the spike protein of the SARS-CoV-2 virus in your body. That's what it says. So you got to understand, if the first thing is a bioweapon, then the vaccine is a bioweapon too, period. Now, I'm not going to go through a ton of numbers, but I just want to show you some things. Because what I've learned is that the guys in the big universities are not paying attention to this. I had the opportunity to talk to Dr. Scott Atlas at dinner one night, and he was Trump's guy in the White House. He's a Stanford-trained academic physician, very bright guy, and he's a good guy on our side. But a couple things I learned. He'd never been briefed by military or bioweapons experts. Here he is, Adjutant-in-Chief of the United States military, so he never had that briefing. And he never looked at VAERS. I mean, when I asked him about VAERS, he started to say, well, they say. So the guys in the academic bubbles don't really look outside peer-reviewed journals, which are oft, and they're being very squeezed down. So they're kind of in an area where they only see what the narrative is. Now, VAERS people can argue about, but let me tell you, it was set up by the CDC for a purpose. It was only there to look at trends. The individuals are not the big deal, although they're interesting and you should read them, and you get a real sense of the tragedy when you do. This is about looking at finding an unusual trend to stop a rollout of a vaccine program, and they're completely ignoring that. The fact is, and this is, by the way, these numbers as of mid-October, I looked at myself. This is not all areas. When you look up VAERS, there's two ways to look at numbers. You can look at all areas, but then you don't know the population you're dealing with, or you can look at the United States and territories. This is U.S. and territories. As of October 15th, 7,674 deaths were reported in VAERS. Now, this is self-reported, but it's also doctors and nurses reporting. You could tell. Compare that to 31 years of all vaccines put together. Only 85. 125 deaths a year are reported to VAERS. Most of them, or a lot of them, are flu vaccine. And this was 9 months of the rollout of this, 7,674. And you look up any diagnosis, it's very similar. I published a paper on thrombocytopenia and bleeding. Normally, we only thrombocytopenia 31 a year. We've seen 1,307. Bleeding and clotting are biggies, okay? Guillain-Barré is the most common reported payout from our United States compensation fund the government runs with our tax dollars. And on average, you only see 130 of those a year, but we're already over 2,000. I saw my first case. I trained at the Queen Square Institute of Neurology in London. It's a 800-bed hospital for neurology. I did spine surgery my whole life, where I did lots of neurologic evaluation. I'd never actually taken care of a case until this vaccine rollout. Now, there's a lot of other data you can look at. This is the WHO Vigibase adverse drug reactions, and you can just see over the years, we've had a small number of reactions reported, and this year, boom, order of magnitude more. And one of the UK have their ONS data is kind of all-cause mortality you can look at, and they showed that teenage boys' deaths have increased 63% since the rollout of the vaccine. This is in 2021. And again, another ONS thing, death rates by vaccine status, it's the vaccinated guys. They can tell you it's unvaccinated, but keep in mind, what they're doing is they've changed in America the diagnosis of being vaccinated. I mean, the definition. So now you're not considered vaccinated after you've had one vaccine. You're not considered vaccinated a month later after you have your second dose. And you're not considered, 10 days after that. Only when you're 15 days after the entire series are you considered vaccinated. Well, I can tell you, when you look in VAERS, most of the bad stuff that happens within within 0 to 14 days of the so-called vaccine. Almost all of it. But there's several levels of problems. Now, we're seeing a lot of miscarriages. In the first trimester, 83% loss of fetal loss of the fetus to vaccinated women. That's 4 times the baseline. Whistleblowers at hospitals reporting a lot of stillborn. We've seen babies dying several months after birth to vaccinated mothers. We don't know everything because they don't tell us exactly what's in this, and they've been silent about what they did know. Here's what we know for sure. If you take this vaccine, you're being injected with synthetic DNA and RNA. This is synthetic. It doesn't exist in nature. It's patented. Okay, and there's a false nucleoside in this that doesn't exist in nature. To make it different than what's natural, they had to put something in there, and they did. So it's synthetic. Now, we know it dumbs down your innate immune system. We've seen that. They admitted they had to do that in order for you to accept this genetic material. But we also know it because if you had COVID and you're immune now, you've got the antibodies, and you want to donate plasma, convalescent plasma, you no longer can do it if you take the vaccine because those antibodies go away. In essence, your God-given, beautiful, full spectrum tissue immunity to COVID has been swapped for cheap non-immunity from this synthetic genetic program. We know it makes people magnetic. I tested this. We've seen it on the internet. A number of doctors, myself included, we didn't believe it at first, so we went to our office and tested. I put paper clips on people. 60% of people that had gotten their vaccine recently were magnetic. We don't know what the other components are because, like I say, they can put anything they want in there legally. They don't have to tell you under an emergency use authorization. Brilliant, right? But we do know this, that it sheds some kind of toxic material. We all have gotten, those of us treating or listening to patients anyway, I don't treat that many, but I listen to people and they know, and they come talk to me. They say things like, I didn't get a vaccine. I went to work and everybody around me is vaccinated. And every time I go to work, I feel sick. I get this viral thing. Or the more common complaint in women, for example, is bleeding. They go back to work and they have abnormal menstrual periods. They're having a lot of bleeding, or 2 cycles a month, or clots, or sloughing the inside of the uterus. And that's true of elderly women that shouldn't be bleeding, haven't bled for years, and now they're having menstrual periods again. And little girls down to age 2, they've reported abnormal bleeding. Now, I'm an orthopedic surgeon. I don't do this kind of medicine, but my friend Christiane Northrup is a famous OBGYN doctor, women's health specialist. And she says, when you see that kind of change, you're seeing some damage to women's reproductive health. Now, this is what we learned. So I was on the 5 Docs with Sherry Tenpenny and Dr. Northrup, Carrie Made, Larry Palevsky, and me, and we talked about this. And when this first started happening, we had shared all these stories. Dr. Northrup has a website where you can report your abnormal cycle, your menstrual problems after the vaccine. And what did we hear from the vaccine people? Nothing. We heard nothing from the FDA. We heard nothing. But little research, I found a study that was done at an actual meeting of the EMA, the European Medicines Agency, where they looked at these genetic agents, just like this, and how to deal with the shedding problem. So they knew about it in 2008. In 2015, the FDA published this. It's called Design and Analysis of Shedding Studies. You can see, and this is what it really, these things are not vaccines. They were designed to be genetic and cancer therapies. That's what oncolytic means. So genetic and cancer therapies. Well, and they call them for short VBGTs in this article. What they told us in this is that if you are one of these study groups, if you have patients and you're doing a study with these gene therapies, they can shed this gene therapy onto other people with bad results. So you have to protect people. Protect the elderly, protect the immune compromised, and protect the neonates. Now, what are we telling people? What are they telling people now? Oh, no, the people that are immune compromised should be the first ones to get this vaccine, and the elderly. You're the most at risk for COVID. You better run out and get the vaccine. They know better. Okay, I'm showing you this to show you the psychopaths you're dealing with. They're lying to you at every turn. They also knew they know that most people stop shedding by 10 weeks after the vaccine. But here's the kicker, and don't you love this, considering they just rolled this out on the whole world. We don't know what actually is being shed. It could be infectious material, it could be genetic material, or it could be some combination. Brilliant. They just gave it this. Now, they recommended testing for it, and the way they tell you to test for it has to do with body fluids. This does not appear to be an airborne transmission. It's shedding like rubbing up against another person. You have to be in close contact. My own experience is I got shed on at work by somebody that went out. I only knew it because she went out to the front desk and was bragging that she'd gotten her vaccine. I was doing a treatment on her where I was touching her legs. A few days later, I kind of got nauseated, kind of had diarrhea for a couple of days. And then I had, a week to the day from the incident, I got a big nosebleed. Now, couldn't stop it. I'm a surgeon. I knew how to surgically pack it. I couldn't get it stopped until I took ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, big dose, boom, stopped. I treated myself for a while just to make sure it stayed stopped. It was okay. But in the process of being sick that week at home, my husband came down with classic COVID. I mean, he lost his taste and smell. He got sick. He had nausea and vomiting. He had the whole thing, and treated him, and he got over it. But this story is, there are a lot of people with this story. Now, my husband does IT, and he works out of our house, so he a lot of people, and I don't hear anybody getting symptoms from being just going to the grocery store. You don't have to worry about it. It's being in close contact with somebody. And bad news is most people that have immune competence, they stop shedding before 10 weeks. But the elderly and the immune compromised, say in this article, shed forever because they may be chronically infected. I'm telling you this for a reason, because where is this going? What's the point of all this? You know, we've been seeing how the vaccines are not helpful. They're not preventing transmission. They're not even preventing people from getting COVID. Out in Israel, at the time, 12.5% of people were vaccinated, percent of people dying of COVID were vaccinated. So something's not right here. What is going on? Well, since the time of the Kuomintang, Japanese invading China and setting up in northern Manchuria, biologic warfare weaponry is kind of couched in vaccines, in veterinary research. So I'm just going to show you this paper, and you can make your own conclusions. This is called Self-Disseminating Vaccines for Emerging Infectious Diseases. And it was an Australian study. And apparently, I tell Australia, they say this is true, that they can have this big outbreak of mice. And what they show is that these mice, to get rid of them, they decided to do this self-disseminating genetic contraceptive, okay? Immunogenic, meaning a genetic material for contraception. So they devised stuff that would sterilize mice. It was a little bit of DNA wrapped in a lipoprotein coat, injected into the mice that would cause their ovaries to die. It would damage their ovaries. Then they captured a bunch of mice. They gave them the vaccine. Their ovaries died. They became sterile. They put them out into the wild. They all go and they scurry around and rub up against other mice. They get shed on. They become sterile. And then they scurry on even yet another group of mice. They shed on them. They get sterile. So now you got a huge group of sterilized mice, and then it kind of fizzles out in nature. Does it sound familiar? Here is a study that was done, and I know I'm running over time here a little bit, but I'm almost done here. This is a study that was done by the Japanese because they weren't going to take the Pfizer vaccine until they looked at how this stuff distributed in the body. And they did a pharmacokinetic study just with the outer, not the genetic part, but the outer coating of the genetic part that is the targeting part, the part that goes in your body that goes around and goes different places and can be targeted. And what they found is it collected in the ovaries 64 times more than in the skeletal muscle. You remember when they told us it just stayed in the arm? Now, what is the whole point of this? Okay, you have to go into other literature, and I recommend if anybody's interested, here's the rabbit hole to go down, start reading about robotics, transhumanism, and connecting the brain to the internet. This is Ray Kurzweil, who helped bring about optical character recognition and speech recognition, the kinds of things you would need for lifelike robots, right? He's famous for saying, when they asked him if God exists, he'd say, does God exist? I would say not yet. But he's talking about the singularity. He wrote a book about it. And the idea of the singularity is you're going to have robots with AI, artificial intelligence, that are so smart and so competent, they can replace us. And they can replace themselves and build even smarter robots. That's called the singularity. Now, he predicted, and all his other predictions came true, apparently, in 2029, a computer will pass the Turing test, meaning you'll talk to a computer in another room and after an hour thinking you're talking to a human. You won't recognize it as a computer. Now we get on those computerized voices at our insurance company. It's a computer. It's not a real person. But you won't shortly. By the 2030s, our human brains will be copied to electronics. Charles Lieber from Harvard gave the world that ability. And the Earth in 2045, he claims, will be made up of computers and a few vulgar plebeians on nature reserves. We are at the point where they can create robots that can do our jobs, even medical jobs, better, quicker, more efficiently, and a lot cheaper than us. Why do they need so many of us, right? So they're left with two options. Now, this was a book. This wasn't meant as a book, but you should read this. This is called Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. It was found in a federal recycle bin. It was a golden find that this guy found, and I know the person. I know the people that were involved in finding this. So this is a gem, and it was written about a meeting. It was just a codification of a meeting in 1954 by the elite. Now, the Bilderberg started in 54. Maybe it was that meeting. We don't know, and we don't know any of the names of the people that attended. But they talked about what to do with the world and how we organize the world and control people, because there are too many people, especially in America. This is a silent war against Americans they're talking about. Too many people in America, and they reproduce too many, and they're greedy. Okay, so what are we going to do? Well, there are two things that they determined that they could do. They could let us fight wars, but that's pretty messy, and it just causes a lot of destruction of the environment. They said, or we could bring about benevolent slavery and genocide. This is exact quotes. And I have on my Telegram, which is Freedom Doc, I have a lot of quotes from this book. So if you don't want to buy it, you can get it, look on my Telegram. So that's my story, and that's my cautionary tale about what is going on here. I don't want you to feel despondent. I think we are at war, but once you recognize the enemy, you know, I think it was Chesty Puller, a famous Marine Corps general, when they were completely surrounded, maybe at the Chosin Reservoir someplace, some famous battle where the Marines were completely surrounded. And Chesty Puller, General Puller said, well, that simplifies the problem. Okay, so now we know the problem. They're all around us doing bad things. What are we going to do? We have got to stand up now. You know, I have on my website a very good document by how to get a religious exemption, for example, by a constitutional lawyer we've had good success with. That's fine to temporize, but that won't save your children. The only way we save our children is to stop this thing. And the way we do it is we don't give in to pressure. We don't go into lockdown. We don't go take a vaccine. We don't comply with anything these psychopaths want us to do. I mean, I've had people say, well, should I take a shingle shot? And I say, no, ma'am, I wouldn't even buy toothpaste from these psychopaths. Don't take any more injections from them, you know? So you have to stand up, and we have to do it right now. I think I didn't mention 5G, but 5G is a big bad actor in here, and it could be a big part of what we're seeing. We don't know completely, but I can tell you there's a lot of stuff to read about that too. I love what David Icke said. He said, listen, there's a way out of this. There are 7.8 billion of us, and there are only 150 of them. I think that's true. And you know what? We're human beings. We're special. We have a connection to God. It's time to put on the armor of God, go forward, not go backward, and fight this good fight for our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Merritt. That was absolutely fabulous. That was so much valuable information. You pretty much covered things from start to finish. So I greatly appreciate that. We did have a few audience questions, and the first one's quite important. Everyone would like to know if your slide deck is available anywhere.
Well, I mean, I guess it could be. I don't have it in any place right now. I mean, I could upload it to my website. But you can see it, like I've been on a lot of, it should be on Rumble. I gave a talk that's very similar to this at, I'll find a place. I'll put it up on my website somehow. I'll figure out a way.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So your website is listed at the bottom of the screen. So anybody who would like the slide deck can definitely go check that out. And I know you've got additional valuable information there. So I highly recommend everybody goes to your website anyways. There's another question from the audience. One of the questions was, if we haven't had COVID or the vaccine, how do you recommend people protect themselves? So somebody who has no immunity currently, no natural, and has not gotten the vaccine.
Well, first of all, we don't, you know, most immunity is not antibody related when it comes to viruses. In May of 2020, the Karolinska Institute and the senior geneticist from Moscow looked at their populations. Now, this is May of 2020. Think about this. And they showed that 30% of their population were immune. And they did it by seriously looking at tissue immunity. If you've ever seen, you know, Judy Mikovits, she always lapses into this thing like this. She's always talking about this stuff. That's tissue immunity. What it is, see, because viruses are intracellular. This spike protein goes intracellular. And now MIT has said it actually goes intranuclear. So we're worried about this getting into your DNA. So this is intracellular. antibodies are extracellular. So what's the deal here? The real immunity against viruses is tissue immunity. Antibodies are kind of like your shock troops. So when you first get infected in a mucous membrane, they go out and try and stop things from getting away from there. And that's where kids, their immune system is such high burn that they don't get in trouble. But the rest of us may get a little sick, and then our tissue immunity jumps into play, and we get full spectrum immunity. That's what's important. That's why vaccines and this whole antibody counting is only for vaccine researchers and to sell vaccines. It's not really what God gave us to deal with this problem. Now, I'm just saying, even if you go get an antibody test and it's negative, doesn't mean you're not immune. I think the better thing to do, and you heard in the previous lecture, there's certain things you should do to prepare yourself in case you get sick. One of the big problems we have, at least in America, is we like to use things like budesonide nebulizer, but you can't get a nebulizer at the last minute. So everybody, if you go on my website, I've got, and I think I'll say a lot of things that she said earlier about, like selenium, get vitamin C, get vitamin D. What supplements, the 7 supplements that actually have been shown to make a difference. Vitamin D is critical. And let me just add, there's an example, and I had somebody said, I would have thought Dr. Merritt was simply a conspiracy nut. Well, I get that. And I don't care right now because I'm trying to save the next generation. Okay. This is in a war, and you can think anything you want, but the term conspiracy is a CIA term that had to do with not believing in conspiracies. So it's a psychological operation too. The real story here is that our CDC could have told us a very simple thing that could have saved lives, and they didn't. And that is, get your vitamin D level up. We had to wait till the Indonesians did a study in their hospital of 800 to 900 people. I think it was 800 some people. And they showed that if your D level is above 30, which, as she said earlier, is a very low level. I mean, I want mine above 60. But if you're above 30, your chance of ending up in the ICU or dead is less than 5%. Now, that's a simple thing to do. Why did Fauci and the CDC and all our brilliant medical experts in America not tell us that? There's so many things they could have told us. So I'm just saying, you have to prepare yourself. And so I've just got all this stuff on the website about what to do. But get the pulse oximeter, get a nebulizer in your home, get online, get some ivermectin. Here's another point. If you don't think we're at war, ivermectin is on the WHO list of most essential medicines in the world, right? And yet our FDA right now has made it a crime practically. They are interdicting. They got the Postal Service to interdict packages coming from overseas pharmacies. So 30% of the time, well, I think they've got some ways out of it now, but 30 to 40% of the time this last month, they were stopping packages coming to desperate people in America with ivermectin, what the World Health Organization just said as an essential drug. What does that say about what's going on here? Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree, especially in regards to ivermectin. Been around 40 years, prescribed 3.2 billion times. It's absolutely unbelievable, the amount of corruption in regards to that type of stuff, for sure. I did agree with you as well in regards to vitamin D3. I'm here in Canada, and actually our health minister in British Columbia came on our news a number of months ago and told our population that vitamin D3 is false information and fake news. So Canada is not doing much better than the US in regards to that kind of information. And we're running into the exact same issue in regards to ivermectin, or any packages coming from India are being stopped, especially
It's
India.
horrible. And, I see some people wanting to hear about, when you're in a crowd and things like that. I have to say, well, first of all, I have a talk that is on my website that would be a better one you can easily get. And it's called SARS-CoV-2 and the Rise of Medical Technocracy. I gave this in August, so some things are a little bit dated on the numbers, but I really go into the science of masks. This is why McGill University came after me purposely, and I'm one of the most banned doctors on the internet. And you have to ask yourself, why about just talking about the science of masks? It's not like we just learned about masks yesterday or this year. We've had OSHA, we've had the environmental sciences people have studied masks extensively. They don't work for this. Sorry, guys, it just doesn't work because you can't, masks in an operating room are one thing. I mean, I did spine surgery for 35 years. That's one thing. You can control a sterile environment in there. But even there, we never thought that it stopped viruses. It was about bacteria, okay? And viruses are too small, but not only that, you cannot physically do it. You can't keep your mask on all the time. And if viruses actually exist the way they have claimed they did in the last 40 years, which I doubt, if they do, then they're like Denny Rancourt says, who's a physicist from Canada, that the minute your mask comes down just a little bit and you breathe around it, it goes into the atmosphere and it becomes part of air fluidity. And these things are always around us. One of the things to realize about masks, by the way, they did a study of child mask wearing in Florida. A whole bunch of these parents washed the child's mask, these cloth masks, and then sent them to school. At the end of the day, those masks were all cultured. And I was shocked to see what cultured out. It wasn't just staph and strep. It was things like tuberculosis. Just some really big time, meningitis. It cultured a lot of things out. So it's not the idea that you are safe in your little bubble and then somebody walks in and breathes on you a germ and you get sick is not right. But the real story is we're in a fishbowl of germs all around us, and our immune system takes care of them, except in certain situations. And unfortunately, mask wearing makes that worse. It increases your CO2 buildup, it increases inflammation, it damages your immune system. Also, I will tell you, I knew that these were a scam. They were talking about hand sanitizers. When these first came out maybe 10 years ago, they showed up in the hospital and the big sign above them, using this hand sanitizer will decrease influenza spread by 50%. And I said to my nurse at the hospital, I said, that's a big lie. That's just a made up number. Science doesn't come up with a number like 50% or 25, whatever it was. And I've been shown to be right. That's exactly what the study that came out of the CDC in July said. You can wash your hands all you want to. It doesn't matter. It's not, because that's not the way these things spread. So I'm just saying that's not the answer. The answer is keeping your immune system as strong as possible, as you heard in the last lecture. Yeah.
Can I just get you to stop sharing your screen for a second, Dr. Merritt, and then that way our avatar, our pictures will pop up on the screen. Oh no, that's okay.
Did I stop it? Stop. There we go. I stopped it. There
we are.
I was just being anonymous.
Yeah, there you go. We were just little pictures in the corner. Good afternoon, Angela. I just wanted to welcome you to the stage. I see you there in the bottom. Thank you so much, Dr. Merritt. That was absolutely fabulous information. I think everybody learned an exceptional amount in regards to the virus, in regards to treatment, in regards to how this pandemic is being orchestrated, who's involved, many, many, many things. You touched on so many different areas. I greatly appreciate your time here today. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Oh, Angela, are you frozen?
No, I shouldn't be.
Oh, okay. I believe Dr. Santosh is coming to introduce you. Maybe not. Maybe I will have you give your a brief bio of yourself. I know you quite well from Clubhouse, so I will have you introduce yourself if you don't mind. Thank you.
Sure. I'm a functional medicine practitioner, a licensed chiropractor, have a master's in human nutrition and functional medicine, and certified in functional medicine through Institute for Functional Medicine. So Dr. Merritt just gave a fantastic, deep presentation, and I'm going to bring it back to the surface and talk more clinical. So Sherwin, if you can pull my slides up, please, I would appreciate it.
Small slide lag, a little bit of technical difficulties, but they should be coming any second.
Awesome.
I absolutely adore how many functional medicine doctors have been on this today. The natural medicine, the boosting of the immune system is such valuable information for everyone.
Absolutely. It should have been the way we were all being instructed from the very start. because regardless of whether you're vaccinated or not, you're still at risk. So we need to get rid of the inflammation and protect our bodies.
Very much. I know here where I am, we're well over 50, almost 60% now fully vaccinated, getting COVID. So yeah, vaccinated or not, everybody in the world at this moment needs to know how to treat themselves, how to stay healthy, and what to do if they do get COVID.
While we're waiting to, Dr. Lee mentioned concern about the hand sanitizers. And I had a young boy in February who had done testing, and it came back that he had a very, very high level of inflammatory bowel disease. Further testing showed that it was Crohn's. And so I instructed mom and 10-year-old patient how to go about trying to reduce the inflammation, and told her we absolutely needed to retest in 3 months to make sure that the inflammation was reducing, or I needed to send him to a gastroenterologist for more specific therapies. And then COVID hit, the lockdown hit, everything. So the testing wasn't done in 3 months. I didn't get him back until about 5 months later. I got his tests back, and the inflammation was down and he looked a lot better. However, his microflora balance was completely depleted. His commensal flora, the healthy flora, was completely depleted. And I asked mom, has he been on antibiotics for any reason? She goes, no. And I looked at him and I said, is there a chance that you're a little bit addicted to hand sanitizer? And mom goes, oh, he doesn't even leave the house because he's immune suppressed. So she was keeping him home, but literally he would walk around the house, put it on and just keep going. An hour later, and so I told him, I said, buddy, make me a deal. Every time you feel the need to wash those hands, use the hand sanitizer. Can you go use soap and water? Because I showed him on his lab, this is what's happening. It's being absorbed through your skin, and then you go and eat. And so then you're actually putting it in your mouth, and it's killing all your healthy bacterial flora. And mom was like, she goes, I'll throw it away. So anyway, we got him turned around, but that hand sanitizer was a bad thing in his bacterial milieu.
Yeah, I hear Dr. Amanda Wild speaks a lot about the microbiome and hand sanitizer and those type of things. And yeah, definitely not good to be stripping everything, all your natural protections away at all times. Right. Definitely not a good idea. I did see your, I did see it for a second, but it's gone. So I'm not sure. I think he's still working on getting it up.
Do a tap shoe dance while we're waiting. I guess we can answer some of the other questions. I know one I saw come across earlier was about whether or not shedding was accusing viral particles of shedding after the vaccine, and that's not the case at all. It's not a killed or live vaccine. It's actually shedding of the spike proteins. So what the vaccine does is it uses synthetic spike proteins to get your body to make more spike proteins. And while you're in the midst, especially the first 2 weeks is the worst, but now we know it can be up to 15 months. Your body is making those spike proteins as it was coded to do so by that vaccine. And that's what you're shedding. So just an answer to a question that came through earlier. All right. Well, we have slides up.
Excellent. Well, I will mute my video, and I'm looking forward to your presentation.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. Sherwin, do we actually have the slideshow up or? Okay, they're there. Good enough. So my first patient, COVID patient, was in February of 2020 in California. This is one of the folks who stepped off the cruise ship that came in from Mexico into San Francisco on February 21st. And interestingly enough, his spouse had been a current patient on a wellness plan while they were traveling. She was in the stateroom with him on the ship in in the car and obviously at home with him when they returned, and she never got sick. So that made me look a little bit closer to what protocol she was on and what she was using at the time of her exposure. So he contacted me on approximately day 13 of his case. So for those of you that have been listening, most of this severity starts to increase at around day 8 and gets the worst at days 8 through 10, 8 through 11. So anyway, they contacted me on day 13. And then that night, early the next morning, he ends up going to the emergency room because of the low oxygen. And as you also heard, that tends to go mostly, it'll go down at night. So he went through the ER and he got put into the ICU. He was there for 3 days. Thankfully, they never put him on a ventilator. He was on oxygen and IV antibiotics. He got 2 different antibiotics, some corticosteroids, and then he was released because he was stable. So as soon as he got home, his wife was waiting with his, packet of things to get him started on to help him. But when he was released, he had exceptionally high liver enzymes. And so we got those down in less than 6 weeks. His physician was floored when he went back. So that was patient 1 for me. Next slide. So since then, I was advising all of my patients. Sorry, now I'm getting, excuse me. I was advising all of my patients to prepare their bodies for a SARS-CoV-2 exposure and potential COVID-19 infection. Why? Well, because in February and March of 2019, we didn't have anything else. At that point in time, there were no vaccines. We hadn't heard yet about any specific way to handle it. So we just, you do what doctors do. You protect your patients. And so I was doing a lot of teaching and educating about how to prepare their bodies, working on improving their immune status. So in our office, we run certain labs looking at patients' immune status. And again, existing patients mostly already had these labs. So we knew if they had low levels of different things that they needed to support them. And we're going to go through those labs in just a minute. Their diet, we talked about, there was research out very, very early on that talked about how plant-based pescatarian diets and anti-inflammatory diets that contained healthy plants. And we heard about that earlier from Dr. Matusa. Dr. Atusa Madavi, thank you. Anyway, we heard about that from her as well. So eating anti-inflammatory, really cutting out gluten, cutting out dairy, no processed sugar, no alcohol, in order to reduce the level of inflammation currently in the body so that when exposure happened, there wasn't a flame already going when that spike protein hit. Lifestyle, talking about getting sufficient sleep, fresh air, moderate exercise. So again, Dr. Atusa talked about how different cytokines can start to spin up when you're infected, and intense exercise also increases interleukin-6. And so intense exercise during COVID or shortly after COVID exposure can really escalate your inflammation to a point where your body can't control it. And we've unfortunately heard of a lot of people who've been greatly injured by exercising too quickly after a COVID infection. And now we're hearing the same from people post-vaccination. State of GI health. So we really talked, and one of the things I focus on with my patients is making sure that they have a lack of inflammation in their gut. And so we do a lot of testing and we look at GI issues. And because I do a lot of GI issues, I was able to really see post-COVID natural injury and then post-vaccine changes in the GI. And so we'll talk about those a little bit today too. But there was a study that came out that said those with existing GI inflammation tended to have more COVID-related GI symptoms and post-COVID GI symptoms. So their case was often worse. Next slide, please. So in terms of state of wellness, since that first patient, we had 0 patients hospitalized in my practice. And 0 long COVID cases. So again, my practice tended to be people who were already working on their health, already working on their nutrition, and I only take patients who are willing to buckle down and work. We're not just take a pill and move on kind of practice. So I had patients who were invested in working on their health. Next slide. So there are a lot of early treatment protocols that are available out there. And I would say, just as was just mentioned by Dr. Merritt, everybody should have a plan, right? Early treatment protocols. Know what you're going to do if and when you get COVID, even if you've been vaccinated, because we now see those that have been vaccinated, your immune system wanes over time. You're actually at a higher risk potentially of getting COVID. So the emergency use authorization would never have been allowed if early treatments were recognized, which is why early treatments have been snuffed out and the doctors have been canceled from culture, from media, from Facebook, from Twitter. They're trying to keep these protocols away from people, which breaks my heart, because we should not just tell someone to sit at home until they turn blue to go to the emergency room and end up on remdesivir and a ventilator, which will likely kill them. We need to have, as doctors in private practice, outpatient, we need to have ways of treating patients. So I was doing it quietly in my little practice the whole way along. And there was these wonderfully heroic doctors out there who were publicizing their protocols and getting in trouble for it. But I applaud them because they've been reaching the masses. So they used FDA-approved off-label medications and various nutraceuticals that you've been hearing about effectively by outpatient doctors and even hospitalists. We've heard of a few of them who have been using those even with patients who have been in the ER. So some of their therapies and treatments can be seen at flccc.net, skirsh, skirsh, if I didn't say that right, skirsch.io. And there's a paper that I relied upon pretty early on, and even before it was published, because some of the individuals who wrote the paper are colleagues and friends. It's called Evidence Supporting a Phased Immunophysiological Approach to COVID-19 from Prevention Through Recovery. And there's an awesome figure 2 or chart 2 that's in there that really lays out the different phases from prevention to infection to post-infectious inflammatory conditions, which is where most people get in trouble. In fact, most people's post-infectious inflammatory phase is worse than the actual infection itself. And then recovery. So it lays it out in those stages and what types of nutrients are important in those phases. So it's a real good way of visualizing it. And at the end of the talk, I provided a link for that paper, so you can find that. If you go to search for it, don't use Google. It won't come up. It does with DuckDuckGo, though. So next slide. So some of the lab findings that I saw in post-COVID patients, so these are people after natural infection with the GI testing that I told you about, we saw H. pylori infections, Helicobacter pylori infections, and some of these were in individuals who had had an H. pylori infection years before, because on many of these patients I had existing tests before they had COVID. So they may have had a test years before, had treated it, recovered from it, and now all of a sudden it's there again. And in other patients, they'd never had it prior. So there's been a lot of question among colleagues whether or not this particular bioweapon triggers an H. pylori infection, or whether it simply increases the load of the bacteria in the body so that on previous testing in a patient, we never saw it, but it was there at a very low level, a non-clinical level, or it brings back someone's infection if they previously had those levels. But the reason this is so important is the H. pylori itself shuts down methylation and DNA repair. So methylation, incredibly important metabolic process in the body that's responsible for literally DNA repair. It prevents cancers. It prevents misgrowths. When there's DNA or methylation errors at birth, we get what are called midline defects. Scoliosis is a midline defect. The lip that isn't properly grown together, midline defect. There's a lot of them. There's a huge list of midline defects, and that's specifically in utero when mom doesn't have enough folate for methylation to work properly. But it can happen at any time during our lives, and H. pylori can literally cause these deficits. It also prevents endothelial nitric oxide. And endothelial nitric oxide is essential for carrying or transporting oxygen through the blood to all of your organs in the body. So you can have symptoms of cold fingers and toes, difficulty walking upstairs, getting out of breath, and things just from being low in endothelial nitric oxide. And it's something that bodybuilders years ago tried to increase on purpose in order to increase the size of their muscles. They learned it was a dangerous thing because in our body, the way we make nitric oxide, there's 5 different pathways that we use arginine in, and 2 of them are quite dangerous and increase cardiovascular risk, and we don't get to tell the body which pathway to take. And under inflammation, it doesn't go to endothelial nitric oxide. So just a clue, we need to be careful and not try to push that either when we're under a state of inflammation. The World Health Organization recognizes H. pylori as literally the only carcinogenic bacteria that's known of. So there are other carcinogens out there, but this is the only known carcinogenic bacteria. It's known to cause esophageal and gastric cancers. It's also known to cause almost all peptic and gastric ulcers. So we also saw elevations of opportunistic bacteria like Bacillus, Staphylococcus, and Streptococcus. And yes, that's the strep that can cause strep throat, scarlet fever. That's the Staphylococcus that can turn into Staphylococcus aureus. Or MRSA, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. So these are opportunistic bacteria that tend to not be a problem unless you're immune suppressed. But the vaccine causes immune suppression. So we also saw elevated glyc-A, and glyc-A is a newly recognized sign of early inflammation. So this is a blood test, whereas the other 2 were in stool testing, okay, GI testing. So glyc-A is a newly recognized sign of early inflammation. It's similar to but distinct from C-reactive protein. If glyc-A is elevated, it signals that the Th1 immunity, which is the part of our immunity that fights viruses, bacteria, and tumors. Okay, so if glyc-A is high, it signals that Th1 immunity is suppressed. And the other thing I didn't list here, which my bad, and you'll hear from Moneypenny in just a little bit, is post-COVID patients also can have elevations in viruses like Epstein-Barr and specifically the herpes viral families, HHV6, HSV1 and 2, and others. Next slide. And then lab findings post-COVID vaccination can be all of the above that we just talked about, plus more. Now, I want to give a little word of caution. Some of these can also be elevated post-COVID, but I'm reporting what I saw in my own patients, many of which were already working on their inflammation and things before they got COVID. So we didn't see those things as much in my patient population. But some of these post-COVID vaccination labs could also be found in an individual who is post-COVID if they already had inflammation present. So, as I said, all of the above, GI issues, H. pylori, elevated glyc-A, elevated levels of the viruses that we talked about. HNK1, that's human natural killer cells, those can be low. And HNK1 or human natural killer cells are responsible for innate immunity, which is our body's first line of defense against pathogens, not our learned response, but our very innate or first response, okay? And if those are low, we don't have that early trigger to respond to pathogens. And then transforming growth factor beta 1 or TGF beta 1 is usually high, and that indicates tissue destruction or cellular debris. And it's likely a sign of increased Th17 immunity or autoimmune tissue destruction. So I've seen that now in quite a few people post-COVID vaccination, even though in 2, we hadn't yet been able to identify which organ it was starting to affect. So in some patients, it was easier to identify, and I've listed those here because they're standard labs. But literally, autoimmunity can affect any organ in your body, and we don't have diagnostic testing for all of them. Okay. Total glutathione was usually low. Glutathione is the body's master antioxidant, and it reduces inflammation caused by any number of things, whether it's toxins, whether it's bacteria, viruses, any type of inflammation, glutathione is called on. It's believed that low levels of glutathione result in worse COVID outcomes. And so there's papers on that. I also included them at the end for you. Also elevated is anti-nuclear antibody, or ANA, is high. Non-specific autoimmune marker. So when ANA is elevated, it can actually be any number of autoimmune issues, but it's not elevated in every situation of autoimmunity. So that's why it's non-specific. It doesn't tell us what organ. And just because it's not positive doesn't mean there isn't active autoimmunity going on. Anti-gliadin IgA has been high in most of the patients that I looked at. It's an immune marker, which can indicate celiac, non-celiac gluten sensitivity, autoimmune liver disorders, connective tissue diseases, and more. Specifically, it's an antibody against gliadin, which is a protein found in wheat, which is why you heard the celiac and non-celiac in there. But I will say, in autoimmunity, in any type of autoimmunity, wheat, or specifically any grains that have gluten in them, should be removed, because even if you don't have celiac, your body reacting to or creating antibodies against gliadin can push any process of autoimmunity in your body, all of them, not just celiac. And remember, when someone says in a restaurant, when you order something gluten-free, is this an allergy or a preference? Say an allergy. Even celiac is not technically an allergy. But if you have elevated anti-gliadin IgA markers, it's creating immune damage in your body. It's an allergy. Just call it that. They don't use the proper terminology, so you don't have to play their game. It's not a preference. If you have immune responses to it, you need to protect yourself. So thyroid antibodies, we've seen quite a few elevated thyroid antibodies, which are indicators of autoimmune thyroiditis. Fasting blood glucose, we've seen it high in almost everyone. That is looking at, so specifically fasting blood glucose, but we're also seeing glucose dysregulation. So this could be in a patient who's eating exceptionally healthy, not eating sugar, not drinking alcohol, but their body is still having a hard time managing their blood glucose levels. So what I'm suspecting, again, I'm waiting to see more research on it, but what I'm suspecting, it's because of the GI dysfunction and the first phase insulin response that happens in the gut that helps remove sugar or carbohydrates or glycose and glucose from the stomach specifically, and from the enterocytes, and gets it into the blood cells. So that's the first phase immune response. And then we also see C-reactive protein and or high sensitivity C-reactive protein, which is a more specific cardiac marker, elevated. And that is another first phase reactant like that glyc-A was. And this is more specific to risk for cardiovascular disease. So I've seen both glyc-A and C-reactive protein elevated in some patients. I've seen C-reactive protein elevated, glyc-A not, and I've seen the other way around, glyc-A elevated, C-reactive protein not. And so if glyc-A is elevated, C-reactive protein is not, that's in some of these cases where they're having immune reactions and specifically suppressed Th1 immunity, but not having cardiac involvement, which we're seeing, even though COVID can be a thromboembolic type thing where we're producing thrombi and it's affecting the cardiovascular system. It's not in everybody. So you can have somebody who isn't having clots who is having immune risk, right? High D-dimer. So again, D-dimer is a way that we can assess blood clots that may be forming in the vascular system of the body. And so when D-dimer is elevated, it tells us that there's increased clotting risk, that there's already activity occurring. And prothrombin time, when that's low, that's kind of the inverse of clotting risk. So when it's low, it actually means we have an increased clotting risk. And when it's high, it means that we're not clotting fast enough and you can actually bleed out. Next slide. So long COVID and vaccine injury symptoms. So symptoms for long COVID and vaccine injury can actually appear really similar due to uncontrolled inflammation from the spike protein. I did mention earlier though, and Dr. Merritt explained it a little bit more, the difference is in vaccination, they're using synthetic spike proteins and getting your body to replicate those synthetic spike proteins in a way that it doesn't happen when you have natural exposure, okay? And then in addition, there's RNA that codes for changes in the actual protein structure from the vaccine. So we're going to hear more about that in coming weeks with lab results that are coming out, how the actual protein is being changed in individuals that have been vaccinated. So in this chart, we're looking at COVID-19 causes long-lasting symptoms involving multiple organs. And I would say COVID-19 and the COVID-19 vaccine. So guys, one thing that isn't often said and needs to be, the vaccine can literally cause all of the symptoms that we know of as COVID. So when someone develops COVID after vaccination, are they really developing COVID or is that a post-vaccination effect? Because honestly, the vaccine itself, once you take it, you're going to show up positive on your PCR tests. So the symptoms that you're seeing, are they really COVID or was it vaccine induced? And I say that because we're seeing it in a lot of people. But these are the symptoms that can be seen from multiple organs. So the question was asked earlier, what symptoms might be there? Across the board, okay? There's systemic symptoms, there's neuropsychiatric symptoms, there's HE&T, endocrine, cardiovascular, pulmonary, musculoskeletal, gastrointestinal, and one that isn't listed here specifically is going to be, I made a couple notes and they didn't get on there, autonomic disorders, because we hear a lot about the POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, and issues in individuals that have long COVID and post-vaccine injury. So that's an autonomic disorder. And I will chat with you briefly in just a minute about what do we do about that. And there's doctors working hard now to resolve long COVID and vaccine injury, but there's still much that we don't understand about specifically the damage the vaccine is causing. So while they're trying hard to come up with solutions for long COVID, vaccine injury is going to be more complex. It is not going to be, and I'm not going to say simple, because clearly the individuals with long COVID are not simple. Their solutions for their healing are not necessarily simple, but the solutions for the vaccine healing are going to be a little more complicated. So next slide, please. So post-COVID infection healing, I'm going to list a couple things here that I've been using with patients. So first is single strain probiotics. So again, you've heard a lot about individuals who have gastrointestinal inflammation, GI related issues and things post-COVID infection and post-vaccination. Two probiotics that are each single strain that I have had very much success with my patients. The first is Saccharomyces cerevisiae boulardii Biocodex strain. Again, that's just the strain specificity. The brand on that in the US is called Florastor, Florastor, Florastor. And not a sales pitch, but that is available over the counter at Costco. They keep it behind the counter, but it's not a prescription. And many pharmacies in the US have that over the counter. And then the second one is Lactobacillus rhamnosus GG. And specifically the brand on that one that we can find is Culturelle. And that's culture with an LLE on the end, Culturelle. And that one is also available over the counter or on the floor at Costco and many pharmacies in the US. And then you heard me mention earlier about methylation defects that we're seeing post-COVID and post-COVID vaccination. So to support methylation, I do some testing to see what enzymes are deficient in the pathway, what isn't getting support. You heard me maybe mention something earlier to one of the folks who shared her personal story about how it sounded like where her deficit was happening, specifically it's the cystathionine beta synthase enzyme, and further down that process, but molybdenum for her. So in general, some of the more specific nutrients that are used across the board with patients are a good B complex vitamin that has active B vitamins in it. One that I use very frequently with patients is B complex plus by Seeking Health. And then magnesium, which you also heard mentioned earlier, super, super important for literally all enzymes that end in MT in the body are methyltransferases, and every single one of them require magnesium. So magnesium is super important for many reasons, not to mention allowing muscles to relax. So also we use antioxidant support. Things like you've heard us say before, N-acetylcysteine or NAC, and also my favorite is liposomal glutathione from Quicksilver or Designs for Health. So again, N-acetylcysteine is a precursor to glutathione, but in some patients, if there's already too much inflammation there, their body's not using NAC very proficiently and not making enough. So I will often put the liposomal glutathione, which is a specific form of glutathione that's more readily used by the body. And the brands that I mentioned are just ones that I've seen that have made a difference in my patients' lab values, because we often measure pre and post. So liposomal glutathione and N-acetylcysteine. Anti-inflammatory support could include curcumin, resveratrol, sulforaphane, and as has been mentioned, eating your vegetables, because that's where you're going to find a lot of these. Eating your plants, right? That's where all of these anti-inflammatory nutrients are found. Anti-clotting support. In my practice, I use nattokinase and a product called Arterosil HP. And I'll let you do a little lookup on those, but those have been shown to be super, super, super supportive from our patients. And then vagus nerve stimulation. So you heard me mention that one of the side effects that can happen is the autonomic disorders. So specifically our gut, and again, I believe the gut is intimately involved. If anything, when we talk about this virus being endothelial, it enters through the nose or the mouth, and it goes through the entire endothelial pathway from the nose to the anus. There, it starts to increase in numbers, right? The viral load starts to replicate and then can go to other areas of the body. But while it's replicating, it really, really, really does a number on the gastrointestinal tract. Some people don't respond or don't report gastrointestinal symptoms, but I haven't had one yet where I measured that didn't have gastrointestinal impact. Some people have more sensitivity than others. And if there was any pre-existing inflammation there before, that you're definitely going to have more symptoms. But what we're saying here is the vagus nerve extends from the base of the brainstem to the sacrum, but it has more nerves that go from the gut to the brain than the other way around. 90% of the messages go from the gut to the brain. So if we mess with the gut, it's going to mess with the messages to the brain regarding specifically with the vagus nerve. And if there was childhood trauma, concussion injuries, or previous trauma to the body that affected the vagus nerve before COVID or before COVID vaccination, the likelihood of having those autonomic disorders is even higher. So vagus nerve stimulation, there's different ways of doing that. There's videos online that talk about gargling reflex, gagging reflex, which, guys, it's not just a gentle little, gargle or gag. It's literally gagging to where you almost feel like it's going to make you throw up. Like, I have patients work to generally and slowly increase the response, but I found another way now that doesn't require them to do that. And there's a transcutaneous vagal nerve stimulation that's applied in a very specific way that heals the vagus nerve. It's amazing. So that is another potential thing that can be done to help people heal. Next slide. The next few slides that we can just boogie through, I think there's 3, just include all the links for the things I've been talking to you about: early treatment, evidence supporting phased immunophysiological response, plant-based pescatarian diet. You can do the next slide. Yep. And it looks like I duplicated that one. That's fine. Gastrointestinal issues. Next slide. And one more. So all those slides are just resources for you to be able to see why I've done the things I've done there and recommending the things I've done. And the last slide is just my contact information. If you want to connect with me, the first is my website address, and then my professional Facebook page, and I'm on Clubhouse. So you're welcome to find me there. I'm often in the COVID special events room, and I participate in several other groups there and host rooms with Moneypenny and others. So I'm absolutely happy to connect if people have further questions after today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela. That was absolutely wonderful. Your presentation was filled with fantastic information. I know a lot of people are quite concerned about COVID, long COVID. I know a lot of people want to know what to do if they do have a vaccine injury. And I really appreciated you bringing up early treatment because that is something that is extremely important to absolutely everybody. And I believe everybody in the world should know about it and know where to get it and have their plan B, as we all like to call it. We do have some questions from the audience for you. So the first question that I have is, what do you believe the consequences are of Dr. Patterson finding the S2 in vaccine injured months after the vaccine injury? And now that is in addition to the S1. So Dr. Patterson's recently found the S2 as well as the S1.
So right now we don't know exactly the why. I have my my theory, or I'm guessing, based on something that Carrie Madej and Karen Kingston said in listening to a presentation. There's a bunch of different technology that's been used in the vaccine that we're not aware of, or that we've not been made aware of, right? So in their research, they've been looking through patents and they've been tying those together with things that, so Karen Kingston has been looking through patents and tying those things together with things that Carrie Madej has been seeing under the microscope. And specifically, they talked about the fact that there's several types of RNA that are in these vaccines, not just messenger RNA, which is what we've been told. One of the forms that's in there is messenger RNA, but there's also a type of RNA that's self-replicating and doesn't have a stop codon or a signal to turn it off. So my fear is that it's getting the body to create the protein, which is what the vaccine was programmed to do. And with this RNA that prevents the stop codon, the body's not turning off that replication.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that definitely might be the case. Excuse me, especially when you look at the research from Dr. Patterson when he talks about the spike protein being found in the non-classical monocytes floating throughout the body. So it sounds like a replication in a production factory is definitely a possibility. Hi, Dr. Santosh, how are you? I do have a few more questions. So the other one was, people are wondering, how can you safely be around others if you are unvaccinated and you have not had COVID? So there's a number of people who are currently unvaccinated, have not had COVID, worried about COVID, and they're curious, how can they be safe around other people?
It's a good question. And to be honest, we don't know all the lengths of the concerns around that yet. We don't, because if this is, as Dr. Merritt was speaking about, a vaccine that's been programmed to spin off and further vaccinate others from exposure, we don't know that. Again, we're not being told the whole story. But I personally choose not to absolutely live in fear. And, I spent Thanksgiving around family, and I did develop some inflammatory symptoms by the end of the night, some extreme low back pain because I have a previous injury, and a nosebleed. We've heard that from others. Mine was just a minor nosebleed. It wasn't one that wouldn't stop, but it was like literally clotting. It was, yeah, I don't want to go into the details. Use of the glutathione that I mentioned, again, can help. Glutathione is one of the only structures in our body, nutraceuticals in our body, because again, our body can make glutathione, but we can also take it, and we can use N-acetylcysteine to help us make it. It's one of the only things that we know of in our body that specifically breaks down the spike protein.
That's perfect. I know I take NAC, and I find it has definitely assisted me. So I think that's a great recommendation. Another question was, what if you have been diagnosed with MCAS? How does it affect the type or the amount of supplements and medication like ivermectin or HCQ that one would take? Like, should they be differing their dosage schedule?
Good question, and I'd love to give my thoughts on it, and then Dr. Atousa could also speak to this, I'm sure. When it comes to MCAS, one of the biggest things is we have to learn what is triggering the MCAS and deal with that first. So in other words, the vaccine may have triggered it, but then something else in the body, the inflammation that exists in the body, is continuing the cycle. So whether that's the need to remove foods that are inflammatory, whether that's using again, things that break the cycle, whether it's N-acetylcysteine, quercetin, glutathione, trying to think through the pathway. Did you have beta? It's slipping out of my mind. Starts with an A. I'll think of it when I'm not trying. I think you actually mentioned it earlier, Dr. Atousa. Anyway, and it's another nutraceutical that can break the pathway. And they're probably going to have to take higher doses of it to break the recycling of the mast cell breakdown to stop the cycle from happening. So Dr. Atousa, if you want to touch on that.
What was the word that you were looking for? You said it starts with an A. You said I mentioned.
It's one of the nutraceuticals. It starts with an A. It's not ashwagandha. It
starts with an A.
Literally, it'll come to me while you're talking, I'm sure.
Okay. Yeah. So, I believe that the answer lies in reducing inflammation. Just like in any autoimmunity, any food allergies, urticaria, etc., that you need to look at your diet. You need to make sure that you're on an anti-inflammatory diet, avoiding gluten perhaps. You want to make sure that you get tested for antibodies against gluten through a blood work with a functional medicine doctor, and see if you are sensitive to gluten. Perhaps avoid nightshades, be on reduce red meat, reduce the animal proteins, and detoxify. And basically, it's a systemic inflammatory response that finds expression in its unique way that way. But it's no different in a sense that depending on your predisposition and constitution, the inflammatory processes can have different forms of expression in the system. Oh, astragalus. Yeah, okay.
Astragalus, and the other one's Perilla. Yeah, we had 5 people say astragalus. Yeah, you won the bonus prize. It was astragalus. Thank you.
Yeah. So definitely, like I said, we're kind of used to in the conventional way, like dissecting disease process and label it. But in a sense, a lot of these different types of reactions, inflammatory responses, are the body trying to get rid of toxicities, etc. And So you have to detox, stay on an anti-inflammatory diet, and take some of the recommendations given today. And we have a Ayurvedic concept in Ayurveda. We say upashaya. Upashaya is trial and error, basically. But the physician and the patient, they work together to do upashaya, trial and error. And so
in functional medicine, we don't do to someone, we are their partner in healing, period.
Exactly. And yeah, so I hope that helps in answering that question.
Thank you so much. And then I
Dr.
guess
Santosh is trying to speak, but I think her mic was off.
Yes, I just noted.
Sorry, Dr. Santosh, go ahead.
There was an audience question earlier in the morning, and that was from Miss Info HWY, maybe Highway. So this person has asked, I never hear about the PCR swabs that come from China. Ever since I personally took a mandatory test in June, I have struggled with my nose running. Anyone else with the similar concerns? So because it sounds something serious, if I look back, the information that was published that nose swabbing has damaged the part of the cranium, and there was a CSF leakage. So this is something serious. What would you like to tell to anybody who undergoes this deep one, especially if it has gone all the way up? So
yeah, if it was one of the really deep nasal swabs where they literally go up and touch around the blood-brain barrier, there have been cases where they've ruptured the blood-brain barrier and have caused CSF leaks, cerebral spinal fluid. So having your doctor rule out that that's not the cause. Then there's also we know that there are chemicals that are on the swab, and then we also know there are tiny little particulates on the swab. Either of those may also have triggered your body to increase a histaminic response or histamine response. So if what's draining isn't CSF, it might simply be that your histamine response has been triggered and your body is releasing more histamine. You might test that theory also by using some N-acetylcysteine and quercetin and perilla to see if it'll slow it down. If it doesn't slow it down, you really, really should have it checked, because if it's a CSF leak, you might be getting things like headaches and things more frequently.
Yeah. I was going to add also, like if it's a breakage in the barrier and it's a CSF fluid, I think there would be other symptoms as well. Like you said, headache, there could be nausea, there could be dizziness, etc., and visual disturbances, etc. And but that's a much more serious situation. Whereas if it's a histamine release and you're just having that kind of reaction, then you could do certain things. Ayurvedically speaking, in Ayurvedic medicine, there are treatments that are called nausea, where we introduce medicinal oils, and there is a procedure. You could do it at home too, but then you could also see a practitioner and they can do it in their office. You could use certain medicinal oils for the nasal passages, and you sniff them up, and then you apply heat. You also do steam inhalation with different essential oils, medicinal oils, etc., to clear the toxicity if it's the ethylene oxide on the cotton swab, because these PCR tests, they are basically known to have ethylene oxide applied to the swab. And so that's highly toxic and carcinogenic. So, I think we all agree, everybody on the panel, that avoid the PCR test if you can. If there are alternatives in your area, maybe request that you could do the alternative. If they only want the nasal PCR test, maybe receive a home kit so you could do it yourself, so you don't put it up in your nasal passages too deep and just superficial, and then do the detoxification afterwards if you have to travel for some reason. And but those weekly tests that are required for schools, universities, and employments, the person needs to detoxify constantly. Do neti pots with triphala and salt water. Triphala, it's an Ayurvedic herb. It's comprised of 3 herbs. And if you buy a capsule of triphala, Whole Foods has it. Gaia and Organic India are some of the good brands in a form of capsule. Open it in warm water, add salt, stir it, put it in your neti pot, and do what we call jala neti, or just the neti nasal wash.
And for those that don't know, triphala is spelled with a PH, so it's TRIPHALA.
Correct.
I have it.
Amanda, welcome back. It's super late for you.
Oh, thank you. It's just coming up to 11 o'clock. So I've been listening, but I have to say I had made it into my bedroom from the lounge, I have to say. So, so Sherwin gave me a bit of a nudge and said, come on.
Thank you.
It's been a wonderful session. You're talking about noses, Dr. Atoosa. Our particular focus is wound care here in South Africa. So we went straight to skin. When all of this first broke out last year, our first thought was, hang on a minute, the weak point is actually the mucosal surfaces. And is there anything we can possibly do? And what we actually did was took our surface hygiene probiotics and took the air format version and used it as a nasal spray for the past year. So what we've been doing is basically putting inside our noses and on our mucosal surfaces friendly bacillus species bacteria that know how to produce biosurfactant. And what we know that biosurfactant does, and what we've known since effectively 1997, is that the biosurfactant surfactant that's produced by the Bacillus subtilis can disable and fragment envelope viruses. So what the theory was behind all of this, in the absence of a nasal vaccine, was we know that the spores of the Bacillus subtilis can prime an immune response on that mucosal surface without causing inflammation. That work was done separately by a couple of research groups. So the hodgepodge theory that went with it was fragment, present, basically, and see if we could do anything about that. And at the moment, we're nearly 2 years in, no positive COVID cases across the team. But equally, no antibodies either. I do my antibody testing every month. So the nursing sister and I have a laugh about it. And she says, well, you've either never come across the virus, which is probably quite rare, or your bacteria are too good and are actually not allowing anything to get through to the mucosal immune system. So yes, we've been using friendly microbes to actually help to actually support our mucosal system. Oh, that was it. I drove Dr. Atoosa away.
No, her screen was frozen. Probably she's fixing it.
She's going to come back again. Yeah. So I have to say we're quite blanket when it comes to the antimicrobials, if that makes sense, Angela. We try and avoid them in all of their forms because we do, and even Dr. Atoosa was saying this earlier on, and I think also as well one of the other doctors was saying, it just puts so much pressure on the system to actually, force these microbes, whether it is bacteria or whether it is viruses, to actually mutate more than they would if we hadn't put the pressure on them in the first place. So I think it's added pressure to mutate and then added pressure to select on the part of nature for resistance, which we just don't want. We don't want more resistance. And we don't want more mutation. So I have to say, Yeah.
The stiffest antiviral that I used was black cumin seed. That's it.
You
And
see.
my patients are doing
See.
great. So it's hard. You know, there's so many different protocols, and it makes me think, oh, am I doing wrong by somebody by not referring them to somebody to get a stiffer protocol? But so far they're doing good. So.
And I do think there's an art to it. I think we have long said that it comes to the biological sciences, they are as much of an art as they are a science. And I do feel that every patient is individual. You know, in terms of what might be right for one is not necessarily the best for someone else. And that it takes an awesome doctor to actually sit there and have the patience and the I think the focus really to find out what is it that's actually causing the problem and do something about it.
Well, and our office is not a high throughput, you know, urgent care or anything else. I interview potential patients before they become a patient to make sure they're willing to do the work that it takes to work on their body and reduce inflammation and everything else. Again, it's not just a pill. You can't take a pill to and pop your way out of your bad lifestyle, right? I mean, you got to work on that too. So.
And it was what Florence was saying. I had one of the quotes from Florence when she said there's a role for a physician and there's a role for nature as well, in terms of, but at the center of everything. And exactly the same, I think, with the wound care that we do. We're just looking at the notion now of setting up social clinics. So actually taking care out of a hospital setting and out of a formal setting and putting it in a social setting instead, to see if we can encourage better outcomes by engaging the humanness of the situation alongside good treatment. It's going to be interesting, particularly in COVID. Can we do tea biscuits?
Welcome
tea
back,
biscuits and
Dr. Atusha. Thank you. Yeah, sorry, something happened to my internet, and then I reconnected, and then I don't know what happened. I kept going in and out of the room. I think there was a technical thing.
Well, you didn't miss anything. We didn't get too far.
Okay, good. But I was enjoying your Amanda. I was enjoying your talk and got kicked out of the room on my internet.
We'd already got some very good results before COVID, looking at hospital settings, basically. And a lot of the work was done in Italy. And it's just a pity, because when the COVID lockdown came around, there were some fabulous publications that came out of Italy in terms of, if you moved away from bleach, antiseptics, disinfectants, and you went more towards a microbial form of hygiene, you could shift a lot of things, not least antimicrobial resistance. We really saw the resistome levels coming down dramatically. And then, of course, COVID hit. And the first thing the Italian government said was, no, you've got to go back to your bleach and your disinfectant and your chemicals. And so all that hard work that they'd achieved from 2016 through to 2021, undone in a space of weeks, literally. Because it takes time to build up a positive, this from the guts, all the gut work, it takes time to build up a positive microbiome. It doesn't just come back in 2 minutes. You've actually got to work on building it up. And it's the same on surfaces as well. But we've had some very good results in TB hospitals here. Really shifted the profile in TB. Burns units, we're now washing the burns patients in probiotics. So very interesting indeed, in terms of how can we change their wound care and their skin health, basically.
I had a couple questions that I was looking at real quick, if you guys are okay with our taking them. JW asked, can you send the reference for no off switch to making the spike protein in the vaccine? And I'll say simply, I don't have a specific reference. That was my thought process based on what we're clinically seeing. And that's based on reports that Karen Kingston was making after her. So I was looking at some of her references, if you just search Karen Kingston and codon and what did I put? Spike or something like that. And it'll come up. She has a couple different articles and things that she's written after studying DARPA's patents and things. So yes, we are talking military patents and what the RNA are that she's identified in, or she together with Carrie Madej have identified, because it's not just the original mRNA or messenger RNA that we were told. And then you also said that Heather Zwicky, which I respect her greatly, she reports that the mRNA from the vaccine ONS, which can maximally last 24 to 48 hours. I would say that may have been what the pharmaceutical companies said, and that may have been the intention, but that's not what we're clinically seeing, or it wouldn't be still replicating and causing problems 15 months later, which has been shown in other research. So just my thoughts. Anybody else?
I have another question to Dr. Atusha and Angela and Amanda. There were some question about intolerance of zinc. If somebody takes it in certain amount, then body tends to cause a problem. And that's not exclusively for zinc. As Dr. Atusha also addressed with vitamin C as well, it is irritating to have because it has to do with something acidic. And if you take in large quantity, it is going to mess up your GI system. So do you have any alternative? Like should people build like right from now if they haven't started working on their body? How to kind of do it in a way that they get the reserve in their body, but it is not over reacting to their gut, for example. And I too had problem with vitamin C. I had to give it up. I used to take vitamin D in liquid form, drops, and I used to have a severe reaction. So now I have moved to tablet form and I have no problem with that. So different people's body reacts differently. So what do you suggest to those who wants to upgrade their immune system, but at the same time, these supplements don't work for them?
So each supplement that you mentioned is a little bit different, but really when it comes down to it in the body, you cannot take an excess of any nutrient and not have a downstream effect. And I described to patients that zinc is intimately tied with copper.
Yeah.
And if you take too much zinc, you can start dumping copper, and copper dumping symptoms are horrible.
Yeah.
So that might have been what was happening. And then secondly, we've been chatting on Clubhouse a lot about ceruloplasmin, which is a protein that has to bind copper. So if you have insufficient levels of ceruloplasmin, you start taking zinc or you start taking copper, or you start taking zinc and you're dumping copper and you don't have enough ceruloplasmin to bind the copper, then you're going to have those copper dumping symptoms again. So no one nutrient works alone in the body.
Yeah, very true. Same thing, just following up on Dr. Angela's point, that there are zinc and copper supplements that there is both in the supplement. That may resolve your issue. It may not, but you could try that. And also always take your supplements with food, not on empty stomach. I'm not sure what kind of reaction this person has or the sensitivity. How does it manifest itself? But those are the two solutions. And also starting with lower dosages so the body can acclimate, especially and also if you have the copper issue, then you can always take it with like a supplement that proportions the zinc with the copper ratio that is necessary, and see if that takes care of it. But there are some people that react to zinc. So
Dr. Atusha, from my personal experience, when I took Ayurvedic supplement, there were some herbs, I had no problem. And I could feel the strength in my body without suffering any side effect. It was all great. And I miss it because I used to get it from India. And now it's been a while. And this question actually reminded me of that that sometimes some supplement work better than the other, in like from this what we get from the shelves from the store. Maybe some are good, but maybe some others that we can get from like Ayurvedic form, that could be. So people
For
should consult from you are a specialist in Ayurveda, and Angela, she has a functional medicine specialty. So kind of work between different specialists and then get the best out of them. What do you think of that advice?
Yeah, definitely. So a lot of the reason Ayurvedic herbs work gentler on the system, or most people can take them with very minimal reaction, is because they're plant-based. They are herbs that grow in nature, and it's almost like taking in food. Whereas some of these other supplements like zinc or minerals, etc., they are mostly synthetic. Even if you get the food sources, the body could react in a way that they don't react to herbs. So that is why Shilajit, which is a superb form of minerals, includes all of the minerals, trace minerals even, because it's a volcanic ash. So literally, the volcanic ash is scraped, and I wish I had it close to me, but it's in the kitchen. It's really like the one that I like, it's the lotus blooming herbs. And I know the person who extracts the herb. They actually have a team in India, and they actually extract the volcanic ashes off of the rocks in the Himalayan mountains. And you literally, it really smells like volcanic ashes, and it's rich in minerals, including zinc, copper, trace minerals, magnesium, etc. Even iron, etc. And so that is really gentle. And so if someone cannot take the zinc supplements as such, definitely try Shilajit. It's called Shilajit. And the lotus blooming herbs, you basically take a pinch literally between your fingers and put it under your tongue, and it dissolves right into your circulation and passes the stomach and all those digestive issues that you may have problems
Dr.
with absorption.
Tusa, you may want to spell that for people.
Shilajit is SHILAGIT.
I do have it.
I think we need to do a webinar or a video just on the supplements alone. Between you ladies, there are so many. My head's spinning. Cultural and all the different natural supplements, especially when you start getting into things that start building into tinctures and stuff. So maybe we can plan that at another time, because I know I am so in and so interested in this, and I know most people are, especially since with the way things are rolling out, I think more and more of us are becoming a little bit more and more fearful of the pharmaceutical industry. So I know a lot of us are definitely turning to functional medicine. So we appreciate all of you a lot.
I would say though, and Dr. Tusa would probably agree, before we hit that, we probably want to talk about identifying and removing sources of inflammation, because that's first.
Yeah.
Remember I said you can't supplement your way out of it. You got to really work on what's coming.
Yeah.
100%.
I think the key is balance at the end of the day. And certainly we see this, in the same way as with the gut microbiome, we see it with the surface microbiome as well. And it's the same with minerals, vitamins, just about everything, really. It's all about balance. And it's probably individual. In fact, it certainly is individual. So it's not about whacking a nut with a sledgehammer. I think it is to Santosh's point as well, about building these things up gradually, and not reacting, thinking proactively and preemptively rather than reacting all the time and then throwing the kitchen sink at a problem when we could have perhaps minimized its impact and prevented it from happening in the first place.
Yeah. And I always start also like with the blood panel, a functional medicine blood panel, and tissue mineral analysis to also see the different inflammatory markers and the heavy metal toxicity in the person's system. And always start with, depending on the capability of the person, maybe a gentle detox, before bombarding everybody with a bunch of supplements. When we talk about supplementation for enhancing immunity, usually when you have a situation like COVID, and sometimes you can't start with detoxification immediately. You have to make sure you strengthen the immune system first, as gentle as possible, and then
And
do
you have
the
to make sure
normal
methylation is working.
methylation.
That's definitely a process.
I did have a
Sorry, Dr. Santosh, we're just, Sherwin's asked that we're getting ready to close for the evening. We're hitting our 7th hour. So I just wanted to thank everybody so very much for today. You've all been absolutely wonderful speakers. I know the audience has learned in absolute abundance. I know when this is over, I'm probably going to rewatch a lot of what all you ladies have said. Women's health is a big issue. Our children's health are a big issue. I know women have been disproportionately affected by the pandemic in a lot of ways compared to their counterparts, just based on, a large number of them being frontline workers or single mothers or, in that regard. So we really do appreciate everybody's time today. And I wanted to just say thank you. Good night, and I would love maybe to set something up to discuss, reducing inflammation and, what people can do to start the process of thinking about their health. Because you're correct, a lot of people are at an A point or a C point, and they need to get back to A. And it's a process. So I definitely agree. But I wanted to thank you, ladies. Does anybody have any final words before we close the room?
This is Angela. I did just want to correct JW when you posted back Kara. It's Karen Kingston, Karen, Karen Kingston. And we have also mentioned Carrie Madej, and that's Madej. This is Angela. Thank you so much for having us, Sherwin. I appreciate being here. I loved being able to listen to everybody's presentations. It was an honor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us, Sherwin,
Me
and to
as
all the
well.
presenters. We learned a lot.
Thank
And
you,
thank
everyone.
you, Santosh and Gloria, for all your wonderful moderating. And ladies, lovely to see you at last.
I know.
Absolutely. We're
Finally.
sharing the same screen, and the abundance of knowledge and expertise that actually flew throughout the day from the morning till now, not even getting tired of it. So I want to say, first of all, thanks to Sherwin. He's in the background and hasn't come on the screen. He's the invisible hand who has actually put efforts to bring this conference together. And he's been working tirelessly to coordinate. There had been, I think we had Professor Dolores Cahill, that I was supposed to have her, on the screen with us, but somehow she has missed today's presentation. So hopefully Sherwin will be working to have her in the next segment. But meanwhile, he has done a tremendous job. And we also missed Moneypenny's testimony. Hopefully we'll have her back because of a little sequencing that we were dependent upon who appeared what time, the specialist. So probably because of that adjustment, we had this issue to not have her available when time was suitable for her. So with that, I want to thank each and every one of you for sparing your valuable time coming on screen and sharing unhesitatingly what you know about taking care of women's health and how women should focus on themselves, as well as additional information on pandemic related issues. So thank you, and have a great evening or morning or night Thanks from the Chicagoland.
Thank you.
I thank you, everyone. Catch up
Thanks,
with you all soon.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.